What's his name? Michael Wagner would say strength and honor. Dude, when he did that to me outside the conference in in Istanbul. I was like, bro, you can't fucking do that. Like, a bunch of white dudes walking around.
Yeah, it's
Roman
2025,
Empire.
my guy.
GM, we are live from Solana Breakpoint 2025. We're in the Etihad Arena. We're in the capital of capital, Abu Dhabi. Everything is happening here. Now, for the first time in a long time, the Solana ecosystem, the degens, the DeFi OGs are rubbing shoulders with the TradFi giants, the trillion-dollar institutions, the wealth managers. Everyone's coming to here. Now, I'm super excited. We have a banger lineup. I'm with Finn Miller, our senior journalist. Finn, how are we doing?
Absolutely electric, Jack. That anticipation is bubbling. People are here. People are absolutely ready to get stuck in and catch up on everything that's been going on Solana and wait for some banger announcements coming through as well.
It's going to be an amazing 3 days of live streaming, and we're of course joined by Mr. Thomas Bahamas himself. Thomas, how are we doing, sir?
I'm doing great. So this is my first breakpoint, and
right.
I gotta say, electric, great word to describe it. I'm having so much fun. And yeah, I mean, take a look at the list. I mean, we've got a ton of legends coming, and I'm excited to get into it.
Talk to me about the size of this place. Did you expect Solana conferences to be this big? I mean, I get the impression this is one of the biggest venues in Abu Dhabi, but as it's your first conference, Thomas, is it impressive how big this place is?
Yeah, it's massive. I've gotten lost like 5 times already. I tried to go to the bathroom earlier, I had no idea where I was. So the size of it's great. I believe there was 50 tickets left just a few minutes before, so I think it's sold out. It's great.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes later in the day when we've got 6,000 plus people here in the venue.
Yeah.
We say every year that it's going to be the biggest breakpoint ever, and that is not a lie this year around.
It's surely going to keep getting bigger. It seems like this is the only ecosystem that's growing at the pace that it is. It seems like it's the only ecosystem that's bringing together the TradFi giants and the most degen part of Solana DeFi as well. So I'm super excited. Should we run through some of the guests that we're going to be talking to this morning?
Absolutely. Let's get into it. So, first up today, we are kicking off with Coliseum co-founder Matty Tay. Coliseum was one of the biggest incubators and hackathon operators on Solana. They nurture teams from their grassroots ideas when it's just one guy in a dream to when they become, ecosystem stalwarts. So I'm really keen to chat to Matty and kind of see what's on his mind, see what stands out between the ones that make it and the ones that don't. Who's up enough after Matty?
We have Solana Mobile General Manager Emmett joining us, right? And what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking the growing Seeker ecosystem. We're going to be talking about the airdrop news. 30% of the token allocation, I think, is given to airdrop farmers, right? Is that correct? 30%?
I wouldn't call them airdrop farmers. I call them Seeker users.
Seeker users. It's like us, like we are Seeker users. Now, I have a Seeker. I have 2 Seekers, actually. One is unopened in my studio back home. You have a Seeker?
I'm Seekered up.
Yes,
How many Seekers do you have?
Not to brag, but I've got 3. I've got 3. I've got a lot. So I'm very anxious to hear just how this is going to be going. So excited to hear from him.
Needless to say, we love Solana Mobile. We love the Seekers, and we use them. We use them daily, not just because of the airdrop allocation, but because we believe in the growing Seeker ecosystem. I'm super excited to ask Emmett actually about his hardware plans. You'll recall from many of the interviews that we've done in the past and many of the interviews that Emmett himself has done elsewhere that they are focusing on growing the Seeker ecosystem with a focus on hardware. So curious to see what kind of other hardware developments are happening. Now, one thing I just got handed, and I have to pop this on screen here, is a screen. It's a privacy protector for the Seeker. So if you're on a plane, you're traveling, and you don't really want the people next to you to see what's going on your Seeker, apparently that is the device that you have, and they're handing them out here at Solana Breakpoint as well. Super excited. Who do we have after Emmett?
So, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry there. But next we've got SolanaFloor coming on. So we're going to be, I mean, they're all over. I think they've got over 50 people here. So I'm really excited to hear everything about them. And they just released their hardware wallet. So excited to hear all about that. Hopefully he brings one in here. I'd love to see it and hear all about what they're doing.
They have to bring one in, right? They're going to show it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I hope so. Okay, hardware. They also have been doing a lot of expansion. So they've got a debit card.
The debit card,
right?
yeah.
What else have they been doing? Obviously, SolanaFloor Wallet, one of the favorite wallets in the Solana ecosystem. I think they're growing a lot. They're expanding. They're testing new things. They're innovating.
Yeah.
We love to see it. We love to see it. Super excited to see what they're going to bring. Camino after that?
After SolanaFloor, we're bringing on Marius from Camino. Obviously, Camino, stalwarts of Solana DeFi, one of the only teams who are actually really adhering to the core tenets of DeFi. So really keen to dig into Marius's brain and kind of see what needs to change in Solana's open source culture to help us get to that next level.
Now, I just want to add here, this is one of the questions that we're going to ask him, obviously, the core ethos of crypto, decentralization, democratizing access to finance, generally speaking, and disintermediation. These are things that we believe in, we promote them. But if you look around, as we mentioned earlier, there are trillion-dollar asset managers here with the DeFi OGs, with the degens. So one of the discussion points, I think, from this year's Breakpoint is going to be, to what extent are we losing that core ethos, that core ideological motivation of crypto? Please get involved, write your comments, write your questions in the chat, and we will do our best to ask these DeFi OGs. And tomorrow, we're talking to the trillion-dollar asset managers as well. So we're going to do our best to ask what's going on there. Do you get a sense that if we're bringing on, trillion-dollar asset managers, TradFi giants, we're doing DATs, we're doing ETFs, are we sort of slowly moving away from that core DeFi ethos? Do you get a sense of that?
I honestly think we are. Some might call it DeFi as maturing. For me, like Satoshi probably never imagined that Bitcoin would trade an ETF. That was never the original point, and yet here we are. The suits are here. They're bidding everything. There's even a Dogecoin ETF now. So yeah, the gelling of the two worlds, the bridging of the gap between TradFi and DeFi is one of the things I'm most keen to explore with people on both sides of the fence there.
We've certainly come a long way. I know you're a DeFi fanatic. You love DeFi. You love degenning, but you're also, I guess, very easy to warn people, to give people caution, because you did a piece recently about is DeFi dead and why unnecessary leverage is kind of a bad thing. So to Finn's point about the industry maturing, do you like that maturity, or do you think maybe we're going a little bit too fast into the TradFi world?
You know what? I think there's going to be a space for everybody, right? So like we're seeing them both merging, right? But a lot of the newcomers, they're not DeFi natives. They're not looking to provide a bunch or take on a bunch of leverage. That's what they want, right? So I think that Solana is becoming the place for everyone to come here, and if that's what you want, you can have it. If you want your decentralized version, choose it, right? It's like, as the users, we have a say in this, right? So
is that kind of the next level of accessibility, is that we start with everyone can do everything, and we kind of go deeper into find your niche, find what works for you in DeFi, and then apply that.
Yeah. I've always kind of felt like that's what Solana's excelled at, right? Like, what are your interests? How can you blend that with Solana? And there's probably something there, right? So
I think that is a perfect segue to our next guest. I'm most excited about this. I've been waiting for years to have this conversation. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Anthony Scaramucci. Obviously needs no introduction, but we will give an introduction about the mooch. He also recently wrote a book called Solana Rising. Now, he's going to be talking about the book, the lessons from the book, and I think one of his price predictions from not too long ago, he said, we estimate as Skybridge Capital that over the course of 5 to 10 years, so that's about half a decade to a decade, we don't know if it's going to happen, but Solana could reach $2,500 a pop. I'm super excited to see if that actually happens, if the thesis remains, and what's driving that thesis as well. So the mooch is going to be a great conversation. Are we excited?
I am stoked. I really want to see the justification for that outlandish price point, because for me that's lunaire.
It is sort of up in the clouds. But okay, if we go back a decade, right? Let's go back to 2015, and someone had said, Bitcoin is 100% going to reach $100,000. I think a majority of people out there were saying there's no way this is going to happen. Like the likelihood of Bitcoin reaching $4 trillion, in the industry reaching $4 trillion and Bitcoin reaching $2.5 trillion seemed outlandish. And here we are. So maybe it's not that wild, especially considering the dollar debasement. Maybe we should be measuring the value of these assets against another pair. What do you think? Is it possible $2,500?
I mean, you never know. We're here for a reason, right? I'm bullish. Has that been the price action for this year? No. That's what I want. That's what I want answered. We've got the institutions here, the $1 trillion asset managers. They're here. What's going on?
Where are we in the cycle is, I think, one of the main questions as well. One of the main debating points. And who better to ask than Raoul Pal, the Banana Zone man, right? The man who talks about M2 money supply, about global liquidity, about all the macro indicators that you want to talk about, puts them on beautiful pink charts, and we love Raoul Pal. So we're going to ask him, where in the cycle are we? Do you think we're still in a bull run?
I want to believe we're still in a bull run. If you ask anybody around here, you would feel that the vibe is we're still in a bull run. Optimism and sentiment on the ground is very, very bullish. People are here for Solana. People are jazzed by Solana, and everyone wants to have their tires pumped up. So on the ground, it's feeling pretty bullish today.
Yeah, I'd say 100%. That's how it feels. Excitement and everything. Fantastic.
But crypto Twitter sentiment recently reached extreme fear. A little bit of a dip. People seem that, they're running for the exits. So that seem to be having their MNAVs compressed. So there's a few reasons to argue that we are obviously still in a very sort of bullish environment. And I think even more reasons to argue it's justified to say that maybe it's not going to be great in the next sort of 2 to 3 weeks. Raul Pal, I think, is going to be answering those questions. What do you think his response is going to be? For a long time, people were saying, Q4 is going to be extremely bullish, and then Q1 now is the sort of the expectation. We're having a slightly elongated cycle. What do you think he's going to say when we ask him if we're still in a bull run?
I say he's going to say 100%. He's going to break out the charts. He's going to give us the banana zone, and he's going to give us a great thesis. He's a great talker. I'm always excited to listen to him. I've listened to almost every interview I could of his. I feel like he's a great speaker, so I want to hear his answer.
Absolutely. So the UAE national anthem is about to start. We are going to go to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're with Matty Tay in a few short moments.
See you in a bit.
GM, we're back. We're live with Matty Tay from Coliseum, and we're going to be talking about Solana's most exciting hackathons, what he's noticed over the last years of running these hackathons, but most importantly, we're here in Abu Dhabi, in the capital of capital. Solana Breakpoint's bringing together all these TradFi giants and Solana DeFi OGs. How are you feeling? What's the sense that you get from walking around, looking around?
I mean, it's great. It's a lot of sand and a lot of alpha, though. It's good. It's good. No, I'm really happy to be here. It's always awesome to see like people that you talk with on Telegram all year, and then or people you don't even know who just have PFPs, and you meet them in real life. It's awesome, and so it's really cool to meet people in person.
So, Maddie, for me, you're a Breakpoint veteran. This is probably your fourth or fifth.
Yeah, this is my fifth.
So,
this is my fifth.
How is it different today from those first ones? Back in the
Yeah, well, not much NFT hype anymore. Number one thing.
Rip my bags.
Rip.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, it's obviously just the scale is much bigger. There's just such a more diversity of people, builders, companies, sponsors. This whole thing is just much bigger in scale. So it's really cool to see all the growth. Yeah.
Surely it's not just Breakpoint that's changed, but it's the types of projects that you're seeing get submitted to some of these hackathons as well. And you've had a front row seat over the last 5 years, let's say. What's the main change that you've noticed in the cohorts and the types of projects, aside from the fact that NFT projects and 5-year roadmaps aren't really a thing anymore?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of changes. I'd say like in the early days, it was a lot of just stuff you maybe saw in Ethereum that were kind of being deployed, and like, so you needed an AMM, you needed a borrow lend protocol, and so in the hackathons we saw a lot of the same stuff you were seeing in other ecosystems, probably more likely the EVM ecosystem. Now you're seeing a lot more novel things that you don't even see anywhere else, and so we're really excited. We just ran our most recent hackathon in Cypherpunk, and there was a lot of kind of, I guess, going back to kind of crypto's roots, seeing a lot more things integrating privacy technology, decentralization is more at the core of these things. And so, pretty interesting to see.
That's fascinating that you mentioned the sort of core crypto and decentralization ethos, actually, because one of the conversations we've been having, and a lot of people have been asking us as well, is to what extent have we moved a little bit too far away from that original disintermediation sort of ethos, ideologically driven innovation focus, let's say, because we're sort of allowing TradFi giants and institutions and ETF issuers and DATs to govern the narrative. So is that something that you're seeing? Is it a reaction? Is the pendulum swinging the other way with the newer cohort?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think that's inevitable as just things grow and more people get introduced to this technology. It's going to seep into the mainstream. Governments are going to be interested in it. Obviously, TradFi is very interested in it and becomes a little bit more corporate and Wall Streety, I guess, in a sense. But that's really awesome that they're adopting it, because it's just laying the rails, I think, for a lot of the more crypto cypherpunk stuff to go through this. So like right now, stablecoins are super hot, but they're mostly USDC. You can imagine maybe non-sovereign stablecoins or stores of value get plugged through those same rails, like just it's all tokens on Solana. So I'm pretty excited just that it's laying the foundation for a lot of the more cypherpunk. You can't see the back of my shirt, but it says "Make crypto cypherpunk again."
That's what we need.
Yeah. So I think that's our role in Coliseums, just keep this kind of organic grassroots developer community building the more cypherpunk stuff.
Exciting. I know Finn has a few very specific questions about this last cohort as well, and I'm super excited to find out about them. But before we get to that, you've seen Solana develop. You've seen, obviously, projects copying the EVM sort of playbook, let's say, and you've seen now this move back towards the cypherpunk core ideals. But let's say I gave you $1 million, and you know the types of projects that are going to be successful because you have front rows, tickets. You know what's working. You know what's not working. Where would you deploy that $1 million if I said to you the time horizon is 12 months?
Well, we are a venture fund, and so we have $60 million to do that as our job every day. And what we've done is we've kind of, we're not sure, to be honest, but we have specific bets in the ecosystem that we're excited about. So we're obviously big fans of MetaDAO as a way to launch tokens and govern those tokens. We think that's a pretty core piece of infrastructure that's going to proliferate across the crypto ecosystem. We're excited about Ore, if you've heard of this. It's like kind of a non-sovereign store of value on Solana.
Finn's been covering them.
We actually have a hard hat here. We decided not to bring it out with the very first segment.
Awesome.
A bit too on the nose.
I would have worn it. And then we're excited with sort of prediction markets broadly. Obviously, Cauchy and Polymarket have sort of driven that into the mainstream, but there's all sorts of new prediction markets, aggregators, tools, and stuff around it. There's things like precision markets, opportunity markets, so derivations on these type of things. And so I think we're just seeing a lot of experimentation across all that stuff.
So there's a lot of options, is what you're saying. We're not short of options to invest in.
Yeah.
Not short of options to invest in, but that's what makes my job interesting and fun.
Excellent.
And I think
Yeah.
part of that job is that, you know, you not only allocate capital, but you also help to nurture these teams from grassroots, you know, from one guy, white paper and a dream. And the teams that Colosseum nurtures actually grow to become some of the real pillars of the ecosystem, you know. I think Marinade, Drift, Camino, a lot of these guys had a lot of influence and a lot of collaboration with Colosseum in the beginning.
Yep.
So looking back at that timescale, what do you see being the difference between teams that make it and the teams that don't make it?
So like as an investor, you look at basically three things. It's founder, product, and market. And I would say from our perspective, the product is actually not that important in terms of long-term success. It's mostly the founder. Like, do they have that dog in them? Are they just gonna keep iterating time and time again with the product? Because you can change the product, right?
Yeah.
And so if someone picks a market that has a huge opportunity, and there's a potential, a lot of users, you don't know exactly what product you're going to build, but if you pick the right founder and they just stick with it through cycle, which is hard. I mean, things go into bear markets and come out, and it's very volatile. So founder determination is probably the most important thing.
I want to dial into that question about product, because you mentioned a lot that, you can pivot from product can change, but founder mentality is everything. Why is it so hard to find product market fit in crypto today?
Partially because a lot of the products, crypto is a financial technology at its core. And so a lot of it has to do with trading as its core business model. And unfortunately, crypto is now sort of tied in with the rest of the economy. And so when there's a macro shock, that affects all trading businesses, right? And so or if interest rates go up and there's less economy, less money in the economy, there's less people speculating maybe on meme coins or crypto, even things that have fundamentals like new startups. And so I think just everyone is kind of at the whims of the macro economy. So that's one reason it makes it hard. I think the second thing is just like there's so many. One thing coming here is cool is that there's so much talent, but it's pretty small in the grand scheme of things. We need to bring a lot more Web2 talent, a lot more people in Wall Street, academia, biotech, all these different industries. We need just a lot more talent building crypto products. So I think that's maybe another big thing.
Yeah. So bringing in Web2 developers and hitting out into universities and bringing in these bright young stars of academia into crypto. How is Colosseum broaching that gap? How do you get out of this crypto bubble and reach the wider world?
It's a good question. So we run these hackathons is the first thing. And so we built this basically funnel where we promote these global competitions. All you need is an internet connection to participate. So I think that's one pretty important thing versus like a traditional hackathon. We have to show up in person.
Very cypherpunk.
Yeah, so we run these online competitions and we do a lot of promotion within universities, within Web2 companies, like a lot of the previous sponsors we've had, so like Microsoft and Stripe and large Web2 companies. Like part of the appeal is that we tell them you have to email the entire engineering department of those companies. And so we do things like that to try to like just bring in more web talent, because we think, what we find is that Solana does have product market fit. If you can just get a developer to spend a couple weeks just dipping their toes in, they get hooked most of the time. And so how do we just get people to dip their toes in through the hackathon and then, get them to build something more enduring long term?
On that bringing sort of Web 2 narrative that you guys are focusing on as well, have you had over the years a sort of shift in response when you reach out to some of the biggest companies in the world? Was it the case maybe 5 years ago, 3 years ago even, when you emailed them and they were like, hey, look, I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. Fast forward, you mentioned Solana now has product market fit. Obviously, TradFi giants are coming, you've got DATs, you've got ETFs. Have you noticed that in the responses that you're getting?
Yeah, it's a lot easier to talk to them in a bull market than bear, for sure. Post FTX was a tough pitch. But yeah, I mean, they come around. I mean, I think that all these companies, there's at least like a crypto person at all of these companies, and you just got to find that person who kind of be your champion. And so that's our job, to find those people, and usually even through bear markets there's someone who's pretty excited about it.
I have to ask you at this point, you mentioned bull market, you mentioned bear market, like which one are we in? It seems a little bit polarizing, because price action aside, crypto Twitter sentiment aside, you come to places like this, you're a breakpoint, everyone's very bullish. All the builders are building, everyone's shipping. It seems like we're moving in the right direction. Adoption's at all-time highs, but again, sentiment and price action would maybe tell a different story. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not a short-term trader, so I don't actually look at the prices that closely every day. But I think, yeah, generally we're in a little bit of a downtrend from all-time highs. So I think in that sense we're in a bear market. But hackathon numbers at an all-time high, breakpoint attendees at all-time high. So I think it's kind of a bull market when it looks at like the fundamentals of what's going on in the ecosystem. So,
Very true. It really
yeah.
feels like it's a bull market right
Yeah.
here.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So what have been the strongest emerging trends from these hackathons? You say you're at all-time highs of submissions. You know, I feel
Yeah.
like every single hackathon is a new all-time high, which is exponential growth, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So what are the emerging trends, and what does that mean the ecosystem is going to look like in 6 months, 12 months time?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of interesting DeFi protocols finally come to a little bit maturity. So we're excited about this one called Hilo. And so they came out of a recent hackathon, and we're seeing kind of a resurgence of novel, again, going back to cypherpunk groups, a lot of new novel DeFi protocols coming online. And so that's an area of investment for us. I think, yeah, like I mentioned, prediction markets. And I'd say the last one is sort of stable coins for something cross-border usually, so either that's remittance or supply chain, kind of like logistics payments and stuff like that. Anything that's like usually like a very archaic old system of invoicing or moving money around between different countries. That's usually a pretty reg area where we see a lot of experimentation with stablecoins.
Stablecoin, are the number of applications for stablecoin solutions increasing as well?
Yeah. So like one thing that's interesting is like I think in the past like we were like, oh, let's do a global Venmo. It was like kind of the idea of like how people could use stablecoins, and there's some good startups doing that. But I think what's more interesting is you're seeing a lot more targeted companies start out with very niche things that could grow over time. So like we're going to do a stablecoins remittance app between Argentina and Brazil, or we're going to do like a stablecoin startup just for like freight forwarders. So you're just picking very specific problems in the economy where there's like a lot of friction with payments and inserting stablecoins and going from there.
So I think this stablecoin discussion is fascinating, right? Yeah. We saw for quite a long time a discussion on crypto Twitter even, Matt was coming out and saying, hey, look, the conversation around stablecoin value leakage is a valid one. Circle famously was extracting up to, some reports say, $450 million from the Solana ecosystem. So specific to Solana, specific to these very niche use cases around stablecoins, are you seeing projects come forward and say things like, look, this is the problem that I want to solve. I want to solve the stablecoin value leakage within Solana?
Yeah, so one of our previous hackathon winners is a company called Reflect, and they allow you to basically issue new stable coins. So it's more of a B2B play where you're like, oh yeah, instead of using USDC, maybe like you keep value more within your app.
So or like a white label?
It's like solution? You can white label various strategies for new stable coins. Yeah, and so they kind of built some technology around that, and we're pretty excited about that. But yeah, I mean, you see that in the ecosystem. So like Phantom has a cash and a few others. And so, I don't know if I'd go so far to say is that like USDC is value leaking, but it definitely feels like there's an opportunity to bring more stable coins that are sort of native to Solana.
Interesting.
I want to play devil's advocate on this slightly.
Yeah.
If everybody has their own stable coin, doesn't that cause a liquidity issue? If I want to do a big swap, let's say I want to go and I, put 200K into a swap, if that's spread across, 50 different stablecoin issuers, is that going to be a problem long term?
Potentially, it just depends on what the like exchange rates between these things, and if there's like these kind of stablecoin swap type things like Curve on Ethereum, but there's things in like Perena in the Solana ecosystem, and so I think yes, as things sort of decentralize in terms of issuance of new stablecoins, I would imagine there's also this sort of like growing infrastructure layer that allows you to seamlessly swap between them, and the liquidity issue becomes less and less, especially because they're usually 1-to-1, usually pegged to the dollar. And so market makers, people like that can provide quite a bit of liquidity for that.
Is that difficult from a composability perspective? Because, the idea is that for the normal person, you have your stablecoin, you go buy a coffee, you scan your SolanaFloor card or whatever you're using.
Yeah.
Does that become problematic if you've got $13 in high USD and you've got $14 in Reflect USD plus?
Yeah, I'm hoping that this is a little bit solved by the wallets and the apps themselves, and so they can abstract away maybe some of these key issues. I think the problem is that like a lot of people actually in crypto do want that granularity of knowing exactly what stablecoin they're holding, because maybe they have different rates of return in terms of like yield, and so that's like the tricky part. I think people always miss about crypto is like, oh, crypto's too complicated because it's like you have to know about all these stablecoins and how to control your private keys and stuff like that. But at the same time, a lot of users, the more and more time you spend in crypto, the more you actually want control of those things as like a crypto user. So it's kind of balancing like how do we be normally friendly and abstract away some of this stuff so it's not too scary for new users, but also give like power users like the control and granularity that you want. So I think it's a tough thing for apps.
That really sounds like it's a tough balance. Also
Yeah.
with your go-to-market, right? Do you market yourself as something that's like custody first or ease of use first?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen examples of people pick either one of those routes and maybe struggle and have to pivot. Any insights for builders on what they should prioritize?
Yeah, I think you just got to have a thesis about who your core user is and
Right.
just build a product for that. I think it's tough to do everything for everyone. I think that never works. And so I think if you want to build like I think a good example of this is like what's happened maybe with the trading market and trading terminals. It's like they've gone after like the very most power users. So they're building all these features that like a normally who just wants to buy some PopCat or something like would not need. They just want to like have a simple interface. Like Moonshot, I think, is a good example of this, where it's just like simple, like Apple Pay, buy, boom. But some users are more opinionated and want a lot more information and flashing buttons on the screen and all this information from Twitter. And so like Axiom's like a really good solution for them. So I think it's just you got to choose who your core audience is and build the product for them.
What should people do if they want to submit a project, an idea, a thesis? They want to get involved, they want to get in touch with you. Where do they go?
Yeah, you go to coliseum.com, and if we're running a hackathon, you'll see a place to start registering for the hackathon, building a team, building a product, giving us updates, and then submitting after 5 weeks. If we're not running a hackathon, which is right now, there's a thing called Eternal, which is like our on-demand sort of like apply whenever you have a chance program. And so it's kind of the same format where you like sign up and you go through this like 5 or 6 week program where you're building your product or building out a set of features and submitting updates to us. And then at the end, you kind of submit your video and what you've been building and why you think we should invest in your startup. And so that's like what we call the perpetual hackathon. It's called Eternal. And it's just going whenever we're not running our big ones for the Solana Foundation.
And I think there's an important distinction here as well, is that to be part of a hackathon, you don't have to go in guns blazing as a founder and say, this is my big idea. You can go in just as a guy with who wants to contribute to something, to someone else's idea and help build something from the ground up.
Yeah, I think there's like a few cohorts of people that join the hackathons. Our prizes are, I think one thing that's kind of unique to us is that we are focused on startup founders, but many people who are not startup founders want to join just to learn about how to build on Solana. So there's like a lot of students and junior devs that kind of get their feet wet through the hackathons. There's other people who don't intend to build their own startup, but want to put something on their resume. So they build something so they can put on their resume and get hired within the ecosystem. And then there's obviously the startup founders. And interestingly enough, over time, I think what we're finding is that there's a gradual kind of funnel from these junior devs. If they participate 5 times in a row in 5 hackathons over a couple years, they're often starting a company by that fifth time. And people who join to get a job at a company, we've seen some people like join the hackathon, get hired by squads, be there for a few years, then come back to the hackathon when they want to do their own startup. And so I think we're seeing plenty of like kind of a funnel attribution model there.
I want to end on a super bullish note. Obviously, you've seen the evolution of Solana as an ecosystem, but also the companies that are being built here. You've seen how Breakpoint's changed over the years. Let's play a game. Let's say 2026 is over. We're in the final sort of stretch of the year. Next Breakpoint is happening. What will the most exciting development have been? It's a tough one, isn't it? Playing Oracle. I know it's a question that we're going to be asking most of our guests. I think everyone is extremely bullish on Solana, but it's tough to pinpoint a single thing.
So after 2026.
So what excites you the most about the next 12 months, let's say?
Yeah, I think it's just I think you're gonna see a wave of, I think 2024 and 2025 you saw either like a lot of meme coins or you saw a lot of like maybe institutional adoption. I think those are the two kind of like big narratives within crypto broadly. I think you're seeing the pendulum swing back to these cypherpunk projects that are going to start taking off like in a pretty big way around privacy and some decentralization infrastructure that's going to allow for more non-sovereign sort of circumvent the state type apps that we're pretty excited about. So yeah, I guess that's a pretty abstract way of
mean,
nothing
that-
concrete, but I
that's
think
what
there's
we
just a
wanna
wave
see.
of
Yeah.
big startups. I
Yeah.
can guarantee you.
I feel like Finn would agree that is what we want to see. We want to see, you know, the balance at the moment seems to be so heavily focused on institutional adoption and these TradFi giants. And, you know, as sort of people have been here for quite a while, we want to see that shift back towards the original ethos, right?
Yeah. I want to see us roll away from the suits and go back to the hoodies and start, you know, coming out with crazy ideas about things we can do instead of, you know, appeasing the
Yeah.
industry players.
Yeah, I'm all for that. But then as that pendulum swings that way, I'm sure in 2028 maybe it'll swing back the other way, and then it'll go back the other way, and just like that's how the nature of these things.
Only time will tell. That's all we
Yeah.
have time for today. Unfortunately, Matty, thank
Okay.
you so much for making time to talk to us. Thank you for coming to Solana Floor.
Thank you guys. Awesome.
Pleasure.
Okay.
All right. We're back with Emmett, General Manager of Solana Mobile. It's super exciting to have you. Thank you so much for making time to chat to us. I know it's a busy schedule. What are your sort of first impressions walking around?
It is. Yeah, thanks for having me. Good to see you guys as always. Pretty overwhelming. It's big, it's exciting, but it's great. I mean, for me, I just love being here, love seeing the ecosystem, love seeing the community. So yeah, no better place to be.
It's super exciting. Before we get in, we have questions. We want to ask you about the airdrop, obviously. I know there's some exciting things there, but you have a seeker on you?
Of course.
You have a
Good to see you.
Everyone's
We
thinking,
got
all have
three of
stickers.
us.
How's that activity looking? I'm on level 4.
Oh,
my
you've
balance
got
is
some
good.
bubbles.
Yeah,
That's
bubbles-
great.
Okay, it
That's
looks like
great.
you're a few steps ahead of me on activity, which is disappointing. I want to ask you about the growing hardware ecosystem as well, but this is one thing that I just got handed. It's a screen. It's a little privacy thing.
Oh, cool.
So obviously, people within the Solana ecosystem are going out and doing things by themselves. You can just do things. It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Have you seen other submissions of people come out to you and said, like, look, I'm building a case. I'm building this.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything built on Solana is done out in the open in a permissionless way. Hardware historically hasn't been, but we wanted to change that. So early on, we published the specs for the phone. We said, if you want to make a case, if you want to make a screen protector, here's everything you need. We're not going to lock it up. And so we've seen teams do screen protectors, cases, you name it. It's been great.
super exciting.
I
Okay.
just want to jump in quickly. This is the first large-scale event since these shipped out.
Yeah.
So obviously people have probably got a mass amount of feedback, and
Yeah.
they see you walking around. They know your face.
Yeah.
Have people been coming up to you and saying, "Look, this is the greatest crypto photo"? I've ever
Yeah,
seen?"
totally.
What's the feedback?
Before, any previous event, it was come up to me, take a picture. When am I getting my phone? Now it is, oh, I love this, I love that. Have you guys thought about doing this? Have you thought about doing that? I think by and large, people love the phones. And we've seen that in the data, right? We know that there's a lot of people using these all the time, But to hear the qualitative stuff from people directly, here's how I'm using it, here's how I love it, has been incredible. It's like the best part of coming to these.
Our friend Thomas Bahamas, unfortunately, who's not here with us right now, but he has 3 Seekers.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
He bought his wife one even, and he
Okay.
just loves them. And I think he had 2 Sagas back in the day as well. So,
Great.
you know, as a team, we're very much in the Solana mobile ecosystem,
Love to
and
hear
we
it.
like exploring it. But what is the, I guess, single most activity driving thing that you've seen with power users? What are people using it for at the moment? Is it as a wallet? Is it sort of on the go, making payments? I guess you have that granular data. as
Yeah,
well.
we do. We have a bunch of different user types.
Yeah.
I think the 2 big ones are, one, we have a lot of people who are trading on the go, right? So
Right.
it's like, crypto markets are 24/7. You can't be on your desktop 24/7. And so people are bringing their phones, they're trading. As news shifts in the middle of the night or the middle of the day, they take advantage of it. That's one. Second, we've seen a lot of games. Mobile's a really great platform to build games on. We've obviously seen it over the last 20 years. There's a lot of really interesting games that have been built for our store. And so we have a lot of power users who are playing a lot of games.
Is that like the younger sort of audience?
I don't have the age data.
Yeah.
I myself am not the world's biggest gamer, but there
Right.
are a handful of games like Crypto Fantasy League that I've myself have started to use a lot.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so yeah, I don't know exactly who's doing it. But we've
My
got a lot
girlfriend's
of-
seen me play some of the games on there, and she's like, "What are you doing? Like, you're a grown man."
It's
Like,
a-
but it's so
it's a
fun.
slippery slope.
I
Yeah,
know,
it's very
but
fun.
you stop.
On the trading activity, is
Yeah.
that mainly geared towards very traditional hypercentric trader focused professional apps, or is that more towards the retail crowd of swaps or social trading?
Yeah, it's definitely, we're surprised because we expected a lot of our users to be more of like that pro degen user, and we definitely have those. But there's a much bigger percentage of Seeker users who resemble the standard retail trader than we had imagined. A lot of people who bought these phones weren't hardcore Solana people,
Yeah.
weren't the type of people to come to Breakpoint, but saw this as the best way to access crypto on the go, and they took a flyer on us. And so, yeah, we've seen a lot of that kind of traditional neobank to centralized exchange to self-custody journey kind of terminate here, which is great.
That's great. That's kind of the decentralization of funnel.
Yeah,
The
it's
self-custody
great.
funnel playing out in real time, which is actually one of the fundamental ethos of why you did this in the first place.
Totally,
That was
exactly
very
right.
validating.
Yeah,
I
it's-
wouldn't have expected that, but now that you say it, it kind of makes sense that people who were very skeptical of the industry as a whole, maybe saw sort of headlines in 2022 and thought, "I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole."
Totally.
See that you're releasing a very physical, tangible,
Yeah.
device that they can hold, and think, well, if they're producing a phone, how dodgy can it be?
Yeah.
Right? And that's maybe a great way for them to come and explore the ecosystem, put some assets on chain. It makes sense, but if you'd said that to me, 12 months ago, I'd have been like, yeah, maybe it's not the best.
I'll be totally honest, it surprised us.
Yeah.
Right? Like we knew that we were going to have the hardcore Solana audience signing up to buy it
Yeah.
because it's kind of like a rite of passage. Like
Yeah.
if you're really into it, you've got one of these. But to see so many people who are not that, they're not the people who have been coming to Breakpoint for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
But they care about the future of digital assets and self-custody. Those are the people who have made up like a huge percentage of our users, which is amazing.
And I think everyone that uses it, regardless of how degen they are or how recently they've dipped their toes into crypto, they're going to be excited about this airdrop,
Yes.
right? So I
so.
have a zillion questions about the airdrop,
Sure.
but just give me a high level of the thought process that went into that. 30% is a beautiful number,
It's one of the biggest we've seen on Solana.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So people are excited. How did you get to that number?
A lot of trial and error. No, I'll be totally honest. Like one of the first things when we identified this opportunity to introduce a token, where we could start to do all the coordination of users and developers and hardware manufacturers, first thing we said was, okay, we've got to make sure it goes out to the people who have got us here. So we started from the airdrop number, and everything else came after that. Right? This is about the community. This is about the people who have really made this all possible. So it's a big number, but
It is.
we wouldn't be doing this if not for all the people who have bought phones and built apps. So we
far-
got to get it back to the community.
I've seen nobody say it should have been 35% before
Yeah.
you said,
You'd be
but
surprised. If you saw my Twitter replies, there's always somebody who has a little bit of a needle somewhere. But all things considered, I think people are feeling pretty optimistic.
Because it would have been easy to come out and say, we're going to do 10%, and people would have kind of
Yep.
been like, that's standard. That's
Sure.
what we've come to expect.
Sure, yeah.
So,
Yeah, well, and one of the interesting things is we have a finite number of users. It's only as many phones as have gone out there. Whereas with software, people spin up tens or hundreds or thousands of wallets who may qualify for these types of things in the future. So you can imagine, not only are we saying 30% is going out to the community, but it's also, and there's one wallet per phone, and there's a
Right.
finite number of people who are going to be eligible for this. So we're just extremely excited to be able to give it back to the people who have us here.
yeah. I'm going to voice some of the, Concerns is a big word.
Let's be reasonable here.
There's a lot of keyboard warriors who have come out and they said, why are you doing a separate token for this? Why is this XCAP?
Yeah.
Why have you not attributed all of this growth vertical to Sol itself?
Totally.
I'm sure there's a logical reason for it, but
Yes.
what's your opinion?
The simplest way I can describe it is Sol is responsible for making sure that all the participants on the Solana network are aligned in trying to drive the growth and health of it. While we are a part of the Solana ecosystem, we are not the whole Solana ecosystem. And so if we want users to be on the same page as developers, to be on the same page as hardware manufacturers, we can't say, oh yeah, the macro conditions of the Solana network, that's going to define how well you guys are feeling and doing. And so we needed to have an asset that was really specific to the coordination of what we're doing.
Is that enough to fully decouple from Solana and the ecosystem itself?
You know, I think we'll always be super close to the rest of the Solana ecosystem in terms of how things perform. I don't know, TBD. But I think, you know, without the Solana network, we wouldn't see such great apps, right? It's fast, it's cheap. So we'll always have the Solana network to sort of hang our hats on. But SKR is a new opportunity for us to build new flywheels and new network effects.
Is it difficult to explain? Let's say, you know, hardware manufacturer or software provider has come to you, and maybe it's the first time they're dabbling in sort of a decentralized situation, and you having to explain to them in Web 2 terminology why there's a token and how value accrual mechanisms work. Is that confusing?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of like baby's first token.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it's important. You know, I think a lot of, obviously the last couple of years have been some ups and downs, but right now there's a lot of companies around the world who see their customers starting to transact on chain for the first time, right? So if you sell phones in Latin America and your customers haven't had access to banking historically, now they've got a new way to hold dollars. And so if you're a hardware manufacturer, you can do one of two things. One is let them go build a relationship with some neobank, or two, become a part of it, make it easier for them, make it more secure for them. And so while it takes a little bit of explanation, we're seeing that a lot of companies who have had zero crypto knowledge, zero crypto exposure, start to pick things up pretty quickly.
And how do you begin that conversation? Is it, hey, look, we have a very active user base. These people are not only engaged in the hardware, but also want to understand how the software works and there's a value accrual mechanism? Or is it, hey, look, you know, you can access an entirely new geography with this? Like, how do you begin to explain to a very traditionally minded potential partner that there is value in the system?
And how do you quantify how much more valuable a Seeker user is than an average mobile user?
Yeah, these are all excellent questions. So in terms of starting point, you have to start with users. They care about their customers. We care about users around the world. And so what problems does crypto solve for those users? And what problems can crypto in a mobile device solve for those users? And so we always start there, which is you have customers, they have financial needs. The phone has revolutionized how they access the internet. It hasn't totally changed their relationship with money per se.
Right.
Maybe they have Google Pay, maybe they have Apple Pay. But for a lot of customers around the world, it's not that yet. So we start there. But then, you know, the next thing these hardware manufacturers care about is what is the business model for me? Right. Phones have become commodities. They've become relatively inexpensive. There's lots of them. And once a hardware manufacturer sells the phone, that's kind of the end of the life cycle. Building a more direct, ongoing relationship is really important to these guys. And so in terms of data and kind of thinking about our user base, there's a little bit of extrapolation we have to do, right? Like we've got the most hardcore Solana traders. And so when we look at the 2 billion in movement on our network, it's probably not a direct one-to-one for their customers, but I think they can kind of see, okay, people will hold money on their phones. They'll think of it as their bank. They'll start to trade. They'll start to do this. They'll start to do that. And so it's a starting point, but it's by no means like the end point.
Risk assessment, I guess, is something that they bring out. You know, if you're talking to a potential partner, they're thinking, okay, user base, amazing. People are leaving their capital, and they're also amazing. But you know, what's the sort of nuclear scenario? Is that a question that you get a lot?
We haven't gotten that just yet. I think for a lot of potential hardware partners, the concept of self-custody is really interesting to them. Phones have always been consumption devices. They're like a window into someone else's whatever. Someone else's website, someone else's app, someone else's servers. The idea that somebody can buy a phone and it can hold things for them, like actually hold things, not just back things up to the cloud, is really compelling to them. And so I think the natural thing they would worry about would be security, but because we've built Seed Vault, because we have this tailor-made solution that takes advantage of a phone's hardware, I think there's a lot of alleviated concerns pretty quickly.
So in terms of like ecosystem security, I guess. I know this is something you covered as well, the Guardians.
Yeah.
I sort of struggled to wrap my head around it at first glance. I know you did a bit of research on it. I think you had a question about the Guardians as well. Curious if, potential partners are also, raising questions about what this actually means.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest. We haven't released tons of specific implementation details about the Guardian program. But what's important is, if you look at a mobile platform, it's usually one person calling balls and strike. It's like, we're going to let these apps in, these apps not in, these are the rules, these aren't the rules, these are the fees, these aren't the fees, and this can run on these phones, not that. Those phones, we're still in that position. We're still in charge of the dApp store. We're still in charge of the software implementation. We don't want that to be the case forever. And so we could either just have like total lawlessness, no trust, no security, and just
We don't want
let everything out there, or we can say, hey, look, this is like a multi-party network. Crypto's really good at solving for those things. We've got validators on L1s. Let's repurpose that concept and say, hey, there's a bunch of people who are responsible for maintaining the trust and security of the network as new entrants come on board so that everybody stays safe and has trust in the system. And so without getting too deep into the implementation details, that's how we think about Guardians. They're protecting the network.
So is it easy to say that ideologically, Seeker Guardians are to the SKR economy what validators are to the Solana L1?
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I think about it.
Yeah. And
You should have told me that ages ago.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the easiest way to wrap it up.
Yeah.
And how does one become a Guardian? Like, what qualities do you look for in the people who apply to join this kind of council?
Yes, so it's still early days. We're going to have more to share in just a few, in 48 hours or so about potentially more there. But ultimately, this is going to become an open program. In the same way that there are some requirements to become a validator on the Solana network, there will be some objective requirements, but this isn't going to become like an invite-only basis program, right? We want there to be as much protection as is possible, and we want as many participants as is possible.
And so you talk about having an open ecosystem, and part of that is expanding the hardware out to to OEM producers and manufacturers and getting this kind of outside the bubble that we live in.
Yep.
What are some of the most exciting conversations around there that you've had that you're able to drop us a little?
Yeah. Okay. I would say two parts. The thing that I've been most excited about in conversations that we're having is there is this really obvious payments opportunity that a lot of hardware manufacturers are thinking about. And so we're thinking a lot about that, right? If you look at people in emerging parts of the world, access to the digital dollar is totally new and it's very crypto-centric. How can new types of hardware support customers' journey into new financial futures? So it's been really fun because a lot of hardware manufacturers are thinking about the health and financial safety of their customers. So that's been really cool. I would say the second thing is there's such a breadth of hardware out there. Having conversations that imagine the software we've built on all different types of devices at all different price points for users in all sorts of parts of the world is very fun because so far we built it for Saga and then we built it for Seeker and we've never really had the opportunity to imagine it elsewhere, and we finally have reached that point. It's getting very interesting.
I've asked you this every time we've had the conversation, but what's it going to be? Is it going to be a watch? Is it going to be a tablet? Is it going to be a laptop? I need to be able to visualize what the physical hardware future.
Start with phones.
Yeah.
But there's lots of different phones at lots of different price points. We in countries like the US are familiar with the iPhone and some flagship Android devices. But when you look out beyond the rest of the world, there's lots of $50 phones, $75 phones, $100 phones, pretty basic, but they still have all the nuts and bolts that a phone needs to have and all the hardware requirements that we need to run our stuff. And so
including safe wallets.
Almost every modern chipset has some component of secure element and key store attestation.
Okay.
So that's really exciting. But I think as we look out beyond phones, certainly, additional Wi-Fi only devices, watches, tablets, we can imagine that as well. But we're focusing our efforts on phones right
now. I can't wait. I want to have the full Seeker.
Sign a transaction here. Yeah. Totally.
I feel like
double tap the headphone.
It's so futuristic to just be able to say all of my devices can safely access crypto and I can pay with it. I don't have to worry about, someone stealing my iPhone. And I feel like that's the direction that I want to move in. And if you're saying to me now that, if we reduce the price point of the Seeker from $500 as a device to software that we can put into 50, 70, $100 devices.
Yeah.
I think that's a great and safe way to bring people on chain and have them to safely transact as well. So that's what I'm most excited
Totally.
about.
That's what we're most excited about. You know, it's crypto is a gateway to a new type of internet and a new type of money for so many people. And for those people, the phone is the only way they've accessed the internet. But if you look back, there's not really a good way to tie those two things together. And so we're solving that problem.
Yep. So, Breakpoint,
Yes.
is there going to be any alpha that you're sharing on stage that you can sort of hint at, but you can't quite announce yet?
What
Can
I'll
we
say is
front-run
we're making progress on the hardware front. While I'd love to announce names here, I can't. But there is some tangible, measurable progress that we're going to talk about on Friday or Saturday, I guess.
Awesome. And we'll obviously be covering that on Solana Floor as well as the news comes out. What kind of merch have you got for people here?
We
Create some
have
FOMO for everyone.
Yeah, so we have a big booth with a giant vending machine where people can spin a wheel and potentially win a seeker. I don't know if you guys have you seen it yet.
We've been here.
We've been
Come over there. It has about 100-person line right now. But everybody gets an opportunity to spin the wheel and potentially win a seeker. So we've got a few hundred of those will be given out to participants. And yeah, that's our focus.
Interesting.
We could make plenty of other merch, but people want the phones.
Yeah,
So let's give them the phones.
which is a great indicator, right?
Exactly.
what
Right.
you
It
want.
would be worse if we said you could have a phone or a T-shirt, and people took the T-shirt.
Yeah. I want to zoom out a wee bit because if we go back to the purpose of Solana Mobile, it's to destabilize this duopoly that exists and create kind of open app stores. How much closer are we to that reality than we were with the launch of the saga?
I mean, certainly much closer than we were back then. There's a ton of work left to do. But if you look now, we've had over 200 apps launched in the store. A lot of those apps don't exist in Google Play. They don't exist anywhere else. And so if it's giving developers a new opportunity to build products and get distribution, we've solved that problem. Now, is the scale at what those other two have? Of course not.
Not yet.
But we're solving problems for those developers and we're helping them find real users. And those real users are spending real money. And so I would say on an absolute basis, we've solved the problem, but on a relative basis, there's so much room left to grow.
Is it a battle of attrition where you make small incremental wins, or is there kind of one big obstacle, one big blocker that once you overcome, it's clear skies?
It's mostly incremental. We have a lot of blocking and tackling with teams. I think the launch of SKR is going to give us a whole new way to attract developers and reward developers. And so I think that's going to be a pretty solid kick on the flywheel. But to date, we're fortunate. The Solana ecosystem kind of speaks for itself. They build for themselves. There's a lot of teams who just build great products. They don't need us. But then for other teams, they want a little bit of hand-holding. They want a little bit of support, and we're here to give them that too.
So we're expecting a big splash when SKR.
I think so. We've talked to a lot of teams who are curious to see how things go, and we'll have more to share about what developer grant programs and reward programs look like. But I think it's going to be in a lot of builders' best interest to build natively for Seeker.
I have to ask you when it's going to happen.
Well, we've announced that the token is launching in January, so that's about all I can say for that time.
He's going to give us a number.
We'll have more to say in January,
Okay.
but SKR is launching in January, and a lot of the important parts of that token launch are around our users, our developers. But the job is by no means finished. We'll have
Absolutely
plenty more
not.
to
I just want to go back to something that you mentioned earlier about people wanting the phone, and like more so than a T-shirt. One of the games that I get on Loot Go.
Yeah.
You walk around, you get points, you open these boxes. There's also with the points that you get, you can essentially enter a raffle, and millions and millions of raffle tickets have been put towards winning Seekers.
Yeah.
Far more, in my experience,
That's
than
good.
any of the other prizes.
great.
So it seems people are using the phone to try and win more phones. Surely that's what you want to see.
Yes, totally. The hardest part of my job over the last 4 months has been people wanting their phone and not being able to get it.
Yeah.
I don't have people in my DM saying, I hate this, I want to send it back to you. It's only the other way around, which is why is my phone not here yet? Or, we're getting new orders all the time and people expect us to ship them out in like 10 minutes. But it's a good problem to
not how
have.
life works.
People wanting the problem, people wanting the product is much better than
I
not.
think we're very used to instant gratification in
Totally.
this industry, right?
Yeah.
It's fast, it's cheap, it works. You want to swap tokens, boom, you swap tokens. You don't have to wait for days.
And there's not tons of teams here who have to think about all like the real world operations of
Right.
shipping a product.
Yeah.
We've been in that world for a couple of years now. We're imperfect, but we're doing our best.
Well, I think you guys have done a very, very good job. 2026 is, for some people, going to be an amazing year.
Yeah.
Other people are saying, okay, we're sort of entering a bit of a bear market, so maybe it's time to double down and just focus on what you're building and shipping. What is the sense that you get? Is 2026, the continuation or revival rather of a bull market, or is it going to be the year for builders and shipping?
Yeah, good question. I think for us, it's always been about the builders, regardless of the market conditions.
Yep.
So we're in a position right now where we're going to have a whole new set of tools to support builders. We're going to have whole new ways to reward them and incentivize them. And so regardless of the broader macro conditions, we're really confident that teams are going to sign up and build and find users and continue to generate revenue.
And to end on a super, super, super bullish note, what's the single most exciting thing that you can sort of pinpoint about 2026?
SQR launching in January is going to be the best. I think we have a big year ahead of us.
Yeah.
2026 is going to be huge for us.
Undoubtedly.
2025 was about proving that we could do it, proving it was real, proving that 150,000 people would use phones. We've done that. Now we get the opportunity to really scale that up. So I'm very excited.
Unfortunately, I'd love to keep talking to you, keep bringing you on the TPIN ecosystem.
Sure.
We've got so many questions,
Sure.
but we don't have any time. Is there something that I'm missing that you're just itching to get out?
I think we've covered as much as we can.
I think we can.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a date out of you, it seems. So we'll be upstairs to spin
Stay
that.
tuned in January. Maybe I'll tell you guys off camera.
Okay, perfect. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today.
Okay.
Emmett, Folia, thank you so much for joining us on Solana Floor.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And we're good.
And we're back live. So we just had Emma on. The Solana Seeker is a great piece, but central to the success of the Solana Seeker is the hardware wallet that lives within that. And we're joined today by Philip, co-CEO of SolanaFloor, who actually designed that. So first of all, congratulations on the Seedbot wallet.
Thank you.
Excellent.
We're proud sponsors. We're not sponsors. We're proud partners of Solana Mobile. We think they're doing a great job, and we're happy to be part of that story.
Yeah. So Philip, let's get cracking. The most exciting thing coming from SolanaFloor at the moment, you've done so well in the software wallet world. Probably it's the wallet of choice for much of the Solana ecosystem. But you're expanding. You're going out of that software world and you're stepping into hardware. What do you have for us today?
So today, and I just announced it on stage, is basically our hardware wallet. I'm very excited about this one because, we've been building wallets for 5 years now and we've seen it all. And we've seen the progression of both software wallets and hardware wallets and where they're going. And we think that there's a huge gap that currently isn't being served. Hardware wallets have just one primary job, and that is to keep your keys in an offline chip, and when you sign transactions, don't expose them.
Yeah.
Today's hardware wallets, though, have expanded far beyond that job because they want to support many software wallets and on many chains. And some of these software wallets just aren't as advanced as, for example, SolanaFloor. They don't have transaction simulations, SolanaFloor guards, constant threat monitoring, and hardware wallet companies stepped in to fix that. But they fixed that in a way that an offline chip became a whole device. So all of a sudden you see all the competitors, which I won't name, that they have screens, they have cables, they have Bluetooth, they have batteries, and they're not truly portable. I mean,
Live unboxing.
This is truly portable. So this fits in your wallet, the physical wallet. This fits in your back pocket, everywhere. And if you look at hardware wallet companies today, like the number one marketed benefit from them today is clear signing. Something that SolanaFloor users get by default, just because they have a good software wallet, underlying software wallet it works with. So all of the screens, the whole device is basically unnecessary waste, unnecessary complexity, which we stripped away. So again, it's an offline chip of the highest security standards. So it's an EL6 plus certified chip. That's even a higher security standard than ledgers.
Okay.
When it comes to these things. And the UX is much better because you don't have to connect it with cables with Bluetooth. You just tap it to your back of your phone and sign transactions. And it comes at an affordable price. So this starts at $49.
What?
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it, because there are many people out there who are basically shut out from their safe crypto journey before they can even begin because they need to pay $150, $200 just to start. And we think that that's completely missing the point. So we think that this is a hardware wallet that is basically available to everyone while they're not compromising on security and UX.
So we're almost going back to that original ethos of accessibility and democratization, making sure that anyone with an internet connection can keep their keys secure.
Yes.
Can I just get a look at this very quickly?
Yeah, of course.
What I find magnificent about this is that it's so thin, right? Because
It's a credit card.
yeah, it's a credit card. Like this is deceptively thin. I was expecting a hardware wallet. The word itself evokes images of like heavy duty, thick piece. So that's very elegant. That's
Yeah, I need
gorgeous.
to take a look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, that is great. So I like so much about what you said. So first of all, Solana native. You guys are one of the OG wallets that came out, and you have stuck just to Solana, right? So you've dealt with all the problems throughout Solana, right? So you've been there through the thick of it, and there's never been a good Solana native hardware wallet, right? Like it's always been clunky. Like you said, there's always cables. Like if you were to give that to anybody that hasn't used one before, it takes a long time to get used to that. And I'm still not even used to it all the time. So something like this, I see this and I'm like, hey, this is something that like I could give to my grandma and she could probably sign a transaction.
Oh, that's the grandma test. It would pass the grandma
Is
test.
it grandma friendly?
Yeah. It's the mom test on steroids, but yes, it should be as simple as you explained. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
So what is the workflow? If I open up SolanaFloor, I go to an aggregator, I hit my swap. does it then invite me to tap my shield?
Yes.
Okay.
So it just, instead of swiping to complete the transaction, it just asks you to tap the back of your phone. As soon as you tap it, it signs the transactions, and that's it. You're secure, while being nearly as fast as swiping.
Perfect. So the hardware wallet game is a very difficult world to broach into, because hardware wallets have been around for almost over a decade now. A lot of your competitors, again, we don't name names, but they've had 10 years to build their brand, to build that trust, to refine all their processes to make sure that they have the most robust wallets possible. How hard is it to break into that market and then give the Solana community something that is natively exclusive to them?
So I would just explain that statement, because they had 10 years to build something that is more complex than it ever needed to be. So if the underlying software wallet is very advanced, very secure, they didn't need to become so complex as they are right now. So all of that, I would say, head start that they have is for nothing when it comes to security. And that's a huge point. The other thing is all hardware wallets rely on the underlying software wallet. So the underlying software wallet actually is the one that actually provides you the base security, and then the hardware wallet is the one on top that actually tops it all off and makes it like a complete secure experience. So us being a software wallet with very rigorous security standards actually gives us more trust and brand equity when it comes to safety of our users than some of these hardware wallet companies. Of course, we are a new player in the hardware wallet game, so we still have to be established. But this is also why we basically gave away every Breakpoint attendee a free shield, because we wanted to put the wallet in the hands of users.
Yeah.
They just need to experience how much better this is than what the current experiences are. And I'm 100% sure that this will just be like the kickstart of something bigger.
So less is more, ultimately.
Less is more.
The older wallets, they've got all these bells and whistles that are perhaps inflating and bloating the product. And what people really need is just a simple way to open transaction, sign. That's it.
Exactly. When it comes to hardware wallets, they need to be as simple as possible, because the simpler they are, the more secure they are. And we've seen this with competitors that I won't name that have backdoors and firmware updates, this and that, everything that can go wrong. Because at some point they're going to connect on the internet, and then it's not as secure as it should be. This never connects. It's an offline chip. It's one and done, basically.
And so I imagine as part of that, there is no recovery aspect that is managed by SolanaFloor. In the ways that others have done, we separate your seed phrase into 3 different parts and store it elsewhere.
No.
You're going full self-custody.
Full self-custody. That's our ethos,
As
is self-custody, and we want to make self-custody as easy, as accessible as possible. And we also have to educate users about self-custody. And that's also why you're also here, and you're doing a great job at that, because it's just like, it's such a quite novel concept for the masses, because they're used to someone else holding your funds, having control, and we just need to allow people to have the experience. They don't need to ask for permission. They just need to confirm whatever they want to do. And that's such a powerful feeling.
It's one of the 4 tenets of crypto, right?
It is.
Hold your own keys, hold your own crypto, right?
For me, this is crypto.
Yeah.
For me, this is crypto. Like, crypto is self-custody.
Yeah. I have a question for you. So with this is going to be used on mobile mostly, right? Or is it desktop as well? Like, how talk to me about like how you see the actual usage of this, because I saw the video in there, and it's like you basically just tap it on the back of your phone as it goes. It looks super slick, but
so it's mobile first for now. You can buy. It's possible to buy a card reader, so you can put it in and use it on desktop. But again, for us, this would also again defeat the purpose of no cables.
Adding cables to it.
Adding cables to it. So what we want to do is basically, we want to, as soon as you're on desktop, we want to sign a transaction,
Yeah.
it actually prompts your mobile
Oh, okay.
to
Yeah.
sign the transaction.
That's right.
So you want to do something on web, all of a sudden you see a pop-up on your mobile screen, you just tap it, you sign a transaction, and you move on. So
Right.
that's the idea.
Yeah, and I have a question for you. So when do you recommend using a hardware wallet? Like when I was first getting into crypto, it was like, hey, if you're signing a transaction over $1,000, you owe it to yourself to have a hardware wallet. Like just add a little bit of extra protection. Like what do you see that? Like I haven't heard that in years. Like what's like your general recommendation for that? Like I used a Ledger, way too many times because of that idea, and I hate Ledger because of that. It's very hard to use. It's clunky. Like I did so many extra steps for so long. Like what's your kind of like broad advice on that?
So honestly, before this, I used hardware wallets in the sense that they were my vault.
Yeah.
So my cold storage wallet, which didn't connect to any sites anywhere. And whenever I needed to do something that had more transactions, I would just transfer it to a hot wallet.
Yeah.
Because it was just gruesome to click through all the transactions and everything else. It just takes a long time. Like it didn't make sense. Now this gets a little bit flipped because it's so much easier, I use this now even when swapping. So now I'm swapping.
Really? So and you're just kind of used to that flow now, to where it's like it's second nature now. It's easy.
It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy. So you just, I mean, it depends on if you're like a really heavy mobile user or a desktop user.
Yeah.
For example, I'm a heavy mobile user. I do everything on mobile.
Yeah.
And for me, this is way better. So desktop is a little bit different.
100%. I want to zoom out over the hardware angle and look at Solflare more broadly. It's become kind of table stakes among many wallets to branch out and to explore as many chains as you can and hit a TAM that is perpetually larger than just what we're dealing with within Solana. So Solflare, to your credit, you have rejected that idea. You've doubled down on Solana. You everywhere I look at this venue is Solflare yellow. You've got a team of 50 people here. You sponsor all the main events. You're huge outside, within the Solana ecosystem. You're the first to support upcoming teams and do sponsorships and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so hyper-fixated and so confident that Solana is going to continue to be the place to be for the years to come?
Because we have a deep conviction that 90% of all valuable things that will be built in crypto will be built on Solana. And it's easy for us to reject the remaining 10% because of that, if we can focus on the 90% that are actually valuable. And we see like Solana is, at this point, the only chain that can onboard hundreds of millions of users. And again, it's much better to focus on one chain. Again, not introduce complexity of other chains and just go deep instead of go broad.
Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree, especially as we're seeing like more assets that people are going to want to hold for more with stocks coming on chain. They're going to be holding more value on chain. And we've seen the growth of those, so it's like you're going to want a hardware wallet to secure those.
I mean, stocks are a great example.
Yeah. Right?
Stocks, eventually, all assets will be on chain.
Yeah.
All assets will be on chain. Everything of value will be on chain.
Yeah.
I want to play devil's advocate on this idea that Solflare doubles down on Solana and that's where you fully commit. This is the same thing that Ethereum people would have said 5 years ago. They would have said, look, there's no point branching out, there's no point going anywhere else because everything is going to happen on EVM. And they got complacent. And then, Solana came and essentially cut the grass out from under them. Why could that thesis not be true for Solana on this occasion?
Because of two things. First one, if the first one is of technical nature. So Solana is already so advanced, moves at such a high speed, like with all the upgrades that will be coming now or in the next couple of weeks, Solana will. So it will be better out there than what they currently experience. On Solana, that's not possible because, again, technically, we are moving at the speed of light. So nobody can now be twice, 3 times as good as Solana anymore. That's a technical aspect of it. The other aspect of it is it's just the community, the sheer breadth of community and ecosystem. So it has already so many apps, so many users, so many apps that are actually making money. That's so important because if someone has capital to actually develop further, then the whole ecosystem can thrive because all of them want to find new users, provide more value, and grow their company. And I think that this is a loop that just continues. It's a flywheel that propels the Solana ecosystem to new heights.
At a community level, as I said before, SolFlare is really a part of it. You know, you're the first to sponsor events at what is, I imagine, great cost to yourselves. Why are you so staunch on supporting Solana across the board?
Again, our focus is completely on Solana. So Breakpoint is our Super Bowl. Like Breakpoint is, we live for Breakpoint. So we started planning Breakpoint, I think it was in May this year. So what, 6 months in advance, 7 months in advance? We have 50 people here. So this is our time where we can actually meet with users, talk to them, and actually let them know, hey, these are actually nice people behind that product, which you can actually talk to and they'll listen to you. So we'll listen to you. If you have something great to say or any type of feedback, like we're here to listen and see if we can make that happen. So if we can improve your experience or everyone else's experience, we're totally here for that. So, and again, if Solana is doing well, then we are doing well as well. So this is why we're sponsoring all super team events, everything basically from Solana All-Stars, every community activated thing most likely gets sponsored by SolFlare. It's also our way of giving back because this is the ecosystem that has given us everything, and now we are. I think that we are morally obliged to actually give some of that back too.
Yeah, that's great. We love the focus on community. We can see it, you know. It's fantastic to see, and the way that you guys have done it is really good. And I mean, throughout the years, you guys have always been very responsive with anything. I think I reached out about an issue like a few years ago, and it got handled in like a second. And it was like, okay, like they are serious. They're focused on getting it right. And I see that coming through with the way that you guys built this. It looks fantastic. I can't wait to use it myself.
Yeah, today.
Vidor, your co-CEO, your co-founder, dropped a cryptic tweet about the secretest of secret projects. Can you give us any alpha or any indication of what that could be about?
It's magical.
It's magical.
Ooh. Yes. It's truly magical.
Well, I'm excited. Anything like this, then the bar is set pretty high.
This is like a standalone product. His announcement is more of a, not a what, but it's a how we use wallets.
Okay.
So we're trying to redefine how people are using wallets. Let's just put it as it's something that we're working on for a long time, and we're happy to drop the alpha version at least.
Perfect. Okay, I can't wait to see it. We are approaching time there, Philip, but I just want to get one kind of broad overview from you. What is SolFlare most excited for in 2026 on Solana?
I would say the proliferation of DeFi.
Yeah.
So we believe like DeFi is so good at the moment, at least for me.
It's
so
been better.
Yeah, it's getting better and better. For example, I mean, we're in the Solana ecosystem for 5 years. I stopped selling my soul 2 years ago because I just stake it. That stake is basically that LSD is a collateral. I just borrow against it for a lower interest rate. So I'm getting 6.5% on my stake. I borrow it for 2.5%. So I get money to spend at a negative interest rate. So that's a concept that is...
It does bother me. You tell that to your bank and they're going to say, no.
It breaks people's minds. Yeah. So I think this is a great thing. And especially now, like after so many years, I think that we're finally getting to a point where we can confidently say that all of these DeFi protocols are battle tested. So they had billions of dollars in the deposits. Nothing happened for a long time. And nothing will happen because they're so rigorous also about security. So I think DeFi will be a big thing. And I think prediction markets.
Yeah, prediction markets is a big one. Yeah. And to your point about, we've shown how battle tested and robust these things are. We had 10, $19 billion liquidated in a single day. DeFi handled that pretty well. You know,
Yes.
there was very, very little, if not zero, bad debt. So we're proving that the system works, and now it's just time to scale the system.
Yeah, exactly, and bring it actually to more users, make it even more accessible. Because right now, like the thing that I mentioned, it isn't actually so easy to pull off if you're an inexperienced user. So what we want to do is basically strip all those complexities away and make it hopefully like a 1 or 2 click action to go from I have Sol to create an LSD, deposit as a collateral, borrow against it, and then pay with your Sulfur card, for example. So we want this to be as easy as possible. So I think DeFi is we're going to see like a huge, I would say, uptake in Solana DeFi. And again, prediction markets. Like we've had NFTs first, then we have tokens. Now people can put value behind opinions, and everybody has an opinion, you know.
Yeah.
So that's also something that will be like a strong focus for us in the next year.
Amazing. DeFi and prediction markets. Well, Philip, it's been great having you on. I'm so excited to get my hands on one of these. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone, that was Philip from SolanaFloor. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone from SolanaFloor. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Philip.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
we are back. We're live from the Etihad Arena in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. Now we're about to talk to Anthony Scaramucci, and we're going to talk to Raoul Pal as well. I'm super, super excited. But before we get there, I want to talk about merch. There's a lot of merch. You guys just spoke about this, which was a huge announcement. I was outside. There is a massive queue because they're giving away 5,000 of these. Is that true?
They're giving away one per
attendee.
So everyone gets one for free.
Everyone is getting one of these.
Everyone who's at Breakpoint is getting one of these.
And what are they? It looks like a card, but it's not a card. What is it?
Yeah, open up. So this is SolanaFloor's new hardware wallet. It looks like a credit card. I'm staggered at how thin it is. Because when I hear the word hardware wallet, I think of something that's going to be thick, heavy, and rugged. But this looks like any old card.
So it's not a debit card?
It's not a debit card.
What?
It's not
They
the
have a debit card too.
They have a debit
but this
card
is
too.
not.
Yeah.
This
That's
is
why
not-
I thought it was the debit card, but this is the hardware wallet.
This is the hardware wallet.
Sorry, have you guys held it up? You've done a little.
Yeah, we did a little display.
Yeah.
This is fascinatingly thin. The queue outside is huge. I also heard just now from Philip that you can get a customized one. Oh. You do have to pay for it. I think it's $59, but you can get them customized, which is super, super cool. And the queue is unthinkably long. So, okay, what's important about this then?
I think the main takeaway that I got speaking with Phil about this is that it's as simple as it can possibly be.
Okay.
So hardware wallets have become incredibly complicated pieces of technology
Very
with
true.
a lot of bells and whistles, Bluetooth, infra pairing, every chain they could ever think of offering. SolanaFloor in true SolanaFloor fashion we're going to dial it completely down, back to the basics.
Yeah.
And I think from a security perspective as well, that eliminates a lot of attack vectors that could possibly be a risk.
Interesting. I guess if someone takes your wallet and they see that, they're not really going to
They're not going to know what to do.
right?
Yeah, they're going to take it to the ATM, they're going to tap it, and nothing's going to work.
Awesome.
So yeah,
So
excited
this
about
QR code inside, I guess, is your instructions on how to set it up.
Yes.
And it comes with a little recovery phrase card as well. Probably want to keep that nice and secure. But this is really cool. I love the fact that they're just handing one out to all the Breakpoint attendees. Now, these guys are outdoing themselves every Breakpoint, which makes me think, what are they going to do next Breakpoint?
Precisely.
How can you give away more value than a free hardware wallet?
They also had a big announcement that he didn't even get into. He said it's going to be magical. They've got something big coming out. Their big tease.
Undisclosed alpha.
And he didn't go into it. So there's something else coming.
Well, I tell you what, people are hungry for merch out there.
Yeah, they are.
Jupiter was on stage, was on stage.
It worked,
Cash.
yeah.
Typically, when Jupiter's talking, everyone stops doing what they're doing and they pay attention. Not that much attention compared to the massive queues outside, because as Emmett mentioned, there's a little fortune wheel you can spin and get a seeker. And obviously, these guys are handing out hardware wallets as well.
So actually, at like I think $50 price point, $60 price point, you effectively get the value back in your Breakpoint ticket just in merch and products alone.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Not
Not a bad trade, is it?
No.
Not a bad trade. Okay, so let's talk about the rest of the merch. I've seen, by the way, this is fascinating. There's a bunch of people walking around with Remora suits.
Okay.
And if you see those guys, they are probably going to give you one of these bags. I think that's pretty funny. Remora bag holder. It's got the tokenized equities.
If I was going to be a bag holder and I could hold the SPY 500, that's probably the bag you most want to.
Probably that's what
It's
you
a
want.
good bag. You performed pretty well this last year.
I think so. I think you've done really, really well. And inside of it, I found one of these. This is a magazine, Solana Floor magazine.
Solana Floor magazine.
I have a feeling there's something in here that you wrote.
I have a feeling there's something in here you wrote.
What are the odds?
So
okay.
every time we do a big event here at Solana Floor, we want to put out a print magazine. We think niche media is so important in the age of hyper information. So giving people hyper focused, specific interests that cater to their needs is more important than ever.
Yep.
Everyone on the Solana Floor team has contributed something to this in some way, shape, or form. I've written articles about the cost of security and the need for market-driven issuance. We spoke previously about Cindy 228.
We did.
That was a big deal. That got rejected, and now we're touching back onto that. So top of mind for a lot of people is the issuance question. What have you written for this article?
That one that you've got open there,
Oh,
consumer
that's
crypto is not it. By the way, shout out to designers. I think,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, we are missing this in the crypto industry as a whole. We're trying to sort of revive print media in the Solana ecosystem. If you see someone walking around with a Remora bag, you're going to get a free Solana Floor magazine. They're brilliant. And I think the main reason why they're brilliant is because we've gone full brain rot here at Breakpoint. I'm not opposed to it, but people are given 2-minute slots, 5-minute slots, 10-minute slots, and you really got to give as much information as quickly as possible. And I think it sort of leaves the gap wide open for longer form discussions and print, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to do. Consumer crypto is not it. In my mind, we spoke so much about crypto and consumer crypto, specifically onboarding billions and billions of users and bringing billions of dollars of value on chain. Now, there are some very successful consumer crypto products, but at the moment, it seems, based on our conversation with Emmett, more than anything, that hardware is, has a higher success rate at bringing crypto curious people, previously crypto skeptical people on chain, and getting to trust the on-chain economy. So that's the thesis of that piece. I know our editor wrote one that's quite spicy, right? You wrote about the death of Solana.
I do just want to quickly jump back to consumer crypto, because I think that is a fascinating topic that probably gets brushed aside.
I thought you were going to challenge my thesis there.
Well, maybe I will. I believe that consumer crypto is still a massive untapped part of what we need to keep doing.
True.
So
But
I think we're not there yet, but I think Moonwalk is an excellent example of this. So Moonwalk, encouraging people to get out, get active, move around, accountability-based fitness. That they did an airdrop that touched millions of lives in places like Venezuela and Nigeria that have been wrecked by currency deflation and debasement. So I think consumer crypto in that sense is a really great way of reaching people all over the world in all kinds of areas and actually bringing them into this world and teach them how they can combat, local fiat inflation and how they can use on-chain applications to change their livelihood.
I think this sort of goes to the heart of the discussion. I want to ask you about this. You live in the US. We're talking about Venezuela and Nigeria, which evidently were massively aided by the Moonwalk situation. People were getting paid to get active. Are you seeing a similar trend in the US, or is it that, $100, $200, $300 doesn't really make that much of an impact on people's lives, so we still have huge amounts of progress to make when it comes to consumer crypto and how we can use them as onboarding tools?
So I'm a massive fan of Moonwalk, first of all. And
shout out to Moonwalk.
Yeah, shout out to them. And the airdrop wasn't massive for me, but I feel like what was massive for me was like the impact that it had on me. Like I had a bunch of different games going on, was actively walking 10,000 steps. Like my wife hated it because at the end of the night I didn't do it. I was running circles around her house, so I was doing it and it made a good impact, right? Yeah. So I think that the actual use of the app was more beneficial for me than than what the airdrop was. And whenever I got airdrop, you can stake it and you can use it for other games. So it's useful. And I feel like the way that the app was set up, where it's not gambling. It's like, if anything, you're gambling on yourself being able to walk 10,000 steps, which sounds easy. It's very hard sometimes. Like I struggled with it sometimes, but like,
you got me thinking there, and I'm totally derailing the conversation here. But if you have a dog, or maybe it would also work with younger kids, you could just strap your phone to a kid or a dog and like send them off running. Surely that would work, right?
Yeah,
get you 10,000 steps in.
I would assume so. I actually had like a hack on this early on that wasn't like that acceptable, but I would rock my baby and I'd take steps side to side and it would count as steps.
Oh, that's cheeky.
So I told the team this and they're like, yeah, we're gonna fix that.
Oh, right.
That's a loophole. You can't do that.
Yeah. That's so honest of you to say, guys, I found a bug that allows me to game the system.
Yeah.
But I think anyone who tries to cheat the system like this is only cheating themselves, because the whole idea is fitness and accountability. So who's the real loser if you cut corners on that?
There you go. Okay, fine. I won't strap one to my dog and send them off running in the field. But
consumer crypto is the fun part of crypto for me. Like, that's what I like. That's what I want to hear more about. Like, we're going to hear all about, TradFi. We're going to hear about all the institutions. We've got fantastic guests on it. I mean, it's wildly interesting to hear all of that.
But it was supposed to be the turning point, right? It was supposed to be the major inflection point, the tipping point, if you will, that a billion people all of a sudden decide that consumer apps in the Web 2 world aren't benefiting you as much as consumer apps in the Web 3 world could. And as such, we would have this massive wave of onboarding. And I'm trying to capture the fact that there is a problem there with how much expectation maybe we put on that. And it seems that there's higher ROI on hardware, there's higher ROI on DeFi. And I do love consumer crypto products, but we're not there yet.
I think it's just slower to adopt.
Yeah.
I think part of that, and the crux of this issue, is that consumer crypto incentivizes hyper-financialization, and it's all about running inflationary schemes that encourage people and to reward them and to get them using the apps in this way. And I think if we can actually step away from this quick-fire dopamine, give me money,
and give me now,
and turn it into something about like, this is actually just a genuinely useful product for my organic life, I think that is the breaking point, and that's how we step out of this. It was a breakout app for a month and then it disappeared.
So pay people in dollars.
don't even pay people.
Yeah.
Make something that is interesting and good to use, but don't make it hyper financialized.
Interesting.
I like that. I mean, and that's what we're seeing with Moonwalk, and I hope other apps see that, and like, it's wildly successful, right? You know, and that's the reason why people go back to it. So I don't know.
I guess most of the people in this room would say, but I want to gamble. I want to put, one soul and bet against myself that I'm going to take those 10,000 steps. And, how do you respond to those people?
Yeah. But you can do that. The beauty of it is that it's an open world, and you have free will. You do what you want.
Absolutely.
You can just do things.
And we do hope. Well, personally, I do hope that consumer crypto reaches that tipping point, that inflection point. The reason for writing this, I think, was just to motivate people to say we should talk more about healthy habits, healthy consumer crypto. But again, we're not there yet. What else do we have in here? You wrote a piece about perps. Was that you?
That was me. Yeah,
that was you.
Private perps.
You talk a lot about perps, Finn. Talk me through this piece. Private perps are coming, whether you like it or not.
Positive or negative on the perps?
I'm a perps enjoyer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm not a good perps trader, but I'm a perps enjoyer, and I think it's such a massive driver of activity.
Yeah,
we've seen,
fan.
Hyperliquid is the most successful app of the year.
Yeah.
It's a perps exchange, so we need to be replicating that on Solana. Solana's perps scene for me is languishing. It's struggling. It's nowhere near where it needs to be.
Yeah.
But the crux of this article and the reason why I wanted to dive into it is that the biggest scandal of the year for me personally was watching the James Wynn saga play out in Hyperliquid. So for those who don't know, James Wynn was this massive whale. He was holding $100 million positions on the perps exchange, on a decentralized perps exchange, Hyperliquid. See, you laugh because
I laugh because I've heard him speak.
Yeah.
And he's from the north of England, like myself, and he doesn't sound the way you would expect him to sound. Someone's throwing around $100 million clips, but sorry, I cut you off there. Continue.
So people who trade perps on centralized exchanges like Binance, like Coinbase, all these places, their positions are masked, so no one can see them except for the exchange. If you trade on a DEX, these positions are visible to anyone. So anyone could log in and anyone could see that James Wynn's liquidation point was at X price. So obviously, all these people with more money than him came out and said, look, if we can push price down to this level, we liquidate James Wynn, and that causes a $100 million shortfall in the market.
Did they hunt him, or was he just a bad trader?
Well, I would argue he was hunted.
You would.
A lot of people would argue he was hunted, and partly a challenge to your idea, your thesis here, and partly a rebuttal to that is that somebody came out recently and they said, okay, if you look at Hyperliquid and these perps platforms, yes, it's maybe the most successful platform of the year, but maybe 5 to 10% at any given moment is retail volume or organic volume, and 90 to 95%, according to this guy's thesis, is the AMMs. Right, you're essentially profiting as an AMM, as a market maker, from the losses of retail traders, right?
That's the market and that's the game.
That's the game. So his thesis also is that if other venues want to be as successful, all they really have to do is to attract 2 to 3% of that organic retail volume, and the AMMs, they don't want to stick around and start trading against each other. They're going to move to that next hot, amazing venue. So is that part of your thesis?
That was not part of this thesis. This is a very succinct, very focused point. No, the argument here is that the reaction to James Wynn, the saga and the scandal of everyone hunting his $100 million liquidation point, is that CZ and Binance came out and they started pushing this secret dark perps DEX called Asta.
Right.
And on Asta you can hide your orders, so you can have an order book with normal trades, and then you can put in secret ones that nobody else can see. And it's fully private, your positions are private, but you're still trading on a DEX.
Zcash, but for perps.
Zcash, but for perps is a very broad strokes. And so my question becomes, what happens in that world? Does that mean if everybody's hiding their orders, there is no order book?
There is
all
no
of a
order
sudden
book.
you're throwing clips into a dark forest of orders, and you don't really know what's going to come out. That being said, if that is what efficiency looks like and people can get an edge by having that, the market's going to trend there, because that's what markets
That's
do.
good for people like James Wynn, who, for better or worse, have $100 million clips to throw around. I don't know how he came across
You'd
that volume.
have to be able to see that, though. Like, with that much, wouldn't you be able to see that in some flows in some way, or is that just completely dark?
There might be ways that exchanges and the other players can predict that, or they can speculate that these positions are there hidden in the book.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, on chain, you can't see these positions, you can't see these orders.
Surely on-chain suits would have, some way of figuring
Well,
it out.
if it's encrypted and if it's separated out and it's run through an off-chain order matching system, there are ways around that.
Yeah.
And essentially, it's almost like playing Minesweeper. You don't know where other people's liquidation points are. You don't know what the risks are.
So that's good for James Wynn. He's got $100 million. I don't have $100 million, unfortunately, yet.
Yeah.
But Does it benefit me as just a retail trader to the same extent that it benefits someone with that much capital?
I think it doesn't benefit you. I think it actually works against you. I think it works against you because whales already have an advantage. They can move markets a lot more eloquently than you can. And this is almost an extra tool into their toolkit.
Yeah.
Order obfuscation essentially drives a wedge further between the haves and the have-nots, and you can pay a premium essentially to have better discretion when you're on chain.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I'm curious to see how this one plays out. And I know that the Binance decision caught a lot of flack, right? People were not particularly happy about it. But then again, if you're one of the biggest names in the industry and you do anything, you announce anything, I feel like there's going to be a very vocal minority who's out there not very happy about your decision. So are we going to see something like this on Solana?
There are people working on it. Yeah, there are people working on it. We've already got Vanish Trade, which does this for spot swaps, so you can't see spot swaps. I think in Crypt Trade and Cypher also does this. It's coming, and that's why the headline article is private perps coming, whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not, yeah.
There's a lot of arguments for and against it, but ultimately the market moves towards efficiency. And if a new, more efficient system comes, people are going to use it regardless of the ethos that comes with that.
And with that, like with the new decks that comes out, like are people chasing liquidity on those? Like, hey, this is coming out, the order books are super deep, we want to trade on these, or like what? I don't like. How are people even deciding where they're trading?
Well, how do you know how deep the order book is if people are hiding their orders?
Yeah. Because that was what brought Hyperliquid to them, right? Like they were very deep, like liquidity instantly, right?
Yeah.
I want to touch on one final piece before we bring on Anthony Scaramucci, and the reason for that is that it is titled "From Trenches to Wall Street," and I think it captures the discussion that we've been having and a lot of people have been having since coming to Breakpoint. Before this conference, there was Finance Blockchain Week, there was Abu Dhabi Finance Week, there was another crypto conference, I'm forgetting which one, Bitcoin Mena, how could we forget? So much crypto energy here in the capital. But when we think about Solana, we think about retail adoption. Maybe less so than Bitcoin, definitely less so than Abu Dhabi Finance Week. You had, sovereign wealth funds there, you had $1 trillion asset managers, very TradFi-esque. But from trenches to Wall Street seems to be the theme of this year's Breakpoint. And I'm curious if that's going to change over the coming days. We spoke with Matty Tay, who said in his mind there is a bit of a shift, a swing back of the pendulum towards more cypherpunk values. What do you think Anthony Scaramucci's opinion is going to be?
Well, look, I think Anthony is going to be full guns blazing. Institutions are here. This is to everyone's benefit.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, whether you like it or not.
We're here to stay.
We're staying. We're not going anywhere.
Absolutely.
But why can't both play? Like
both
can play. Both are playing. I would argue. Both are right now in the same arena, in the Etihad arena at Breakpoint.
Yeah.
Literally 5 trillion, 1.6 trillion. These are the numbers being thrown around by some of these asset managers. And Solana, comparatively, is just a tiny pool of capital, right? So I think both are playing in the same arena. What remains to be seen is to what extent it's going to alienate the core retail crowd, the pro-crypto, pro-ethos, pro-democratizing access to finance, pro-decentralization, these ideologically driven people, to what extent that's going to put them off versus to what extent they're just going to say, pump my bags. That remains to be seen. I'm super excited.
I lean almost more towards your thesis in that we just end up with a bunch of separate silos, and the institutional guys do their thing over here. The degens, the meme coin traders, they do their thing over here. There's no overlap because they don't need to be, and there's no reason for that to happen.
Yeah.
But I suspect it just turns into an open system. Everyone gets what they want out of it. Everyone gets what they need out of it, and we just allow a platform with which that can thrive.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've seen this year is like anything that anybody wants to do on chain, Solana is going to be able to do it, right? So Solana is for everyone is, could be the theme of 2026, but we'll have to see, right?
I guess that's the type of permissionlessness that attracts both retail and institutional people, right? That's probably the crossover there, where you literally have this infrastructure, it functions when it functions, but it functions, and you can come and build things. You can build things for yourself, you can build things for your clients, for your customers, for your partners, and it just works. I think that's probably the crossover. Now, to your point about to what extent there'll be interaction between TradFi and individuals and then retail, I'm really curious to see what people like Raoul Pal say. We're going to be bringing on Raoul Pal. He's got a very interesting thesis on not just market cycles and liquidity, but also collectibles, art. Now, we're surrounded in the Etihad Arena by these really cool exchange art NFT displays, and I think he's going to have something to say about that and some of the more niche assets that exist on chain. And whether or not they'll be touching in any way the traditional assets as well. What do you think?
It's a difficult question to ask. How does the NFTs as high value art thesis still play out? I know you're a big NFT guy. What's your position there?
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with it because I want them to come back so much. Like the NFT communities, I think stay. Like I think it'll be like, I don't know, like a country club membership. Like those are always like the group chats that have stuck around for some reason for 3, 4, 5 years. Like there's something to that. Like meme coins never had that community aspect. So I think that there's something there. Like I don't think we see an NFT bull run, like bull season like we did before, but I think they stay around. Like I think there's a lot of value in them.
A lot of people say it was a fun time. They look back on that period, even if, you know, like me, it wasn't necessarily the most profitable time of on-chain activity. People think of it fondly, right? Do we agree with that? That, you know, the NFT boom was like, it was an amazing time to be on-chain.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like so chaotic. Like there were like nobody knew what they were really doing. Like everybody had their strategies for buying like a mid-rare and trying to sell that or whatever it was. But it was like, in the end, it was like people were having a lot of fun on chain and doing fun things with it. Like they financialized the hell out of these NFTs. Like people were buying mortgages on NFTs, like 3-day mortgages on NFTs. I never understood why they were doing that. There was a whole lending market. Like they did a lot of crazy things, and I mean, it didn't play out the best, but the infrastructure was there and was built, right? Like I feel like it was a big part of Solana's history.
What type of NFTs have the biggest staying power then? Do we agree with Raoul Powell that it's going to be these more niche ones, or?
My belief on this is that NFTs almost went full circle. They had a whole arc. It started as this hyper-focused grow community, you know, online-based communities for people who are passionate about art or collectibles and things like that. It became hyper-financialized. The bubble blew up. We got saturated with, you know, generative collections that just exploded out. We had 10,000 different different apes on every single chain. You know, every chain. I think it's come full circle. We're drawing back to this hyper-focused group of, you know, a boutique collection, 100 pieces from a one-of-one artist, and that's what builds a community, and that's what stays. And I think to your point, that's how it remains.
Yeah, I mean, they turned into basically being traded like meme coins towards the end, and it's like we didn't have that meme coin setup yet where we got it. You know, like if you want to flip your coins in the same day, you can do that now, and then NFTs just aren't traded.
Just very quickly, I'm cutting you off here. Nick Dukoff is on stage. I see behind me the head of institutional growth for Solana Foundation. I feel like this is really his year, right? Like he's achieved so much in 2025 that it's all thanks to him. We should be giving him a pat on the back up here.
Yeah. And
yeah, you can ask us a question. Come in.
oh, we got a live.
We have a live question. Hello.
What's going on? We're on stream.
Okay, sorry. Never mind. No,
Come bring it in. Come on. Let's see it. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Well, hey, I didn't know if we have enough time for this, but I actually got airdropped some more merch.
Let's go. What do we have?
I don't even know what's in there. I know I got some Solana shades over here.
Yeah, the Pit Vipers.
Yeah.
Get them out of the feed.
Let's see. The Pit Vipers. Why were these such a thing in the early days?
I'm not. I think because they're ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
I've never put one of these on. I find these absolutely absurd. I know you have a pair of these as well. Let's give it a go.
It's a Solana.
Oh, no, take them off.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're great.
I'm part of the crew. Part of the crew now.
It's more like you're going skiing.
They are. I mean, listen. They're so recognizable. As far as branding goes, I think the Solana ecosystem is phenomenal. You know, projects come out and they put their own branding on it, they put their own logos on it, but at the end of the day, it's Solana colors, it's Solana energy, and I think this is great. I saw a pair of these on the huge golden bull outside, right?
And people at home won't have seen this, but outside in the main concourse there is a giant golden Wall Street bull, and it's got a pair of Pit Vipers.
Which,
dangled on it.
incidentally, we have one on the front cover of our Solana Floor magazine as well.
How did you guys know that?
Well, how did we know
there was going to be a bull
there's
here?
bull outside?
Yeah, how did you know that?
We've been here. What else?
We also got a bucket hat. I'm not going to put it on and mess up the hair.
Yeah.
Internet Capital Markets, Solana on there.
Excellent.
That's great.
For anyone going to festivals this winter?
Yeah.
Next
that
summer?
checks out.
What else? I think the bag itself is a piece of merch as well, right?
Yeah, let's see. What do we got on there?
BP25.
BP25 on
Solana
there.
colors. Okay.
Not bad.
And,
My wife
shirt.
loves a good bag, so I'm going to get as many bags as I can for her.
For anyone
I call
watching
it.
this at home, by the way, if you know people that are here, undoubtedly you do, at Breakpoint, tell them to do a little merch sweep. Tell them to find the
Yes.
best piece of merch that they have and bring it to us in the Solana Floor desk. We don't have too much time to walk around, but we want the merch. We want to talk about the merch, so bring it to us.
Accepting donations.
Yes.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
They even put a little shirt in there.
Who's that from?
That's cool.
BP25. I think this is actually
Is
just
this
like the Breakpoint. This is
actually
this might be
Breakpoint
the
merch?
official.
Yeah.
Why do we not have Breakpoint merch?
I don't think we went through the front door.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think you get it. I think you get it as you walk
We
in.
we rugged ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we get for showing up early.
We're gonna have to remedy that. Okay, so two problems I see right now. We only have one pair of sunglasses. There's three of us. What did you call these?
Pit vipers.
Pit vipers.
Pit
Okay,
Vipers.
well,
Very
one-
rare traits on some NFTs.
One set of pit vipers. There's three of us. We only have one SolFlare hardware wallet. I think they're called. It's a shield, right?
Soulflare Shield.
SolFlare
Yeah.
Shield. We need two more of those. And
we need a couple more phones.
We need a couple more phones.
Bold.
Emmett, I know you're listening. Send us some more Solana mobiles, and we need some actual
Bagley.
Breakpoint merch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do a little sweep while you guys are on this next call. I'll find some merch. We'll see what we can. come
I
back
know
with.
somebody watching this is going to bring us some merch. This is going to happen. What's going on stage behind us? Anchorage. A man in a suit. Again, I feel like we are going to talk to Nick Dukov, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So if you have
Yeah, he's
questions
great.
about institutional adoption, let us know. We will bring it up with Nick Dukov. But I just think massive congratulations is due when it comes to Nick Dukov. He has pushed this Solana is for institutions narrative so successfully. And if you think about last Breakpoint, we were talking with people like Dan Albert from Foundation, and we were asking him, he didn't like this question, by the way, but we were asking him why people still think Solana is a meme casino. And in the space of short 12 months, we've now gone to trillion-dollar institutions being here, Nick Dukov's on stage, basking in the glory, and I think what an amazing transformation.
An amazing transformation. I think a lot of that is due to having appropriate administration in the big office at the White House. I think another big part of that is Solana ETFs, which is perhaps one of the biggest narratives that we've seen unfold this year.
Yeah.
The goalposts did keep getting moved for a long time. You know, we were told it's coming this month, but then things happen, and then it's coming this month, and then things happen, and then the government shut down. So that's another crazy curveball of that story. And
He snuck it in while it was actually shut down.
despite all that,
Yeah.
Bitwise and the gang were able to actually slip BSOL in through. Get it
And guess who we're talking to? Matt Hogan, Chief Investment Officer from Bitwise, launching BSOL, obviously the most successful ETF of 2025, not just in crypto, but across all assets. So a massive congratulations to Bitwise. And if you do have any questions for some of the most successful ETF issuers in the world, then let us know and we will raise it with Matt Hogan. He has some fairly interesting theses on the debasement trade. He has said that the end of 2025 is going to be extremely bullish, remains to be seen. Prices are dipping. Crypto Twitter is sort of not having a great time. Institutions remain bullish.
Yeah.
So again, ask us your questions and we will raise it with them.
And that's something I want to ask you. Have ETF inflows surprised you? Were you expecting more? You were expecting less? What was the what's the feeling about how that's gone since launch?
ETF inflows have absolutely surprised me, and the reason is we talked with James Seyfarth, Bloomberg Intelligence ETF analyst. He's had his finger on the pulse of all things crypto ETF for a long, long time, and I asked him, point blank, to what extent can we quantify the likely success of these Solana ETFs? And he said, look, are they going to bring in $30 billion in the first year? Most likely not. In fact, almost guaranteed to not. However, given that they have staking enabled, given that Ethereum ETFs didn't necessarily garner the attention and achieve the success that they were expected to, we can expect millions and millions and millions of dollars to flow into Solana ETFs. What he didn't say is we'll probably see $500 million flowing into one of these instruments in the first 3 weeks alone. So it seems to have surprised him. It surprised me, certainly. And we are going to ask Matt Hogan if it took him by surprise as well.
This is actually one of the things that stands out to me is that all the inflows basically are going to BSOL.
Yeah.
True. Bitwise has completely captured that market. I don't know if it's because they were first or if because they have low fees and the fees have been waived for the first. I think that's table stakes for a lot of these ETF issuers that they've waived fees for the first year or so.
Yeah.
Franklin Templeton's come in. They've released So Easy, and that has a slight undercut on the management fee. So maybe that's a way of vamping some of that flow from Bitwise.
I think it's hilarious that we're talking in 2025 about ETF issuers, trillion-dollar asset managers, vampire attacking each other.
Yeah, it is.
There's something so ironic about that. I love it.
I think the funny thing for me about that is that it shows that whether you're a TradFi, whether you're a degen, you're actually just a human, and everyone plays the same games, just at different levels on the scale. There's different echelons to this.
Yeah.
But a lot of the mentalities are the same, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they really are.
Yeah. What's the sentiment in the US? I mean, I think as Euro pours, when we think about trillion-dollar asset managers launching a Solana ETF, you've got ETF issues coming out, vampire attacking each other. It seems it's all happening in the US.
Yeah.
Even though Mica's great, you've had, I think, for definitely a longer period of time, you've had some of these instruments active in the US. They just in Europe, sorry, they don't get the same level of attention as when a huge institution in the US launches them. So do you see that difference there?
Yeah. Okay. So Mike Novogratz was just on stage.
He was.
And he was talking like very pro like US, and he's like, the reason why I'm saying this is because most of the flows, like most of the capital markets, are in the US. So he's like, we're focusing on the big areas. And I want to say it was 65%, but probably even higher, of all like the markets are in the US. So when the US releases one of these products, it's fully legal. It's not like a half-baked one. It's not a DAT. Like, this was a very legitimate product that people wanted, right? So I think that's why it got so many flows, and it probably took a lot of flows from the DATs into the ETF, right? Like, I think that's one reason why ETH DATs have been more successful, because they didn't have staking ETFs, right? Like, we launched staking ETFs right away. So that was the big thing with DATs, was like, hey, we're gonna be able to give you yields because we can stake. But then here comes the ETF with a staking yield, kind of undercutting them a little bit, right? So
Definitely.
I think there's something there. Right?
Kathy Wood, I'm casting my mind back to Accelerate conference, which you were at in New York. What was that, April, May?
May.
May. Now, Kathy Wood was on stage there talking about how significant Solana ETFs would be, given that they had staking yield enabled, and how much institutions want this on-chain staking yield. So to your point, I think having that enabled from the get-go has amplified some of the success of Solana ETFs, definitely.
It's a good product. I mean, if you want to hold Solana, like, first of all, you want to stake it. And now you have access to that in any sort of traditional investment account. Like your 401k, you want to put 1%, 10% in Solana, you can get a very good product in it. Like
I think this ties into a conversation that you're very passionate about. Why do you need to stake your soul? Because
if you're not staking your soul, you are being debased at the emission rate.
So, by emissions.
Broad overview. Validators earn staking rewards by processing transactions and making sure the network runs smoothly. That pays out about 4%. The inflation rate currently is 4%. If you stake your soul, you're getting around 6 or 7%. If you're not staking your soul, all those emissions are going straight to stakers, and you're being left with nothing. You're being left. It's basically the USD inflation, but played out on the crypto scale. If you're not staking your soul, you're being debased. So make sure you're staking your soul.
So Cindy 228.
Cindy 228 was
meant to deal with
was a very elegant and brilliant way of curbing this and turning it into a market-driven rate, where basically we're only paying for as much security as we need. And I think it was brilliant. I think it's a great shame that it didn't pass.
I agree.
All these months later, we are coming back. We've got Cindy 441, which is, in my view, it's a bit more hand-wavy. 228 was elegant. It was market-driven. 441 is kind of, let's just take the existing platform we have and let's just accelerate it faster.
Simpler. It's a simpler version.
Right.
Everyone can digest it a lot easier.
Having said that, Cindy 228 was criticized as being YOLO economics, which
because it was unproven in that sense.
Right.
Yeah. It was a great idea, but we couldn't necessarily factor the second order effects of what would happen and what would be a result of what would carry on from that.
Right.
441 is much more palatable because we take the existing system we have and we just double the rate at which we're slowing down inflation.
I have just been told that Anthony Scaramucci, the man, the myth, the legend, the mooch, is on his way. So we are going to say goodbye to Mr. Thomas Bahamas. If you do have an opportunity to go out there and bring us some more merch, Thomas, we would greatly appreciate that. Anthony Scaramucci is going to join us now. We're going to ask him all the questions that you guys throw in the chat. Throw them in there. He's an amazing guy, very outspoken, definitely a Solana bull. So I'm super excited to bring on Anthony Scaramucci and ask him all things Solana. Why did you write the book about Solana? What do institutions think about Solana? What do TradFi investors think about Solana? What do they really think about Solana? Right? I think a lot of people talk about Solana as this fast, cheap network and you can deploy things and it's great. But what do we really think about Solana behind closed doors? Super curious to find out what the TradFi folks are going to say. So really importantly, drop your questions in the chat. We will do our best to ask everything.
We don't keep it hard in here, huh?
It is warm. Anthony Scaramucci, welcome to Solana Floor.
All right.
It is an absolute pleasure to be with you. How are you today, sir? What's your first impressions walking around? How are we doing?
How are you doing? You are excelling. This is Solana bullish. Yeah, we should
Well,
change the name from
you saw the
Breakpoint.
bull when you walked in, didn't you?
Yeah, we should change the Breakpoint to Solana bullish.
Well, you are.
When I walk in here, I can't think of anything other than how happy I am to be a Solana investor and a stakeholder.
You are one of the most outspoken Solana bulls out there. We're going to dive straight into one of your ideas. Let's say I want to say it was about 6 months ago on a podcast. You suggested that over a 5 to 10 year period, we might see a $2,500 Solana. I'm curious, given the recent price action, if that thesis holds. If not, why?
Well, listen, I mean, it's not going to come without levels of volatility. You have to remember the regulatory story in the United States was a little uneven this year. If you had asked me at the beginning of the year, would we have gotten the stablecoin legislation passed and the market structure or the clarity bill passed, I would have said 100% we're going to get both those things passed. That did not happen.
Right.
And so those speed bumps plus the inflationary situation in the U.S. has probably slowed down our trajectory. But I think the timing is still right. It's just going to continue to have some volatility. But remember, I've been a technology investor. This is my 37th year on Wall Street.
You don't look it.
Been a technology investor for almost 4 decades. And you've got to stay in tech, even in its lowest or its most uncertain moments. And I'll take you guys back to before you were born, probably. I watched something like Amazon drop 90%, and people write off Jeff Bezos. And now it's 55, 60% of the internet retail sales globally. So you've got to stay in things. Great technology, great things like Solana are durable. The regulation is catching up, and when it does, I think those things will all happen.
So 4 decades in technology investing, you've obviously seen the ups, the downs, the craziest things, but let's think about the last 24 months. We've obviously been in an overall upwards trajectory. What's the craziest thing you've seen happen this cycle that you've gone, this is absolutely nuts?
Well, I mean, the Trump meme coin, I think, was the craziest thing that I've seen, and the Melania meme coin, if we're just being brutally honest, was on Solana, which I guess is a compliment to Solana because it was chosen because of Solana's ability to handle large scale, large volume transactions with great certainty and finality. But I think those coins, if we're being brutally honest with our viewers and listeners, I think those coins slowed down the regulatory process in the U.S. I think when the President of the United States is inserting himself into the meme coin business a couple of hours before he's getting inaugurated, I think if you're in opposition to him politically, you could want to choose a different direction and use that as a foil. And that happened this year. I think that really did impair our ability to get the market structure piece of the legislation.
Is it really reputational damage then from your vantage point? When Trump launches a meme coin and Melania launches a meme coin, and there's clearly sniping and insider trading going on.
I think it's short-term regulatory damage. I think we would have gotten everything that we wanted this year had the president sort of stayed out of the meme coin business.
So I promised Finn that I wasn't going to get caught on politics. I'm a big fan of your podcast, The Rest is Politics US.
I'm not trying to get caught on politics, but you're asking me a specific question. What was the most surprising thing to me?
So I have to...
Trump shouldn't surprise any of us with some of the things that he does, but that did catch me off guard, right? It caused a surge in Solana because of all the throughput, but then it also sucked out all the liquidity from a lot of the altcoins. Which I think hurt the industry.
Yeah, I want to focus on that for a second. Given that this has happened, given that we've had this reputational damage, when you're speaking in financial boardrooms and institutional boardrooms, how do you separate what's happening there with the Trump and Melania meme coins from all the great scaling that's growing on Solana on an institutional side?
Well, we'll go back to Trump for a second. So there's good Trump and there's bad Trump. Okay, so good Trump is Paul Atkins. Good Trump is the CFTC. Good Trump is we're finally getting out of the nonsense of blocking the technology because we've got a bunch of Luddites and older people that don't understand the technology. And so you got to give the president credit for that. You got to give the president for putting somebody like Paul Atkins, who's been a personal friend of mine for, I don't know, at least 10 years, came to the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium that we host out of Wyoming last year and said something that was so material that I think it bears worth repeating. I'm surprised people are not paying close enough attention. He's saying, in answer to your question, in 5 years, all of our assets are going to be tokenized. And what's going to be the number one rail system to tokenize on? It's going to be Solana. And I explained that in the new book that I wrote, Solana Rising. So to your point, it's reputationally damaging in the short term, but this technology is better than anything else that we have out there. And you mentioned, and I repeated, I've been in the business for 37 years. If you have something that works better than something else, it gets adopted. Whatever you had gets replaced and gets adopted. I'm old enough to remember, maybe you guys are not, we didn't have Wi-Fi. We had dial-up modems that were whirring and burring. It took 3.5 minutes.
I remember the noise. Yeah, we grew up with the noise.
Okay, it took 3.5 minutes to get the AOL landing page to land. Now we have billions of people streaming 4K video on the web. And so don't underestimate how early we are. Don't underestimate how much innovation is ahead. And just think about what's gone on with Solana over the last, 5 years. The launch March 2020 to today, and I don't want to jinx us, but I think we've gone 2 years now without any downtime.
We have. I want to go back to something you said, Solana Rising. I have a copy of it. A colleague of ours was kind enough to send it to me. I'm going to ask you a bit of a salty question. I don't mean to be capricious here, but you wrote a book about Solana. We love it.
Yeah.
But you tokenized a $300 million fund on a different chain. Why?
Yeah.
Why not Solana?
So it's a good question. That's a very small fund. I have another larger fund that will likely get tokenized on Solana. I am a multi-chain person. I don't believe in chain monogamy. Maybe you do.
We're not maximalists.
Yeah, so my attitude is there's going to be 3 or 4 chains that win.
Yeah.
I believe Solana will be one of them. I believe Avalanche will be one of them. I think one of the things that goes on in Avalanche are these L1s that you can customize on.
Yep.
Some CTOs, because of their worry about regulatory compliance, will use the Avalanche on some of these smaller funds. Solana is, to me, stocks and bonds are going to be tokenized on it. The larger funds are going to be tokenized on it. And so it's not a salty question at all. But I will say this, my largest personal position, even greater than Bitcoin, is my position in Solana. I have it all staked. And so, yes, I do own Avalanche. I do own Bitcoin. I have a small position in Ethereum, but a very small position.
I think most people in this room are in that same category.
Yeah, and so I'm not as a Kyle Samani from Multicoin likes to make fun of me. Well, you talk positive about this, talk positive about that. I said the name of your fund is Multicoin. All right, I'm not a maximalist, but I'm as close to a maximalist as I can be.
For the record, we do love Avalanche. Yeah. I think
but also you have to remember something. I have so much Solana that I thought it was important for me to write a book about Solana so I could explain to my clients. Remember, guys, you guys are younger than most of my clients. Okay, I got old fuddy-duddy clients that don't understand this stuff and they get mad at me for buying it. So I need to explain it to them.
I want to ask about the book. Obviously, part of what you've been doing for a long time is explaining to some of these older gentlemen the value of the technology.
And gentlewomen.
And gentlewomen, your fuddy-duddy clients. You wrote a book about it. You wrote a book about Solana. When you explain Solana to them, do they approach it with blind optimism now that you've written a book about it, or are they still cautious? Do you have to sort of break through some of those barriers?
Older people are skeptical.
Right.
Okay, older people, when something has worked for you and you're used to it, you don't like change. The irony of life, if you're a great stoic, you recognize that every day you're changing. The 5-year-old version of you is long gone, and soon the 25-year-old version of you will be long gone. And this is what happens in life.
I wish I was.
And yet, what we try to do is trying to help you out here on the show. But what we try to do is we try to fix to a position.
Yep.
And I think it's very, very important for all of us to have some neuroplasticity and to allow our brains to learn about other things. And so you guys know this, the preponderance of the money is held by the people that are north of 60. And I can give you evidence of that this year. There's a fear of currency debasement globally. Gold moved larger than any of the cryptocurrencies this year. Why is that? Well, the people that have the money, the older people, have bought into and understand the 5,000-year notion that gold is a store of value.
This is something I wanted to ask you about.
Do you see what I mean?
100%.
So we have to educate those people, but I'll predict we won't get most of those people. But what will happen is the people that are 25 today, 20 years from now will be 45, They'll be in positions of power and asset management. They'll be in positions of being CTOs in the Fortune 100. And they're going to be like, hey, I want my stock tokenized on Solana. I want to use a stable coin. I want to have a stable coin maybe as part of my loyalty program. If I'm a big company, I'm going to tokenize that on Solana. And I'm going to own a lot of Solana because it's going to be part of the operating software that we're going to use in the future. But you're not going to win everybody. But I would rather own Solana today so that when I'm sitting in this booth with you, and it's hot in here, by the way.
It is hot.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in this hot booth with you, and it's 2030. You're like, all right, these guys had the vision. You know, I bought Bitcoin late for me. I was introduced to it early. I missed it, didn't understand it.
You also have a book on Bitcoin.
I do. I wrote up
Yep.
a little book of Bitcoin. Saylor wrote the forward. Bobby Kennedy endorsed the back of the book. I want to explain this stuff to people. But I got into Bitcoin in 2020. I felt like it was late. I bought it, my average cost about 17,000. We're 4.7 to 1 in 5 years. That is a phenomenal return for a traditional finance person. And yet, if you step back, there are periods of time where I look like a genius. There were periods of time that I look like an idiot. Periods of time I look like a genius.
Story of crypto.
Yeah. You know, and so to me, but if you zoom out, think about it. If we're sitting here 5 years from now, Solana's 600, and I believe it will be possibly even more than that. The point will be, we got there early, we took the hits, we rode the volatility, and we sat in rooms like this and we listened to people talk about how they're going to use and deploy Solana for the future of finance. And it's a very exciting thing to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Even if there's going to be lots of volatility.
So I want to ask you about the TradFi element and the perspectives towards crypto and how that's changing, given that we are in a Solana conference now and people tend to be more largely retail focused, let's say, or at least they have been for the last few years. But very quickly, talk about valuations, talk about gold. Gold has performed incredibly over the last 12 months. Bitcoin now against gold is at its cheapest that it's been since 2017.
Yep.
So I'm curious if when you talk to some of these more traditional, more sophisticated investors, that particular valuation, that pair, is something that excites them about crypto. And will we see sort of a catch-up trade in crypto?
You have to tell
following
me,
that?
so I think there's but-fors, right? So you have to tell me about the regulation.
Sure.
Okay, so if you say to me, it's at a low price, but for the regulation, see what I mean? If you're telling me that we're going to pass this market structure clarity stuff in the United States next year, which I predict we will, I think you're going to see rising prices. If you're telling me that we're going to break the back of inflation in the U.S. and the Fed's going to be able to lower rates a little bit more aggressively with a new Federal Reserve chairman, I'll tell you, well, that's going to provide a lot more liquidity for crypto, which will create that positive flywheel that we like, and that gap will start to close. But I think it would be a misnomer to suggest, because you may see it that way and I may see it that way, the three of us may see Bitcoin as a store of value. I think the outsiders don't see it that way. They see it as a volatile technology asset that's risk on, risk off, and there's some risk off things going on sentiment-wise. That's caused some deleveraging in the system, and it's caused some people to pull back. So remember, but this would be apropos. A good analogy would be Amazon. Amazon had 8, 10 drops of 50% or more, one big drop of 90%. And then as it scaled and as people adopted it, it started to look like the volatility of the overall S&P. It's one of the largest holdings now out there. So I think if you think about it from that perspective, there's a cycle to these things and there's an adoption curve to these things. And so you need that perspective and you need that patience, basically. And so the institutions are not quite there, but something big happened this year, is that is in the United States, you were able to get a staking Solana ETF.
And boy, do we love staking
I mean,
enabled
come on,
Solana
man.
ETFs.
Come on. That is a huge thing. And so now, as people go up the curve, and maybe we can get some of these institutions or some of these fuddy-duddies to read Solana Rising, and maybe they'll buy that staking ETF.
I think they absolutely should. Guess who we're talking to later? The Chief Investment Officer of Bitwise.
Yep.
They issued, obviously, VSOL, the most successful Solana ETF of the year. I think it's the most successful ETF of the year.
Listen, it's a great product, and the tokenomics around Solana are incredible when people really study it. Obviously, I've got all my Solana staked in a long-term account, long-term wallet.
I want to ask you about TradFi. I know you want to hop in there, Finn. So TradFi is here. we have trillion-dollar asset managers here in the Etihad Arena at Solana Breakpoint. I think for the first time ever, hanging out with these degens. You know, people that don't not only not stake their Solana, but they're gambling at a majority of the time, right? I think this is a fascinating combination of people all in the same room. Do you get the impression that crypto natives are sort of selling their soul to the notion that we want our banks to be pumped? It's one of those discussions.
I understand the libertarian notion and the degen notion, and it's sort of funny for me to watch this because usually, if you think about traditional finance, it goes from the institution, could be the venture capitalist, it goes from the institution into the Goldman Sachs's or the banks to get repurposed as an IPO, and then it goes out to the investor and the publicly traded institutional investor, right? And this has been totally different. It's been the opposite. The retail investors are the ones that gravitated to this. I say that basically happened due to the regulation. The U.S. was not ready to regulate this thing fairly. The U.S. Took a jaundiced eye towards crypto in general, not Solana specifically, but crypto in general. And so that also increased the intensity of the libertarians to be involved with it. You know, it's like, I've got kids. If I tell my kids not to do something, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to do it, right? So all you degens jumped in there. But then all of a sudden, lo and behold, the technology and the promise of the technology is overwhelming. So it catches the attention of somebody like me. I'm going to be 62 years old in January. My first Solana investment was in 2021. So I'm a 4-year owner of Solana. So I bought my first Solana token at age 58. I just want you to think about that for a second. I'm an older guy in the industry. I'm a traditional finance person. So you degens won me over. And now it's my job as a traditional finance person to explain the proposition to other traditional finance people. Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do with Solana Rising.
So far, the reactions to the book, have they been as positive
it's been favorable. I mean, listen, I like to teach people. I wrote a best-selling book, and if you don't believe me, come into my basement. I'll show you every copy. but in truth, it's number one on Amazon right now in terms of new releases in the investment management space. So I'm gratified by that. People really want to learn about the token.
What are some of the key lessons that older investors, more traditional investors, can take from that book that they can't really get from even attending Solana Breakpoints?
I think there's 3 simple things. This technology works. It will delayer the financial system. It'll make things cheaper for us to do. We're going to save trillions of dollars, which we can put back into the economy in terms of economic innovation. We saw that with the internet. We're going to see that with this type of technology. It's safe. Ensure people that you can have a permissionless trade back and forth with each other. That's incredibly reliable. It has speeds. I interviewed Anatoly at Abu Dhabi Finance Week yesterday. I said, what is this? Is it iOS? Is it NASDAQ? Is it New York Stock Exchange? He said, no, it's sort of Linux. It's an open sourced system to allow for permissionless transactions at a super fast speed, faster than Visa. And so to me, that's going to win. And I think I want people to know that. And listen, the technology is ahead of the regulation, but we're going to catch up next year.
I want to play devil's advocate on that very briefly. You mentioned Chair Paul Atkins is one of the best things to happen for the regulation side. If we talk about Project Crypto, we talk about tokenization at
scale.
scale.
All the people in the Solana magazine look like the new mayor from New York.
Mayor Mamdani.
Mamdani is a big Solana holder?
Is he?
Oh,
I don't know. I've never heard him talk about it.
He would be.
I'm making a joke. Okay, go ahead.
Isn't that brilliant though?
So we talk about Project Crypto. We talk about all markets will be on chain in 2 to 5 years. Why would that be on Solana as opposed to the government running their own proprietary closed source system, which that they could have full control over? Why should we go public with this as opposed to keeping it siloed within a contained walled garden?
Well, first of all, the government hasn't done that in the United States. Maybe the other governments will try to do that. Maybe China will. I don't know. The government has been reluctant to have its own USDC, dollar-denominated stable coin. I think there's privacy issues related to all of that. I'm a big believer in capitalism and U.S. capitalism, and the private sector does a very good job of handling and solving problems. I think it would be a bad decision for the government to go in that direction. There's no evidence, unless you can point to something that I haven't seen. There's no evidence that would suggest the government wants to go in that direction. I think the real question is, though, how much of the market share will Solana take relative to other tokens and or layer ones? And I would say to you, I don't know the answer to that, but I think there could be a lot of winners. I see this a lot like the cloud. And so, guys, I'm old enough to remember somebody knocked on the door at Skybridge and said, we want to put your data up on the cloud. I was like, no way, I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous.
They came to your door. They didn't even send you an email.
You know, and they said, no, we want you to do that. They explained to me why. I said, no way. Then it turned out it was cheaper to store the data. It was more anonymous. It was actually more secure. And guess what happened? We had this exponential leap in people using the cloud, but there's not one cloud vendor. You know, there's AWS, there's Oracle, there's Microsoft. And so I see this a lot like that. People will be on Solana. Some people will be on Ethereum. Others may choose Avalanche. I don't think there's necessarily going to be one winner, nor does there need to be one winner.
So it's a positive sum game.
32 positive sum game. Yeah, and in fact, I would say that the better Avalanche does is better for Solana, and the better Solana does, the better for Avalanche and the other chains.
It raises the ceiling for everyone.
Yes, you're still in an area where the rising tide of the entire industry, it's in the mutuality of interest for everybody in the industry to help that happen. And that's why I do these conferences. And that's why I bring, you know, they're multi-chain conferences, and they're also multi-brokerage conferences. You know, it's not just Kraken or Coinbase, it's Kraken, Coinbase, Binance, whoever wants to be there.
So the conference circuit in Abu Dhabi this week, in the capital of capital, has been pretty wild. We had Bitcoin Mena, we had Abu Dhabi Finance Week, you mentioned. I was there a couple of days ago. I found it fascinating to see the amount of institutional capital in the trillions, rubbing shoulders with as much crypto representation as there was there. We had Solana, we had Coinbase, we had Binance, we had KuCoin, a bunch of these large exchanges, and people like yourself are obviously crypto evangelists to a certain extent as well. Is this a relatively recent development that you're noticing in the last 12 to 24 months?
Yeah.
And how impressive is that change?
Well, it's impressive, but it's also, you've gotten regulatory clearance. Pittsburgh National Bank, PNC, has just told its customers you can buy Bitcoin, we'll hold it in custody. First large money center bank to allow for that in the United States. You guys realize how massive that is?
That's huge.
Okay, I mean, it's as massive as the ETF for BlackRock or Fidelity's ETF.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're getting the green light. Doors I knocked on in 2020, 2021, 2022, and the people said to me, look, I'm really sorry. I can't go in that direction because we don't have regulatory clarity.
Yeah.
And now you're telling me we're going to have regulatory clarity? You have an SEC chairman. I want to repeat this, guys. You had an SEC chairman last week say 5 years from now, everything's going to be tokenized.
That's huge. Unthinkable compared to 5 years ago.
Come on,
under
think
Gary
about
Gensler.
it.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah. Very,
He
very
was
impressive.
the worst, by the way. I mean, he was the worst SEC chairman in our history. Just the bizarrest behavior. Lost so many court cases. Literally embarrassed himself as the SEC chair.
Yeah, you'll have to excuse me for going back to Trump here for a second, but obviously miracles do happen in terms of people changing their minds, maybe with the exception of Gary Gensler. He was, for a long time, President Trump, a crypto skeptic, crypto critical. He called it a scam, said it was money laundering, all kinds of stuff. Now he's a self-fashioned crypto president, for better or worse. So, obviously miracles do happen. I'm curious, first of all, did you see that?
My favorite color orange is Bitcoin orange, not Trump orange. So I just want to state that for the record. Did I see that coming?
Did you see that coming?
Listen, here again, you can like or dislike Donald Trump, but let me stipulate the following, because I've known him for a long period of time. Obviously, I worked for him. I was on the campaign with him in 2016. Know him a long period of time. Like or dislike him, he's got unbelievable political instincts. So here's the pitch. Mr. Trump, how are you? I'm great. You hate Bitcoin and crypto. Yeah, I hate Bitcoin and crypto. But do you really understand it? No, I really don't. Okay, we want to spend 15, 20 minutes with you. We want to get you up to speed on it. Oh, by the way, you're a great contrarian? Yes, I am. Are you an entrepreneur? Yes, I am. Oh, well, it turns out that the Democrats and the corporatists hate it. Tell me more. And it turns out that we're super upset about that. We're going to plow $300 million into this presidential, congressional, and Senate elections, and we would like your help. And Trump said, sign me up. And when am I speaking at the Bitcoin conference?
Yep.
Okay. And so, you know, as I've talked, you guys may know this, I'm close to Eric Trump, even though I am in opposition to the president politically. Eric and I are close. We worked on American Bitcoin together. And I would say to you that you don't need Donald Trump to understand every nuance of the blockchain, but you have to admire and appreciate his political instincts and understanding that this is the future of finance, and him putting the right team in place to embrace that. And so he deserves all the credit in the world for that. I'm a person that likes to tell it straight. And even though I may be in political opposition with his behavior, I certainly don't like what's going on in the Ukraine. I can articulate all that to you guys, but this is a crypto podcast. I do like the fact that he's embraced this, and it's a sign of his political instincts, and it's had a great benefit to us in this industry.
And has that shift, in his opinion,
Even though he put the meme coin out there, because that's what he does,
which was not great.
net positive, he's been a net positive to the industry.
So, in your capacity as founder of Skybridge, when you talk to potential investors about crypto, the fact that Donald Trump had that shift in position and thought, you know what, I can actually make a bunch of money out of this, and maybe I don't need to be competitive, and maybe I can understand it and delegate some of my power to my sons to go out and create all these businesses. Has that shift in perspective influenced other traditional investors?
I think it has positively, yes. Yeah. I think it has. I think if you talk to compliance people at a local bank, money center bank, they're like, yeah, liked it, understood it, but really can't do anything until the government clears it. We're very highly regulated institutions, and I think that the fact that you're now getting that green light from the government has positively influenced people.
What's one thing that we're still missing, though?
Well, I mean, it's the obvious thing. We don't have the market structure bill in place. We need that. We also need, this was sort of ridiculous, but a sign of how Washington's dysfunctionality comes into play. We needed to allow the stable coins to have yield on them. You know, the American Banking Association came in there and blocked that because they didn't want the competition. But I'd like to see that, and I'd like to see the Market Structure Act in place.
Yep, absolutely.
Market Structure Bill in place.
I know a lot of people are chasing that as well. If you think about Solana in 2024 and 2025, massive success story. First of all, with retail adoption, now with institutional adoption. What is the story of 2026 going to be?
Okay, well, again, I'm going to make the assumption that we get the Clarity Act passed, and I think the story is going to be tokenization.
Tokenization of money market funds,
stocks and bonds.
Tokenized equities, do you see a lot of growth there?
I do see that.
Yeah.
More and more.
Exciting. That's all we have time for, unfortunately. Anthony Scaramucci, thank you so much for
Great
joining us.
to be on with both of you.
Really appreciate
to put my head on a swivel. I try to hopefully answer both.
Listen, next time you're in this hot box with us, hopefully it's not going to be 2.5 square meters, it's going to be 5.5 square meters. But really appreciate your time, Anthony Scaramucci. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be on with you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you for helping me with the book.
Absolutely. We will not only shill your book, we will shill The Rest is Politics US, which is my second favorite political podcast after the original.
You like it, right?
I think it's yours.
It's a funny podcast.
I love it.
It's honest, right?
The UK is honest, and Kathy Kay is an amazing co-host with you. Now, the original hosts in the UK are also amazing, political commentators. But if anyone is interested in politics, listen to Anthony Scaramucci's podcast, The Rest is Politics US. Anthony Scaramucci.
Was that check okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Anthony Scaramucci. Now, obviously, he doesn't need an introduction. He doesn't need an intro or an outro, but I'm going to give you one anyway. He's the founder and CEO of Skybridge Capital. Crypto proponents, massive crypto bull, massive Solana bull, thinks that Solana is one day going to hit $600 and later might even hit $2,500. He's the author of Solana Rising, available on Amazon. As you mentioned, it's one of the leading books at the moment. He's also the former White House communications director, served under President Trump in his first term for a short stint. And I think just an amazing guy to talk to about politics, amazing guy to talk to about macro, an amazing guy to talk to about why we're all here as degens, rubbing shoulders with some of the largest traditional institutions out there as well. How was that conversation with Anthony Scaramucci?
Well, obviously brilliant. Yeah, I think hammering home on the Clarity Act and the regulatory aspect of it is something that a lot of crypto native people, it's very much back of mind.
It is.
How the
so secondary.
inner functionings of policy and regulation is something that's very difficult for the average crypto player to grasp.
Yep.
Which is great because we do have some advocates from Solana Institute coming to kind of walk us through some of the aspects of that. So it'll be great to contrast Anthony's responses against kind of what they're saying, what if they feel similarly.
The fact that he's been in the White House, he's been on the campaign trail with President Trump, even though, 2016 President Trump was a slightly different beast to 2025 President Trump. I think it's fascinating. I'm extremely honored to have had Anthony Scaramucci on, to bring that interesting perspective. What I find fascinating, though, is when he writes books about Bitcoin, a whole new cohort of traditional investors in their 50s, 60s, 70s pay attention. When he writes a book about Solana, a whole new cohort of traditional investors starts paying attention. It really, I think, hammers home the idea that, Raoul Pal, who's on stage now, is going to be joining us in a second. It's not just retail, it's not just degens, it's not just TradFi investors. It's also people that previously wouldn't have wanted to touch this asset class with a 10-foot pole. And I find it fascinating. I'm super, super excited to chat to Raoul Pal as well. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious to ask Raoul about that belief of Anthony's that at the moment, all the capital is stored amongst, an older generation who turn to gold, who turn to these stores of values that have worked for them in the past. We move forward 20, 30 years. All of a sudden, do we have a vastly different network of people holding this capital?
Yep.
Where, are they going to YOLO that straight into crypto? Are they going to say, stocks is the game? Really curious to see how that thesis plays out.
So there's a term for it that's slightly escaping my mind. The trillions of dollars of private wealth that's going to be transferred from the currently oldest generation to the next generation, maybe the great wealth transfer.
Great wealth transfer.
Checks out, right? That's probably what they call it.
Millennials finally getting a break.
Finally getting a break. And I think that's really going to accelerate this process. And perhaps that's part of Anthony's thesis as well. When he talks about Sol hitting $600 in a fairly short period of time, he talks about hitting $2,500, which would be amazing, but we don't know when it's going to happen over the space of maybe 5 to 10 years. I think that wealth transfer, that transfer of power, he was talking about 25-year-olds now are eventually going to be 45-year-olds in positions of power. That's all going to play into the same thesis. Now, what remains to be seen is the debasement side of it. What is a dollar going to be worth in 25 years?
Yeah, and that's the argument is that if your grandparents they're holding all this private equity, if that's in cash.
Well, first of all, I hope it's not in cash.
You're in a bad way. So, yeah, that's kind of the crux of the issue is that how much of the value accrual that's going to happen is debasement based and how much of it is actually genuinely coming from appreciation of assets in themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I do have to say at this point, if you enjoyed that conversation with Anthony Scaramucci, you're not alone. I did, Finn did. I'm sure many people watching it did. Please drop a like on the video, share it with other people that might want to see it. Drop your questions also. If you have any questions for people like Anthony Scaramucci, you should be asking them. This is probably one of your very few opportunities to chat to people like Anthony Scaramucci. Next up, though, the man, the myth, the legend, also Raoul Pal is going to be joining us. Now, this man's been talking about the banana zone for a long time. It's a slightly polarizing theory that he has, but he backs it up with a lot of data, with a lot of charts, a lot of macro research. And he's been in the industry also, is it maybe 3 or 4 decades?
He's been around, yeah.
Been around. So I'm sure you have questions, least of all, when Banana Zone, when is it going to happen? Yeah. Drop your comments in below and we'll do our best to raise them with Raoul Pal.
Are you a Banana Zone believer?
How could you not be a Banana Zone believer? I mean, I think a lot of people, now let's not kid ourselves, a lot of people join the industry because of the promise of wealth creation. Yes, ideologically motivated. Yes, maybe there's some libertarian ideals in there. We believe, I strongly believe in decentralization, democratizing access to finance. I strongly believe in disintermediation. I believe in a fairer world, and I believe, like Anthony Scaramucci, that smart regulation and good technology can improve the world. Right? I think Raoul Pal is a believer in free markets as well to a certain extent. So the Banana Zone should happen. You think back to 2017, 2018, this whole wag me energy that we had. I kind of miss that. It should happen at some point, assuming our stars align, assuming M2 money supply reaches the levels of liquidity that we need it to. And I think Raoul Pal is going to explain that. Are you a believer in the Banana Zone?
I want to be a believer in the Banana Zone.
Believe in the banana.
I'm not convinced. I think I'm skeptical by nature on many things. So if someone comes to me and says, "Yep, everything's going up," I say, "Oh, hang on, I'm not sure I'm buying into that."
We should be skeptical.
We should be skeptical.
But without the belief, I feel like it's difficult to go out there and be an evangelist and really make the case for what you believe in. Like, you need to have a certain level of conviction. And, as Michael Saylor says, you want to go to the moon, you got to be ready to pull the G's. Like, that conviction, I think, is the way that you deal with some of the volatility in this industry.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, you have to have a fundamental underlying belief in the technology itself. Because you can play the
in it for the tech.
You can play the price. I think also if Solana continues to be the most performant layer one that exists in the crypto space, then Solana has a good shot at reaching these high price points that Anthony Scaramucci is claiming.
Oh man, I'm a little bit starstruck, honestly. We didn't have enough time to talk through everything that we wanted to with Anthony Scaramucci, but you said his name there and it triggered me. So we're in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. A year and a half ago, I was in Dubai. I was hesitating to bring this up with him, but we had scheduled an interview at an RWA summit. So this is like sort of at the beginning of this huge wave of RWAs being the next big thing, and stable coins as the killer use case of crypto, and everyone was extremely bullish. It was like sort of beginning first few waves of the bull run, and then the floods happened in Dubai. Everything flooded. We were on a bus, war up to halfway, absolute catastrophe. We get to the event the next day, by the grace of God, and Anthony Scaramucci unfortunately cancelled. I think he cancelled his flight, to be honest. He didn't even arrive.
Yeah.
I was heartbroken. I didn't want to open on a negative note with Anthony Scaramucci, but I'm a little bit starstruck. Very interesting character, great to listen to, amazing guy to talk to.
Yeah, it's fascinating to have these insights, especially from someone who has, as long as the TradFi world is concerned, has been there and done it all.
Yes.
We come
made
at
a
this,
fortune, lost a fortune so many times.
and I think that's an important thing to recognize as well, is that nobody's right every single day. It's all about, as long as you're kind of above 50%, and you
Donald Trump is always right.
Sure. I don't think Anthony would say the same thing.
No, he would not. No, he would not. No, and rightly so. What a fascinating character. I wasn't necessarily aware that Anthony Scaramucci was also involved in Eric Trump's.
That was news to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the guy obviously has his finger on the pulse, understands where the industry's going, understands where regulation's going, and great to have him on. I'm curious if, in terms of time horizons, he and Raoul Pal have slightly different takes on when we reach a $600 SOL, when we reach a $2,500 SOL. Obviously, not everything is price, but price is a very significant part of our industry. Based on, I think, his most recent research, Raoul Pal would probably argue that Q1 is, yes, going to be very, very bullish, but that maybe slightly further into 2026 we'll see some of the sort of frothiest aspects of the banana zone materializing.
Yeah, 2026 is going to be a funny one because arguably we've actually been in a downtrend for a while this year.
We have.
2025 has been very choppy. We've had new all-time highs, but we've also dropped sharply in that time, and we've been kind of going up and down for a year. So is that the bear market we're having? Are we going to have lower highs, higher lows, and we're kind of going to peter out, or are we going to maintain this inherent volatility that is so critical to what crypto's done in the past?
Evidently, the days of up only for 6 months, we're no longer in that era, right? For long listed reasons that I'm sure all of our viewers are familiar with: fragmentation, the amount of money in the industry, valuations being high, so on and so forth. I think another element to it is gold, as Anthony Scaramucci was saying. A lot of the older generation have said we haven't necessarily seen a parabolic run in gold for a long, long time. Silver is experiencing its own parabolic run. So it seems that people with huge amounts of capital are now saying, look, this is tried and tested for 5,000 years. It works. It's a good store of value. That's where I'm going to park my money. If Warren Buffett is selling 30% of his portfolio into holding cash, maybe I'm going to sort of de-risk. Maybe if another factor that people say is driving this, Mag 7 companies are about 35% of the S&P 500 now. That's a bit frothy, right? So people are obviously looking to focus more on stores of value than taking huge amounts of risk. I think we're probably the exception to that as an industry. So I'm curious to see if, as your research showed, simply the fact that Bitcoin is cheaper against gold now than it has been since 2017, simply that fact alone, I'm curious to see if it forces a bit of a rotation of capital back into risk assets like Bitcoin, and hopefully Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, so on and so forth would follow as well. Curious.
Yeah, I think part of that is the great wealth transfer, and if we see capital rotate out of gold, the natural order of business, if you're 25 and you receive an inheritance, are you just going to full port that into Bitcoin instead because that's a much more palatable and accessible version of gold for you?
Well, a lot of the Bitcoin maxis would say there is only Bitcoin. What's Michael Saylor's famous?
All in on the chair. There's only one chair.
There is no second best, right? Yeah, there is only, exactly. I mean, this whole idea that there is Bitcoin, everything else is an imitation. I think we've proven that that's not true. Yeah. There is Bitcoin and there are other things. There are many, many other things. And I think I love the fact that this industry is growing as fast as it is. If Anthony Scaramucci says my biggest position is in Sol, but I'm still going to hold, I'm still going to diversify into other tokens, other coins, that's surely net positive. That's surely good.
I think we can say that's a sensible thing to do. You know, no one ever wants to put all their eggs in one basket. And if we want to maintain this, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats mentality, then obviously you need to be a bit more diversified. I think
As we should.
tokenized stocks is a great way to do that. And the flexibility and accessibility of having those tokenized stocks on chain means that anyone anywhere in the world with an internet connection can access these markets. So even beyond, you know, Bitcoin, does everything go to Bitcoin? The idea that everything can go to tokenized stocks on Solana is still a massive unlock for so many people in the world.
Let's talk about tokenized stocks. I feel like we are going to talk about tokenized stocks a lot with some of our coming guests, but let's talk about it now. We love tokenized stocks, obviously. I'm curious if you agree with me that the main reason why I'm super excited about tokenized equity specifically is because if you believe, as we said earlier, in the core tenets of crypto, the ethos of decentralization, democratizing access, disintermediation, I don't necessarily, at the end of every 4-year cycle, as much as a 4-year cycle might be dead, I don't want to off-ramp all of my crypto, hold fiat, put it into like a traditional brokerage. I don't want to put all of my money in Robinhood, if I'm honest with you. I don't want to do that anymore. Crypto's proven itself, proven its worth, and I'm quite happy holding my money on chain. So for me, being able to buy, you know, we've got the bag here as well. Let's hold the bag up. Being able to hold Tesla, Bitcoin logo there, MicroStrategy, Nvidia, S&P 500, Circle, like being able to hold these stocks on chain, and now also being able to leverage long them is quite interesting.
Yeah.
But again, for me, the main motivator is not having to off-ramp my funds and keep all of it on chain. What excites you about tokenized stocks?
For me, the most fascinating and the greatest vertical available with this is the composability of it. So for me, yeah, being able to collateralize, being able to borrow against it is the biggest unlock.
Absolutely. Now, excuse the interruption. It's the best interruption that could happen. We're bringing on none other than Raoul Pal. We're going to talk to Raoul Pal about all things market cycles, all things M2 money supply, all things Real Vision, and I'm super excited for this, but I want you to get involved. You obviously have some questions to Raoul Pal. Drop them in the comments. We are going to do our best to address all of them in the very, unfortunately, short time that we have with Raoul Pal. Super excited to have you on.
Great to be here.
Pal, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Please take a seat.
Which one should I take?
Right here, please.
This one or this one?
Right here in the middle. We're going to put you in the hot seat.
You're the star of the
Okay, there we go.
You're in the hot seat, but you were on the stage a second ago. How was that?
I've done 2 stages so far.
Already?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was good. It was good. It was fun.
Just good, not great. The energy seems electric here.
It is electric, but I think it was getting towards lunchtime.
Right.
So people were like drifting off for a bit of lunch.
People
I
need
think.
sugar.
They do.
I tell you
They're probably
what-
hungover as well.
There you go. But what will get people's attention is talking about the banana zone.
Oh, God.
When banana? We've been debating,
Well,
like, do we focus only on the banana? Do we ask him about his thesis behind it?
Nobody cares. They just want when number go up. When does the banana
Yeah,
hit?
that's why everyone's asking us to ask you.
And I just did it on stage. It's like, look, it got delayed because of this whole liquidity drain that went on because of the government shutdown and the various other parts of the plumbing system. But when you look at it, 2026, they've got to roll $10 trillion of debt. The only way of doing it is by injecting massive amounts of liquidity. So we saw it yesterday. The central bank went from quantitative tightening to we're going to stop that to we're going to start printing money again. It's telling you it's
Hallelujah.
coming.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of patience. And it's like nobody in this space has any patience whatsoever. It's like we want it to go up 100x tomorrow.
Yeah. The
and if
average
not-
hold time is 4 minutes. You know?
I know, it's ridiculous.
It's obscene.
And it's like you just don't need to do anything but just hold on to your tokens and just wait. And so it's all coming. So the banana zone is coming. It's 2026. It got delayed.
Just hold your breath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just hold your breath.
So
Stop being impatient.
impossible. You're talking to the wrong crowd about it.
I understand.
Yeah, we are so impatient.
I know. Because
Right,
everyone
so-
just wants their money.
Yeah, I think we've been spoiled as well. I mean, we were talking to Anthony Scaramucci a second ago. We were talking about, the ethos of crypto, and at the end of the day, a lot of people come for the technology. A lot of people come for
I
the
don't
ethos.
trust him. He's wearing a tie. I was chatting to him now. What the fuck are you doing wearing a suit and tie?
Why? So we could put the microphone on him. He did it for us.
I think he's trying to sell something. It's the only reason he puts a tie on.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. No, we love Anthony Scaramucci. We love his spicy takes. Curious though, if people are obviously extremely impatient, people came for the technology, people came for the underlying ethos. But 2016 to 2018, there was a lot of wag me energy because you could basically throw your money anywhere and it was going to move.
Yeah.
Right. There was many banana zones.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone.
I don't think they are. I just think you're just looking back over last year saying, well, we didn't get nice things and therefore it's all over. There's too many tokens. It's never going to go up again. If we'd gone back a year and a half, you're like, look at fucking meme coins. We're making a fortune. Everyone forgets. And everyone has a pain tolerance that is minute. So you have a year that's been choppy and miserable, and that's it. We've all given up. It's ridiculous.
Is there too many tokens? Have we oversaturated this idea that everyone can have their own token and that has plateaued where we can go?
There is too many tokens, but there's too many equities. There's too many everything. It doesn't mean if you choose the right thing, it doesn't mean that any old shit goes up. It never has. When we look back, it was like, oh, everybody made money out of ICOs. No, there was a bunch of stuff that didn't go up at all.
I didn't.
No, I didn't either.
Well, yeah. Made some, lost more.
And if I go back and look at my wallets of shame for the previous cycles, there's a whole bunch of shit I've had in my wallets that haven't gone up. So people kind of, it's backwards fitting because they say we didn't make money, therefore there's too many tokens, therefore crypto, I'm disillusioned with the whole space. You're seeing that argument on Twitter now, rage quitting the whole thing. It's because nobody's got patience.
Right.
Just need to zoom out for a little bit.
However, there's 6,000 people here over the course of 3 days, granted, but degens, DeFi OGs in the same room as trillion-dollar asset managers, as DATCos, as ETF issuers, that's surely something to be proud of.
Oh, yeah. I mean, from when I first got into the space, we said we were going to front-run Wall Street. That was 2013. We've always said it, and here they are. When I've been speaking to the sovereign wealth funds here this week, and they've all got crypto in their books now.
And they're openly talking about their allocations.
And not only that, but the Treasury Secretary of the United States, who was an ex-macro hedge fund manager, friend of mine, he openly talks about how important it is. We've got Donald Trump talking about it. We've got everybody talking about it. We've got every financial institution building on stablecoin rails. We've got once the Clarity Act is passed, then all of the banks will start building out their crypto rails for everything. We've got people like the NASDAQ talking about tokenizing all equities. And people are like, well, that's never going to happen. It's time to rage quit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and
You've got 10 trillion of liquidity coming and the entire financial system, which we've been able to front run, coming into the thing, and we're going to rage quit.
One of Anthony's big points was that the passing of the Clarity Act is one of these big obstacles, and that once we get past that, it's not open skies, but the ceiling goes a lot higher. Would you share that view?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you speak to everybody, the banks need the clarity, the asset managers need the clarity, the corporations need the clarity, everyone needs the clarity of the Clarity Act. Once you get it, it's the green light. They're all waiting for what exactly is, which things are securities, which are not, how does it all work? And once you've got it, we've got a roadmap. And everybody wants to go. Everybody wants to build on these rails, particularly the financial system, because it's so efficient and so fast to do things that they're incentivized to do it. And if one of them goes to rails, so if MasterCard does it, then Visa has to do it.
Yeah.
If PayPal has to do it, Venmo has to do it, or whoever it is. It's all the same thing. So it's a bit of a supermassive black hole. But again, we get to front run it because this is just the start of them coming.
Okay, on that, we talk about Project Crypto, we talk about tokenization of all assets within 5 years. What's to say that happens on public blockchains like we like, rather than the state putting that into a walled garden that they have full control over?
So yes, we'll have all of it.
Everything
Some will be on
everywhere.
open permissionless blockchains. Some will be on layer 2s that are more tightly controlled. Others will be on some private blockchain, and the markets will figure out what's more efficient, what has more security, what makes the most sense. But there's enough space. I mean, if you look at the total size of all asset classes in the world, it's $880 trillion.
Can't even fathom.
Yeah, that's an unquantifiable number.
Yeah.
Right. And then if you look at global derivatives like $2 quadrillion. There's plenty of money to go around. It'll work across all of the different spaces, and people figure it out.
So the news this week, 25 bips cut.
Yeah.
Potentially, was it $40 billion of monthly treasury purchases? As you said, they're turning the tap on again. Is that enough though to give us sort of a Christmas pump, or are we looking at Q1 for sort of the impact that to be felt in our industry?
I don't actually know, because we've got problems with actual liquidity in the banking system right now, and we've got to get through year-end funding for the banks,
right?
And there's not enough liquidity. So I actually think the Fed will have to come in with another liquidity measure to get through this. Is that enough to pump our bags? Don't know. But then they had a big change. Always when the Fed or the Treasury talk about a 3-letter acronym and they say it's nothing, it's just a
Trying to
technical thing,
obfuscate something.
it's usually very big. This one was the SLR or the ESLR, which is the supplementary leverage ratio. Means nothing to anybody. What it basically says is the banks can now buy more treasuries because they've lowered the risk weighting of treasuries in the banking system. So that means the banks take the treasuries directly from the treasury who issue them. They sell it to the banks. The banks use that as collateral to create more loans, and that creates a huge amount of liquidity within the system. The moment that got announced, it was kind of rushed through last week or the week before last. It got announced, it's coming January 1st. And you all have to implement it by April. Why? Because they need to roll the debt and they need the buyer. So they're going to stuff the banks to the gills with this stuff. But even more so, the moment it was announced, Steve Mirren, who has been kind of the orchestrator of a lot of this policy, he said, oh, but that change is not enough. We want to get rid of risk weighting entirely for treasuries, which is basically saying we want open-ended ability
Money
for
printer.
us to print the money and stuff the banking system and let them create credit, which is also what drives this whole thing that Scott Besson talks about, which is like Main Street over Wall Street. What he means is QE itself, direct QE, just lowers the denominator, makes the assets go up.
Yeah.
But when you do it by the banking system, loans come out.
So we talk a lot about flywheels, and based on what you're describing there, I get the sense that this could contribute even more to the debasement trade.
Yes, this is the liquidity.
This
is where they print the money, and as opposed to putting it on the balance sheet, or as opposed to using the reverse repo market, this is the next mechanism.
So what has prevented then? We're talking to a chief investment officer of Bitwise, Matt Hogan, shortly, in his thesis going into Q3 and Q4 was that towards the end of the year, a lot of these asset managers are going to have to prove to their clients that they understand the debasement trade and that they're going to have, put more capital into risk-on assets like Bitcoin, like crypto in general, like the ETFs, like even potentially digital asset treasuries. That hasn't necessarily played out to the same extent that they expected it to. So if we're moving towards...
Because of this liquidity air pocket.
Because of this, okay, yeah.
That's what caused it.
That's
Caught me off guard
yeah.
because because of what happened is the Treasury built the Treasury General account and we didn't have the reverse repo to drain because it was already drained. We had no offset. So that just took money out of the system. Furthest out the risk curve is us lot in crypto. So it's the Wile E. Coyote for us as we go off the cliff. NASDAQ kind of got to the edge of the cliff and it was kind of okay. So we are the most sensitive to liquidity. So when it's being withdrawn, there wasn't enough liquidity for us and equities and all the other stuff, so we lose the liquidity. But when it comes back, we're the most sensitive. So we go up most.
By the dip. It's more reflexive.
It's by the dip, yeah. Of course it is.
I want to be the wet blanket on this on this optimism. Have we still got some contagion to play out from the mass liquidations on 1010? Is there still some skeletons in closets that are going to reappear?
It's a hot topic.
That could
It feels-
postpone this a bit longer.
It feels that something is going on. One of the things that's in my head is when you have a multi-standard deviation move, it affects what's known as VAR, value at risk, and it's the models that market makers, banks, hedge funds use. And what it does is they widen, they can take less risk, and so they widen things like bid offer spreads, so there's less liquidity. So when you have the event like 1010, it then forces less risk-taking, and it takes a while, and we don't have the liquidity around. So I don't know if somebody went under. It felt that way because that selling that happened every single day looked like somebody got done in that. And it wasn't just OG selling, which was the narrative. It's like something happened somewhere, but we've not seen it.
But we don't know yet.
We all pointed fingers. It's like, it's them, it's them, it's them. So far, we don't know.
It wasn't my $28 portfolio. Question from the community. 4-year cycles.
Yeah.
Are they dead?
There never was a 4-year cycle. It's based on the debt refi cycle, which was 4 years, but then in 2022, they extended the debt maturity out by another year. So it's now 5 years. So it actually took me a while to figure this out as well. Is that, okay, so now this time it's going to be 5 years. What's the next cycle? We don't know until we see what the debt maturity is at the end of this cycle. So it's 5 years. So there's no magic Satoshi given from the gods. It's 4 years and you shall have 4 years. It's none of that bullshit. It's to do with macro, it always has been. It's to do with the debt refi cycle. So if we've got about $10 trillion to roll in 2026, that's when liquidity comes. That should be the end of the cycle before we come down the other side again.
Another one of these questions is, I think going back to your thesis from a couple of years ago, that young people have about 5 to 6 years to
Unfuck
their future.
Yeah.
So what are things that we might do in the next 12 months to fuck it up?
What you can do to fuck it up? Oh, there's so many good methods. One is to listen to your friends.
Okay.
Generally, we've all got that bag of shame.
Yeah.
And in that bag or wallet of shame has the meme coins that your friends pumped to you, all of that stuff. So that's a really good way of destroying money. The other good way is definitely use as much leverage as you can, because you are going to, with 100x leverage, you're definitely going to make your fortune. Definitely. So that's a way of fucking it up really well. The other thing is just click on any website, particularly if you're like if an NFT space, stuff like that. Just click on all the links anybody sends you.
Mint everything with a roadmap.
Particularly those messages you get on Telegram. Say, hey, here's a free mint for you. Do that, and make sure you keep all of your assets in your hot wallet.
On your phone.
On your phone.
Yeah.
That's a really good trick as well. It's generally, those are the ways definitely you can destroy your own capital happily.
And it seems to be easier than ever to do that as well.
Yeah, but you know, it's really interesting because I do adhere to my own don't fuck this up thesis where like 10%, I don't think I've even got to 10% in the degen stuff, but I look at it now, I'm like, it all lost money, not a single trade. And that's the other simple thing is don't fuck up time horizon. People are so driven by the adrenaline of short-term charts. Whereas the way to make money in this space is actually boring. It's to do nothing. It's like take your tokens, put them on your ledger device, put it somewhere else, and don't do anything. But Christ, that's the hardest thing in the world to do. Because oh my God, my mate's making money in this. I need to do.
It's so hard.
Can you understand that sense of urgency? If people have this idea, they have 5 years to unfuck their future. So that is a short-term time horizon in the span of a life.
I do get that, but you've got the best performing asset class in all recorded history, and then you're trying to apply leverage to it, and you're trying to apply leverage in illiquid meme coins. It's like fucking crazy because your probability of success is really low. So I get it, and particularly a year like this, everyone's so angry and frustrated because they didn't make money. But you can, even by a sensible asset allocation mix, have a safe asset like Bitcoin. You can go further out the risk curve. You can have Solana, then you can go further out the risk curve, and you can have like a barbell strategy. Over time, it'll work well. I mean, don't forget, Solana from the low, $8 to, what did it hit? $200?
Yeah, 250. Yeah.
Higher. Didn't it hit 290?
280, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the daily chart.
That's a pretty bloody good return.
But
that happened in
that was a good time, Ralph.
That was 2 years.
Yeah.
Everyone forgets that.
Yeah.
It's gone nowhere now. Look at it's rubbish.
Yeah.
You can never make money in crypto. It's all over. It's
Most
really?
obvious question there is, are we still in a bull run?
Yes. Are they going to print money? Yes or no? Yes.
So
Therefore, number go up.
Hold your breath. Don't fuck up.
Yeah, it's just, nobody likes it, but you just have to learn patience. It's because I get it. It matters to all of us, right?
Yeah.
Because we are front running Wall Street. We know we've got an asset that goes up over time. We know it's getting bigger adoption. You're here at the Solana event. You can see adoption. You can see what's happening. We've got sovereign states talking about it. You just need to let it play out.
So on that note, moving all the way away from the degen side of the spectrum, we've got ETF issuers here. We've got sovereign wealth funds, the $1 trillion asset managers. How does it feel? Is it like a natural progression of maturity, of industry maturity, of ecosystem maturity, and we should just welcome it? Or do you get the sense that it was a bit of a trade-off and we've lost some of that core identity that we once had? Where do you stand on that?
You can't have an asset that we say is, let's say with Bitcoin, right, a superior form of money or collateral, and then want adoption, and then say, but you can't have it because you're a financial institution. It's bananas. So I get it. It's not in the format people want, ETFs, blah, blah, blah. But I just think of it as all of a Trojan horse. And what we're doing is bringing in a new system of money, a new system for the internet, all of this stuff. So I don't mind. But what's really interesting is when you speak to these institutions, they're still so early in their journey. It's their first year of looking at stuff. They don't know how to value it. But it's like, I'll buy some of the ETF. I need to understand how to think about the risk. It's like us when the first time you get into it. So they're really early. So they haven't gone through the manic cycle where they've made all the money. They haven't lost the money yet, and then come back and figure out how to do it. So they've got a long part of this journey to go.
I guess a lot of people are quite excited about the fact that these asset allocators tend to not trade with a 24-hour time horizon as well, right? They allocate. You wrote a piece about this not too long ago. Might be 12 months, might be 24 months, and then not looking to necessarily touch it for too long. So that gives me hope that we're sort of maturing as an industry. But it is something that people raise as a question, like, what have we lost in the process?
I'm not sure we've lost anything because, again, we're early in how this plays out.
Yeah.
But what we're doing is actually saying, well, if you strip back, Wall Street's saying, this is a high quality asset that has a moneyness to it, that is good quality collateral, and therefore we were right. We were right. That's what we said about this thing.
We were right.
We were right. And that's what's happening. And we will be right again when it comes to the whole idea of Web3 and how we can move the rest of the internet. People don't believe that's going to happen now. People are crashing out about this idea. Of course it's going to happen because it's much more efficient.
Okay.
It's a better way of doing it.
On that, now that the institutions are here in much scale, they're at these events, who's the marginal buyer after these institutions, these TradFi players? They're arrived. We can't say they're coming because they're here. So what happens next?
Well, let's remember there's $880 trillion of assets held by, many of them are held by these institutions. What is the total size of the asset management industry worldwide? I have no clue, but it's got to be $100 trillion.
It's a lot of zeros.
How much have they allocated? Well, the largest, one of the largest sovereign wealths here, I think has $500 million of Bitcoin. Okay, that's all. And they run between the various sovereign wealths here in Abu Dhabi, they've got about $1.8 trillion. And they've got 500 million. Maybe a few have got some more. So maybe they've got $2 billion. They've started yet. So the marginal buyer is them.
It's a funny range of perspective because we see a 5% move on Nvidia and we realize that that's the entire market cap of the entire crypto industry.
Yeah.
So it does kind of help us to.
And also don't forget, that's Bitcoin. What the rest of Wall Street's saying is, hey, we love this network technology, this database, this decentralized distributed database, and we want to build on it. And what is that? That's demand for our tokens.
Yeah.
They're building on Solana. We will have huge demand for Solana over time. But it hasn't started yet. So we can't talk about the end of the game, who's the marginal buyer, when the elephants come into the room, we've gone, oh yeah, we've seen the elephant.
Who's after the elephant?
Yeah, it's like, really? I mean, there's nothing after that. That's the entire adoption of the thing. But for smart contracts, yeah, there's the whole adoption of the internet. The whole everything from digital identity to the ownership layer of the internet, things like ticketing, all of the things that we use contracts for, that'll all come as well.
2024, great year. 2025, even better year, arguably. 2026, what's the single
Was
biggest...
2025 a good year?
I mean, look at all these institutions that are here. They saw the retail adoption by, most measures.
Oh,
They
yeah. In
decided
terms
to
of-
allocate-
We got Sol ETFs, I think
Yeah.
positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in terms of maturity
And staking and all
stake,
that.
regulatory clarity. Okay, I mean, we're maybe poorer than we were 12
That's
months ago.
Really? Was it a good year?
I mean, I'm not loving the fact that I'm poorer than I was 12 months ago, but I think as far as the industry goes, as far as Solana goes, it was a relatively good year. So,
Yep.
2026, what's going to be the reason why we look back at the end of the year and say it was also a pretty good year?
Liquidity. It's just what you're going to see is this nexus of liquidity coming in, us getting more money from tax stimulus and other stuff, fiscal stimulus,
Yep.
and the Clarity Act going, so Wall Street accelerating. So you've got demand and debasement happening at the same time. That to me feels like it's got to be a high probability that we have a very good year. Not just a good year, but a very good year. And that's the banana zone we talked about at the beginning.
So if I was to really pressure you to say, what are you most excited about in 2026? You're going to insist it's liquidity.
Yes, because 90% of all price action in Bitcoin and crypto overall is explained by one macro factor, liquidity. 90% correlation. With the NASDAQ, it's 97.5%. We've never had this dominant a macro factor in history. So we don't have to care about one thing, which is why I always say when people ask me about all the things, tariffs or whatever, I just say it's all noise. Because if 90% of all price action is explained by one thing, then that's all we care about.
Everything else is a rounding error.
It's all a rounding error.
Unfortunately, that's all we have time for. Ralph, thank you so much for joining us on Solana Floor today. I really, really appreciate it.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thanks a lot. That was fun.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I hope we didn't drown you out in this really hot room, but
That was perfect.
I'll tell you what, if it's cold out there, come back, we'll continue chatting.
Thank you.
Have we?
I do believe so.
Okay.
Now, it seems the main stage has quietened down as well.
I think Thomas is meant to be arriving to do the next interview. Maybe at 2:30. If that's 2, he should be here.
Ralph
now.
Powell, what a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy. I love his insistence on liquidity. It's liquidity, it's liquidity, it's liquidity. It's like you talk to a successful property broker, and he's like, no, it's all about location. Doesn't matter how big it is, doesn't matter how recently renovated it is. He insists it's all about location. Ralph Powell, I love the consistency.
I like that he speaks both languages. I think he speaks degen as much as he speaks, traditional investorship.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the afternoon plan. Main stage is on break. Everyone's having lunch.
Are we on?
Don't think so. But there's not really any way of telling,
That's fun.
isn't it? Yes. So, afternoon's plan is going to be Michael Repetny Marinade, staking OGs,
Yes.
strong institutional focus, very successful in 2025. Then, Soulmate, Solana DAT,
The DAT. Yes. The one of the more
Homegrown.
creative ones.
local Solana DAT as well. They're based here in the UAE.
They're based in the UAE. They launched the first Solana validator in the UAE. And what I find quite fascinating about Soulmate is that they're also expanding into the infrastructure game. So they're getting into RPC sales. So they're not just playing this game of we buy our Sol, we stake it, and we wait for it to go up.
Yep.
They're being a bit more active with this approach to try and really sweat that yield and generate as much revenue as possible. I think you interviewed one of their backers,
Samantha.
Victor Fisher from Rockway
Victor Fisher
X.
from Rockway X, yeah. Who got acquired by Soulmate,
Who got
right?
acquired by Soulmate.
Congratulations to everyone on those teams. Good to see that that's happening. Mergers and acquisitions. I think most bullish though, beyond the acquisition, is that they had a massive representation in Abu Dhabi Finance Week. We're talking with Raul Powell about it just now, and Mr. Anthony Scaramucci before that. Wild to me that the main sponsor is the regulator here in Abu Dhabi. You've got trillion-dollar asset managers, you've got DATs, you've got ETFs, and Solana has its own sort of speaker booth, its own pavilion there. I think we've come a long, long way, and Soulmate, congratulations for having representation in Abu Dhabi Finance Week as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's a big but.
It's a big but.
And this is one of the biggest buts out there. You've written about it. We've made videos about it. We keep covering this. Systemic risk. I don't even know where to begin, but we have to bring it up with.
We absolutely will. Yeah, we absolutely will. The DAT play seems to have played out. I want to hear arguments why it hasn't. A lot of these DATs bought the top. A lot of the top lasted billions in the Sol when Sol was $210. They're now down 30-40% on those buys.
Some 70%.
Some 70?
Some 70%.
Right.
Some of the more extreme ones. Yeah. Not all of them. But the MNAVs are also compressed.
MNAVs are compressed, so it's hard to borrow, so it's hard to kind of keep that flywheel spinning. I don't think there's any systemic risk where there's going to be forced liquidation and forced sales. We have seen some smaller DATs actually give up on the model, and they've liquidated their holdings and said, look, we're no longer a Solana DAT.
That scares me. The fact that, a lot of these organizations came out with the notion that all they were going to do was acquire more Sol, increase Sol per share as a core metric, stake it, deploy it across Solana DeFi, and essentially be more financially engineered for the right reasons, versions of Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy. It seems now that, unlike Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy or strategy now, that some of these Solana DATs must liquidate their holdings if shit hits the fan. And shit is hitting the fan. Shit has been hitting the fan for the, the last 2.5, 3 months. Sol's crashed 40%, around 40%.
40, I'd say.
And if it's going to happen with some of the smaller DATs, maybe it's going to happen with some of the bigger DATs. We are going to find out. We're going to ask Soulmate to what extent they'd be willing to sell Sol. But it's something that scares me. It's something that worries me against the backdrop of extremely bullish sentiment in Breakpoint. We have crypto Twitter sentiment, which is an extreme fear. And I think really underlining all of it is this idea that we might be facing systemic risk. I don't know, maybe I'm too doomy and gloomy about this, but that's where I stand.
I think systemic risk doesn't touch us as Sol holders in this sense. I think the risk mostly goes to people who bought the stock, who bought the underlying stock of these DATs in a hope that it would just replicate price action with a bit more reflexivity. Like I said, most of the DATs don't have forced selling mechanisms in place. If they choose to sell, they choose to sell. But there's no forced selling, there's no liquidation cascade, I think, that could affect them there.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
I certainly hope so.
What we have seen is that some Ethereum DATs have started selling their ETH to bump up the stock price. And I think that is where we enter a dangerous territory.
Yeah, the thesis, the idea, the notion, often supported by infographics and not necessarily data, that we could have a Solana DAT unwinding and cause some sort of death spiral, seems to be limited in its potential to impact the average Sol holder, right? I think partly because a lot of the Sol that was sold to these DATs was sold at a discounted price, but I would imagine, and we are going to find the answer to this shortly, I would imagine there's a serious cap to how much Sol they would be willing to sell, because otherwise you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, and the point of a DAT is to buy stake Sol and hold on to it. So if you start selling it to bolster up your stock price and defend that value, you've lost the game almost. So I want to hear alternative arguments and what other ways there are of circumnavigating that as Sol drops in price.
I'm curious what our audience thinks. On the one end, you've got a solid argument that Sol DATs pose systemic risk to the Solana ecosystem, that because MNAVs are compressed and they're getting compressed by the declining price of Sol, that some of these vehicles will be forced to sell their Sol, part or all of it, that would further compress MNAVs, that would then create a death spiral for Solana DATs, and that therefore necessarily, as the Solana ecosystem, we are facing systemic risk. And on the other end of the debate, obviously, we have maybe slightly more reasonable, slightly more data-backed argument that no, that's not what's going to happen because they have other ways of raising debt, or maybe they don't have debt at all, maybe they don't have to liquidate any of their positions. Curious what the people at home watching this from around the world think. And if you think that there's a little bit of systemic risk, but not a lot, or you think it is absolutely nothing short of systemic risk, then please let us know. We are going to be talking to Soulmate very shortly.
Yes, Marco Santori, CEO.
Yep, and I'm sure Marco will be able to put our questions to rest.
Yeah, I suspect these guys know more about it than we do.
Do you reckon before going into Abu Dhabi Finance Week that they all got together and they were like, you know what, let's have a meeting and let's discuss if somebody raises the question of systemic risk, we should probably have like a coordinated response backed by data, probably, right?
Yeah, I would expect that that's the question they all know they're going to get asked, and they will have prepared a defense for that.
Reasonable to assume that they have the data to back it up as well, and reasonable to assume that if they were in a position where things were really going tits up and they didn't know what was going to happen in a few weeks, let alone a few months, that they probably wouldn't be making acquisitions. But
true, yeah. The acquisition is an indication that they're in a good place. However, Rockaway X is one of the backers of that DAP, so there's layers to this. Acquiring a company is a good indicator, but if you're acquiring a company that backs you in the first place, there could be smoke and mirrors.
I see what you're saying.
There is, but
I see what you're saying. Really curious to see what his take is on DATs. Another discussion that we had with Victor Fisher. Hey, we have Michael from Marinade joining us. We'll get right back to the conversation that we had with Victor Fisher.
Hey,
from
Michael, how you doing?
And we'll get right back to the conversation
jump into the middle.
with Soulmate as well. We are here with Michael from Marinade.
Hi, Joe. Nice to
If you give me 2 moments.
Oh, awesome. Sorry, we're doing an interview, but we can chat to you on the phone.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to hop out if you could. Yes, perfect. Need to get some juice. And I will be right back. Thank you. Enjoy.
finally, I'm going to
Michael,
break two.
hi. It's been a while. Oh, yeah, we haven't spoken.
The first is governance.
What's the atmosphere like out there? First of all, is everyone as excited as we are? What's the atmosphere like on the ground?
Look, man, it's great to see. I mean, this is probably the biggest breakpoint ever.
It is absolutely the biggest
so many
breakpoint ever.
people. What's great to see is that for the first time ever, I see so many newcomers to Solana specifically in the ecosystem. I met so many people that this is their first ever breakpoint, which is great to see. So all good, excited. We just arrived 2 days ago, so
Everyone's still getting used to the jet lag. Everyone's still a bit on edge. Cool. So we're gonna dive right into it. It has been a wild. Sorry, go on. Mic yourself up.
Thanks, man.
For sure. Vin, you want me to jump in there?
Yeah, go on. I'll hop across.
Okay. Sorry.
Musical chairs in real time.
Michael, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Michael, nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. Thomas
this
Bahamas.
is Thomas Bahamas. It's also Thomas's first breakpoint, so he's
It's nice. Yeah, I was just
Long
saying.
time caller. First time.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of people in here for the first time ever.
So I want to jump back into it. It's been a wild 2025. Marinade has really established itself as an institutional staking platform at scale. You're one of the go-to choices for a lot of institutions looking to get into it. We've seen that from the Canary Marinade ETF. When Marinade started, it was liquid staking. That was the entire model. That was everything you were focused on. And it seems like your pivot towards native institutional staking is paying off really well.
Yeah, exactly. So back when we started completely bootstrapped back in 21, introduced first ever liquid staking, MSOL back then, with the idea to decentralize Solana, to make it ever more censorship resistant, stable for all the things that's going to be built on top of the infrastructure that we love. And then we started with the MSOL and liquid staking, but we saw down the road that many people don't like really the smart contract risk in between. So fast forward today, there is not only one MSOL, there is more than 100 LSTs on Solana. And if you combine them, you get around 10% of all staked Solana. So the pie for LSTs, for liquid staking, has been growing. While what we saw around 2 years ago is that it's not growing fast enough for us to deliver on our initial mission, which is to make Solana decentralized and censorship resistant so that we spread the stake across as many validators as possible, because you don't get to choose them usually. You go with the biggest ones. So that was the whole mission of Marinade. And then because of that, we started with native staking, pretty much targeting this 90% pie of the Solana staking overall. And with that, the whole go-to-market, who we are after, how we distribute the product completely changed. So we needed to undo a lot of things, brought on board folks ex-Fidelity, BNYM, who's been there on the other side, on the TradFi spectrum, that taught us some things. And then it was because of them and because we adapted as we went, to make sure that fast forward today, Marinade is integrated with Copper, Zodia, BitGo, and other qualified custodian to be announced next month. And then, the US Sol ETF got approved. And then we were excited to see that Marinade was picked as the staking provider for Canary Capital ETF. So that showed some of the progress of DeFi only, almost this toy that was out there, and liquid staking up there to really serve the institutions, the most regulated entities in the world, which we are excited about.
It's remarkable that Marinade was, a hackathon project, several years ago, and it started so small, and now there is a Marinade powered ETF on Wall Street. It's a titanic shift. Where do you go next from that? You've stepped onto Wall Street. You're playing the institutional game. What's the next ceiling to break through?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, looking into 2026, we look at the intersection kind of maybe coming a bit back to the roots, as there are still two products at Marinade. There is this native staking, which serves the institutions. It's accessible from the qualified custodians and whatnot without the smart contract risk. That's one spectrum. And then you have MSOL, liquid staking, DeFi, you can do collateralize, you can do things with it. What interests us is kind of remove the boundaries in between the two worlds to allow people, even the natively staked, just in time to do things that are only possible to do in DeFi. So that's what we're looking into, to collateralize your staking, maybe trade, just use your staked assets as a margin, as collateral, do all the things that we are used to in DeFi, but do it just in time you need it, so that you are not exposed to the smart contract risk all the time, just like you are with LSTs. So that's like one spectrum we're thinking. Another one we're looking at, definitely also in this market cycle, is stablecoins and stable rails.
Okay.
So for us at Marinade, forever and ever, we maximize yield on Solana. At the end of the day, it's not only Solana that the investors care about. So they would split between stables and Solana cyclically over time. So we are looking into ways to bring, again, the best yields to stables as well. So you can expect something like staking on your stables from Marinade in the next coming months. So we're excited about the stable raise a lot. And then finally, I think still distribution. We are not done there. I mean, we are now integrated with all the qualified custodians. The first ever ETF picked us, but there's just much more that we want to do with that and with ETF. So the job's not done. And with Marinade, through this KYC product that we have right now, when we vet the validators, we think that this matches really the institutional standards, so that we are the ones that are fighting for all the community validators on Solana that could not get the distribution. So only the biggest validators get placed there in the ETFs, and they get to pick from 4 or 5 different validators. But we are there to be the tooling to help tens, if not hundreds, of the Solana OG community validators to get those flows from the ETF. So that's what excites us, because we've seen those numbers of validators dying over time, and especially recently. So we will do what we can to make sure that we save them and that the chain stays decentralized, and then we help those indie validators alive and running.
I want to touch on the validator decline. I've spoken to a lot of people about this. I've interviewed a lot of people about this. One of the core arguments against that is that it's a shift from quantity to quality. And we're moving away from Sybil validators, and we're concentrating into a smaller group of proven independent validators, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Would you support that thesis, or do you think that's smoke and mirrors to kind of prop up this idea that we don't need as many validators as we
I would agree. We've been saying for ages, we don't need to see 2,000 validators for the sake of the number. We would much rather see 1,000, where the stake would be more evenly distributed. We've been saying that for ages and ages. So now it's kind of happening. So yeah, most of the nodes, I think, were just Sybils, and then they were just shut down because they were solely dependent on single source of stake, let's say Solana Foundation. So I find that positive for that. Okay, it's not for the sake of the number. You want to maximize rather the people behind who makes the network, not the number of nodes. So I think from that perspective, I'm fine with that. But there are side effects to it that truly the institutionalization and ETFs and DATs and everything, everyone just runs it internally. So they don't look as much on the existing validators to support it, the delegation. So there are some side effects where even the true OG indie ones, they have a hard time truly right now because the people just move the stake to their own proprietary validator. And that's what we would like to improve over time, so that you truly get the best staking rate through, say, Marinade or the validators, and you are not forced to build your own validator. If it's only purely for the economics, it shouldn't be the case, because we don't believe that the new institutions or DATs will technologically meet the OGs on Solana that we've been running it for years. So we would like to find a proxy, a nice funnel to make it easy for the institutions to get the yield without running the infrastructure themselves, because then they can delegate to those that need it and run it really well.
That's a beautiful balance. And you know, you're kind of like a Solana OG DeFi. So to see you actually have this success with the institutions, I think it's great.
Yeah.
And you're also able to pass that down to the OG validators that need it.
Yeah.
And that have been doing a fantastic job, because it seems like not all of them have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the whole Canary Capital ETF, they are using a product called Marinade Select, which is completely like KYC validators, no Sybils. We know who the counterparty is through a third-party vendor that does the KYC. And it is them. It is the community validators that get the stake from someone like Canary Capital ETF, which is awesome to see. And we want to grow it. So there are now more validators applying to the program. So we are targeting, let's say, 80 to 100, maybe KYC validators. So those are the true OGs out there that we would love to support, to make sure. And then institutions, they wanted to. They're coming to Solana not only to make money, but also they believe in the decentralized ethos of the network, right? Then that's what separates Solana, the blockchain, from something like a private database. So they love the concept for making it decentralized, not only because of the ethos, but also because it's diversified yield. So it eventually makes them more money. It's just like with S&P 500, like you are not going to bet on one stock only. You're rather spread your portfolio across many. That's exactly what Marinade does.
So Marinade Select, if we're synthesizing, it's kind of an index of Solana's most curated, most select, most trusted and reliable validators.
Exactly, without any smart contract risk. Yeah.
And so that kind of represents the institutional leg of Marinade. Native staking is the more kind of DeFi native leg. You have got a foot in both worlds. So I'm curious to understand what your position is on the shift we're having from, pure DeFi, degens on-chain, breaking down permissionless systems towards this institutional TradFi angle. With a leg in both worlds, how do you navigate this transition? And why is there such a disconnect between the people who have been using Solana for years and, the suits basically that are marching in now?
Yeah, and that's a good one. So we've been running permissionless delegation for years. A year ago, when we got into institutions, it was like a heartbreak. Oh, you don't know who the validators are? Oh, that's a no-no for us. They can be running from different countries, different jurisdictions. It can be one entity running 10 validators. You don't really know in this permissionless, blockchain. So that's why we came up with the idea of Marinade Select, KYC validators. So I think where it's going is that you are going to have validators that are vetted through different systems. The basic one would be KYC. Then they can go through, we have co-founded with Alluvial something that's called the Node Operator Risk Standard on Solana, which is like a SOC 2 for validators, so that you know that they operate well. You can contract with them. So there will be like a catalog. You can imagine a catalog of known validators with KYC, and some of them have different levels of vetting against them. And then the institutions, they will be the ones deciding pretty much. So it's not going to be one size fits all like it's right now. The institutions, what we've been seeing is that they would like to see the catalog and be like, okay, I want to go with this, and that one, for example, and they have different reasons to choose different sets. So I think that's where it's going. It's not going to be one size like fits all, just like it is right now. It's going to be much more custom, that the institutions are going to come and like from existing catalog, they're going to be able to select who they want to stake with pretty much. Is it geographical decentralization? Maybe it's 0.0 only. Maybe it's a DeFi community only. But it depends, and it varies so much that we understood it and we are building this catalog for them to easily pick.
How important is geographic decentralization to how you select who gets included in Marinade Select?
So right now, like to tell the truth, it's not a factor really. Up to a point where, so the Marinade system would not stake to a country or a data center that has more than 33% of all stake for security reasons. So that's like one big cap that's existing there. But other than that, pretty much, it is mainly about yield and then capped by a validator, so that there cannot be a single validator owning all that stake. But when it comes to the country, right now with like 0.0, we are seeing some advance there that finally, it's strange numbers game that you get to be collocated to get the best yield. So the first one that's in unpopulated or unstaked continent, really they don't have an edge. So it's problematic to start just a validator in Africa, let's say, because there is no infra. But we hope over time, with like multiple concurrent proposers and so on, that this should be less of an issue.
Interesting. Now, kind of shift a little bit. At Crossroads earlier this year, you brought up that you thought Solana was overpaying for security. Is that something that you still hold that view, like based on the inflation being so high, or do you want to unpack that a little bit?
Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, it was like this whole like big 228 debate. What to do, what not. I think the proposal was kind of complicated, failed at the end of the day, which showed, I would say, how strong the governance and the ecosystem is, because everyone like up top was pushing for it and it didn't happen. So it showed how Solana is decentralized. It was also a bit complicated. I would say so. Right now, what Helios came up with, just pretty much accelerating the disinflation rate. It's much more straightforward, and I'd be for it. So
you're for it?
Yeah.
Is it too much of a compromise from 228? Because personally, I thought 228 was brilliant from a market-driven perspective. I thought it was kind of the perfect balance between ensuring that we had the optimum rate instead of just waving our hands and dropping inflation as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean that's right. It was probably more sophisticated. I like simple things, so this is like simple to explain, and people, I think, there are not going to be those advanced like discussions just like it was about 228. Either you're for it or you're not for it, and then you could also adjust as you go. It's like nothing that you could possibly take back, so you can also adjust. Right now, I think there is this leaky bucket that Max Resnick was talking about, so I believe it's going to be the best for the ecosystem, and it's going to show that Solana stands not only on inflation, but also on true economical value. So it stands on its own leg. And then, yeah, I'm excited for this to move forward and hopefully to get voted.
Okay, when institutions and TradFi players talk about this, about 441 specifically, do they feel kind of like they've been blindsided because they were sold this idea of, consistent yield, here's the schedule, we're going to ticket 4%, so they'll be allocating capital to ETFs and to DATs under that expectation. And now with 441, that's going to get cut. Do you think we see some backlash from some of these players who might vote against that?
Quite possibly, and we'll need to see if it gets voted. But we are there, like US Sol ETF, it's done.
Yeah.
It's hard to get undone.
Yeah.
So we'll all adjust. And then some of the investors, as you said, might get in because of like the basis yield opportunities and so on, of the yield itself. But some of it, I would hope, got in because of they believe in Solana. So that the asset as it is can do much more. So the difference between 4 to 8% on the asset shouldn't draw them back from investing into Solana. So I would hope that maybe some of them would like to see that it truly stands on this real economical value and not on inflation that only dilutes and creates this leaky bucket where people truly need just to sell their inflation rewards to pay for taxes and so on.
Yeah. What do you think are the implications if it does pass? Just a lower staking rate for them, or?
Yeah, I would believe so. So maybe just like with 228 before, maybe it might push more people to explore DeFi because like standard classic staking would not be yielding as much as it was. Now, if they push out of staking, then it kind of like balance it out. So it not only depends on like inflation rate, it depends on how much Sol is staked. So
yeah,
I think the market will figure it out. But I think we're going to fix this leaky bucket. So I'm hopeful overall.
Yeah, us too. Do you have any hot takes on DATs versus ETFs? Because it seems like the ETFs have been performing very well lately, where maybe DATs not so well.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like that's kind of from the ETFs. I think it was interesting to see. While the ETFs were not done, so many DATs. At some point I stopped counting because there were just too many of them. And then we were discussing saying for months that there'll be some consolidation most likely happening when the market shifts. Yeah. So I think that's where we are, and the strongest survive as it should be on the market. So I think both of them have their place on Solana. I mean, recently like Rockaway and Soulmate, so you can still see stuff happening in there, which are going to be exciting. So only that's for the sake of just a treasury. I'm not quite sure, but someone like Ford or Soulmate that bring, or Soul Strategies that brings something to the ecosystem, build something on top of it, not just the treasury strategy. Is going to be very exciting, and there's still going to be a place for them. I would hope. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Soulmate coming on too, so we're excited to talk to them. Do you think that there's any like systemic risk associated with some of these DATs on Solana? Like at some point, do they unwind their Sol position, or what's your take on that?
Yeah, possibly. Like to tell the truth, I'm not that deep in it, but it's kind of like the same with MicroStrategy or like over at Bitcoin. It's like this black box. Okay, what will happen with all that and with how they borrow against it and so on, how they pay it out. So there's this whole mechanics that I don't fully get, but I think there can be risk out of it when we unwind, when we shift the cycle. Yeah. So I guess we'll yet to see. We'll learn from it, and then hopefully the next time we do better. I just hope that as many retail investors got into it, they will not get burned to a level that they will not do it for the second time. That's what I'm. I hope that's not going to happen. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, us too. One thing that I was thinking was, so you guys made this like really good pivot, provided a really good institutional product for 2025, and you saw success. Like as you laid that groundwork, is that going to be like moving forward, like your focus, like, hey, we've got this is like the product that they're wanting. We vetted all these validators out. Like, is that going to be the main focus for 2026 for you?
I would say it's going to be a big part of it. Yeah. So for us, it's this Trojan horse almost that we are putting institutions, we are bringing them to Solana by the most risk-averse thing that they can do. Okay, they get the yield on staking in the most safe, secure way through the places they are used to. They're a qualified custodian. So that's where Marinate is. Yeah. That should be their entry point, and that's the starting point. And then hopefully over time, we get to introduce them. Once they get warm enough in the waters, then maybe they try more with it. So maybe they explore things that can be built in the Solana ecosystem. So like I said, we would love to make sure that those two sides kind of talk with each other.
Yeah.
And through this classic native staking, we would like to introduce them to the rest of the Solana, even DeFi ecosystem.
Yeah.
Once they are ready. So like step by step, warming it up. So that's what excites us, to make sure that people don't think about liquid or native.
Yeah.
It should be the safest way how you stake on Solana.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the moment you need it, almost just in time, you do stuff with DeFi, you borrow against it, you trade, you open positions, and those kind of things.
I think that's interesting, like seeing them get more into DeFi. Is that something that you see like them wanting, or is that something that would like you think it's the next step, like the logical next step?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised how that's like, Forward Industries and the others are like, you would, since that's publicly traded company at the end of the day, but they are very advanced when it comes to using the DeFi strategy. So I was surprised that they are way ahead.
Yeah.
They are much more on the risk side of things when you compare them to classic ETFs. So I would say it's happening already. It's happening already. So, and then the market will choose who's the best performer. And if you're stuck with some classic rigid way of just holding Solana, even without staking, you will not get the market demand. So I think it's going that direction, to explore safely, secure first, because for the institutions, it's like compliance, security, and then yield. They think like kind of other way around as retail or as us, the DeFi native people, but eventually they'll get there. And the whole boundaries between CeFi and DeFi is going to merge.
I want to throw the ball towards the MNDE token holders. Earlier this year, you started introducing burns using protocol revenue. Do you want to just give us a quick overview of how that's been received?
Yeah, for sure. So MND governance voted sooner this year to burn 30% of the protocol supply. I think one of the reasons by the proposers was that there were so much like outstanding still supply in the treasury, not being allocated, not being used. Given that Marinade has been completely bootstrapped, it has not like multiple funding rounds. So there was just outstanding treasury there, not really allocated to something. So the community pretty much proposed just to burn it so that no one's surprised, and then it gets lowered the supply overall. There was one. Another thing to it was that the buyback started. So then the protocol fees would be shared 50% on buying back MND from the market and putting it to the DAO treasury, and the other 50% would be saved as MSOL in the treasury, and then the DAO governance can decide what to do with those proceeds. So those were the two major things. I would say kind of unfortunately, maybe with the market shift and timing, initially we saw like quite positive reaction. Down the road with the whole like liquidation event, which was like massive, I would say the whole market shifted rather downwards from that. So we are now much more towards building and trying to see with the community what's about MND.
Okay, perfect. Michael, thank you so much for coming on. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for. But yeah, great to chat as always.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing what happens with Mary.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah.
Decentralized markets and build on Solana. Incredibly proud about that.
Cheers. Have a good one.
We had a huge commitment
Oh,
to
yeah,
Solana, and I want to talk a little bit about.
Thanks
what we're
again.
working
Fantastic,
on
Zach.
And why it's really exciting. Let's see if this works. All right. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Solana Foundation. Before we go, I really want to contextualize from my perspective.
Hi, hey, how are you? How you doing? I'm Finn.
Hey, Finn, I'm Marco. Welcome on board. Thank you.
And why we're so focused.
It is steamy in here.
Yeah, it is steamy.
Don't switch it up.
Because right
Somebody,
That might be me.
a Finn, yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to
I'll ask you to hop here in the middle.
Right
And then,
young people have to in their physical life. They're struggling, okay? They don't know home. They don't know.
what's the atmosphere like out there? We've been in the glass booth all day, so
It's pretty buzzy.
yeah. Because you guys were a big part of Abu Dhabi Finance Week.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, we were strategic partners of ADFW. And, hey, how are you?
Hey, doing great. I'm Thomas.
Marco.
Marco, great to meet you.
Good to meet you. We thought it was great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's more finance focused than
Yeah.
this is, right? People actually are using crypto here, whereas ain't nobody sending a single transaction, right?
Yeah.
And
Is it hard to kind of articulate how these players work? You're talking about things like RPCs and staking yield? Are they kind of clued into that and able to be communicated with on that level?
They understand it from a different perspective. When I talk about how I want to build an on-chain citadel, they get it in ways that folks here will not get it. But the folks here get it in a way that those folks will not get, right? It's a completely different audience. There's quite a bit of overlap, but it is a Venn diagram.
Yeah. So, Marco, CEO of Soulmate. First of all, I just want to congratulate you on the acquisition of Rockaway X. Was that something that was building up for a long time? What was the motivation behind
Thank you. It is not. It's not done yet. We signed a term sheet. We announced the term sheet last week, but the feedback has been fantastic. And I mean, I'm thrilled by it. I know Victor is thrilled by it. We're both here here at Breakpoint today, and we're getting the word out.
Yeah, fantastic. And as part of that, and you don't have to answer if you cannot, does Soulmate then absorb all of Rockaway X's existing assets and investments, or do they operate as two separate entities going forward?
No, I'm happy to talk about the transaction structure. So the idea is that Soulmate is a publicly traded company. We have a ticker on the NASDAQ, SLMT. That will continue. Investors will see no change from that perspective. And Soulmate will acquire Rockaway X from a corporate perspective. And there'll be a wholly owned subsidiary of Soulmate. But Victor is staying in the chair, and he'll be focusing on running the existing Rockaway X business. There's no change from Rockaway X investor perspective, either in terms of their funds. So there'll be really no disruption. The idea is this is going to be a smooth transition where we can just start building together. Our treasury can add rocket fuel to the infrastructure and the liquidity services that Rockaway X is building. And we can put our treasury to use doing those things instead of just asset management, which is what so many publicly traded treasury companies, I mean, that's all they can do.
Yeah. And I really want to dive into that kind of that RPC, boosting the yield through that arm of the business. But first, the question on everyone's mind when it comes to DATs at the moment is obviously prices down bad, MNAVs are getting compressed. You purchased discounted sold from the Solana Foundation, and we've dropped below that line. And people are now saying DATs are dead, the experiment failed. And sentiment towards DATs is pretty bad. I want you to explain why everyone's wrong.
I don't know whether people are wrong or not. I'll tell you that the vision for the combined Rockaway X. I'm gonna take this off because it's making a little jiggly noise. The combined vision for Soulmate and Rockaway X is not a DAT vision. It is an infrastructure company vision, right? We want to build real bare metal infrastructure. We want to stock that bare metal with our treasury. We want to sell RPC and transaction landing services. We want to do lending and market making. None of that is a DAT strategy, right? And as a result, you're not going to see us publishing MNAV. I mean, we'll disclose our net asset value like any publicly traded company, but you're not going to see us publishing like a live chart or a live dashboard of our multiple to net asset value, which is how all the other treasury companies are traded. I don't think people are going to be talking about us in terms of our treasury in a year. I don't. I won't be talking about us in terms of our treasury in a year. The treasury is important because it fuels the growth and the EBITDA generation of the infrastructure business.
Yeah. So the treasury is almost a tool used by the infrastructure layer to generate further yield and generate that cash flow.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Just like employees generate cash flow, just like employees generate earnings, so can a treasury. But you don't see companies publishing their headcount right next to their financials as a valuation metric, right? There's going to be a lot of things that will fuel earnings growth, and the treasury is going to be, I think, an important factor in it, but it's not going to be the only one.
So you're going to use the treasury to build out these other verticals, and that's going to be really kind of what sets you apart. Is it's not just a treasury company; you're a full service business.
Yeah, this is going to be this will be an operating business. That's the goal. What we want to see is the treasury not just used as a wallet from which to spend, but inventory for validators. Once look, Solana, right, is a proof of stake network, as the folks watching right now probably know very well. And when you have a proof of stake network, what you also have is a series of validators, and the more stake you have on those validators, the more often you're chosen to lead validation. Yeah. What that means ultimately at the end of the day is that's more services that we can provide as an infrastructure provider. Right now we're validating blocks, I think, once every 4 minutes. We want to do that much more quickly so that we can provide a compelling service to traders, hedge funds, to family offices, to folks who want to run more sophisticated trading strategies on chain. Because in these proof of stake networks, you're not just chosen to add blocks of transactions to one and the other, you're chosen to order those transactions, and that can be really powerful.
And you also want to be kind of packing those blocks as tightly as possible to fit in as many tracks and get as many priority fees and the bloat from that. So is there a whole layer of Rockaway X and of Soulmate's infrastructure that's dedicated to that in the way that we've seen Ford Industries talking about running their own prop AMM that might be vertically integrated with Firedancer as well? Are you expecting that you'll try and venture into that as well? Or are you going full APC, full infrastructure, and keeping it bare metal and hard?
I wouldn't rule it out. We haven't published a roadmap yet, but it's very likely that we do. Right now, we're focused on getting this merger done. We're focused on the vision and the strategy for the merger and making sure the market and investors and our partners all understand why that's so powerful. But you're not going to hear me up here for the rest of the year comparing ourselves to Forward Industries or DFDV. You're going to hear me comparing us to Galaxy. Yeah, who I think is actually on behind us.
Yes.
Right now, right?
Yeah, there he is.
So you're going to hear us comparing ourselves to infrastructure providers like Galaxy and going after them, trying to win the business.
We love that. Steel sharpens steel.
There you go.
Yeah. So a big part of the revenue growth that comes from the treasury is obviously staking yield. It's the base of the business. The current governance proposal, 7441, is set to decelerate that and we go a bit more disinflationary. Is that something that has been factored into your forward planning to expect that you'll have lower cash flow, lower revenue generation from staking yield?
Yeah, I think it's going to be real trouble for pure play DApps. I do. I don't think they're going away. I don't think it's going to ruin the model or anything like that. But I do think that they're going to have to adjust forward-looking guidance. They're going to have to adjust their expense projections, right? They're going to have to adjust all of their revenue projections and costs and budget. For us, it's going to be a smaller part of the overall picture. Just like the price of $1, right, doesn't necessarily determine the path of a company. It can, right, particularly in those doing international trade. But just like it doesn't determine the valuation of a going concern, it's not, the price of Sol isn't going to determine our valuation either. That's the place I want to get to. I want to see us valued on earnings, on the actual operation of the business, and the treasury will be an important part of it, but not the determining factor.
Excellent. I want to swing the conversation a little bit. We're here in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. Obviously, being based in the UAE is a critical part of your business plan and your structure. Why are you dedicating so much focus towards establishing a presence in the UAE for Solana?
Yeah, the UAE is critical for two totally different reasons, and they're actually completely unrelated reasons. One is what you just said, right? Abu Dhabi is the capital of capital, as they say, and proximity to capital matters when you're building a treasury, right? These treasuries will suck up fiat and generate crypto faster than most can do it on their own. That's important. Being here in the UAE, where there is so much capital ready for investment, and so much, not just money is here, right, but also all of the infrastructure for allocating that money is here. That's a superpower, without a doubt. But that's only half the story. If you look at how Solana transactions are validated today, and you look at it on a map, you've got you've got validators all along the east coast of the United States. I'm going to flip this for the people watching. All along the east coast of the United States, in Frankfurt in Western Europe, right, there's like 30% of Solana stake there. And then you've got exchanges and their matching engines in Tokyo and in Singapore, and also just along the periphery, right? Also in Europe. But if you can kind of visualize the map I'm drawing here, there's nothing in the middle. The geographic location is critical for high performance blockchains, and there is nothing covering this geographic location. And we're not talking about some far-flung geography. It's smack there in the middle of all of these transactions that are taking place. There should be a central hub. There should be a low latency solution for transactions going from Tokyo to New York, for example, from Tokyo to Frankfurt. We're building that here in the UAE to form that hub, that central hub.
Is that a bit of a trade-off? Because if you're moving away from these high latency zones where there's a lot of communication between independent nodes, are you kind of cutting into your bottom line by being here in the middle of that? While what you gain in exposure from being in the UAE with all this capital around you, do you perhaps lose just on a pure latency aspect?
I think whatever we lose, we regain by being first movers here, and being able to build a whole new Wall Street from scratch right here. We're not trying to compete with Wall Street at its own game or improve Wall Street. We want to knock it down and rebuild it right here, and you can do that right on blockchains where there's green fields, where there's open space, where you have a government that's decidedly pro-crypto and supportive of the business plan. I think any losses from not co-locating near those servers is going to be made up in everything that we gain from starting from scratch here.
And so being a first mover and setting the path for others to join you here in the UAE is almost a positive sum game for everyone who's here, because you increase latency for those validators that are operating within this jurisdiction. Correct?
Absolutely. By the way, by the time we're done, right, we also want to sell co-location services. So you'll be asking that question, aren't you giving something up by being so far away from all the validation? You'll be asking that question of the guys in Frankfurt. That's the vision that we want.
Exceptional. So a full migration. I want to ask maybe a question that's a bit sensitive. You signed a letter of intent to buy discounted stock on the foundation, $50 million worth. There was a lot of discussion on crypto Twitter around how this was a routing passage by which DApps can dump on retail. Obviously, very, very conspirationist. What can you tell us about the terms of that deal that might put those minds at ease that are very anti-DApp?
Well, look, when we formulated the idea for Soulmate from the very beginning, the Solana Foundation was core to this idea. What we wanted to do was be a part of the Solana by Design program. So the foundation didn't just give away coins for free, right? It's not like they were just handing out discounts. Yes, there was a discount, 15% discount to the spot price from the beginning, and it's something that our investors really valued. I think from the beginning, and it's something that our investors really valued. I think it's something that our investors still value.
There was kind of a pervading view that this was the foundation's attempt to kind of offload some of that soul. So it's good to hear that there's more of a deal behind there and more obligations on your side that kind of counterbalance that.
It was about ecosystem growth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it boils down to. We only win if the ecosystem wins, right? This vision that I've spun for you, it's a modest vision today. It's a grandiose vision tomorrow as Solana grows. We only get there if Solana grows. We're all here in this room focused on it, right? That's what we want to do. That's the value that we want to drive, and that contract was a part of it.
I want to touch back on this idea that Solana is a very retail-friendly, very DeFi native chain at its heart. At the same time, institutional adoption has never been higher. I feel like Soulmate is kind of breaching the gap of that. You've got a foot in both worlds. Why is there such a disconnect between the institutional sentiment towards Solana and what we're seeing the average retail DeFi user feeling on crypto Twitter today?
I do not think there is a disconnect. I think that's Ethereum propaganda.
Interesting.
I truly do. I've been a securities lawyer for a long time, right? I do not hear this Ethereum echo chamber on Wall Street that the Ethereum guys are talking about. I don't have anything against Ethereum. It's got its limitations, right? It's optimized for a completely different set of priorities than Solana is, and Wall Street recognizes that as if they were some monolithic, Wall Street class. The folks on Wall Street, the people on Wall Street who are building and doing the POCs for tokenized securities, for example, they recognize the differences. They know that Solana's faster at the base layer. They're not interested in shipping off their transactions to some L2 sequencer. That is fantasy. It's pure fantasy. I don't think there is a disconnect between the people in this room and the people on Wall Street. The people on Wall Street are in this room. It's the same people. We're all after the same things. They don't care about Ethereum. They care about faster transactions. They care about cheaper transactions. They care about more secure transactions. They do not care about Ethereum.
That's interesting to think about. I mean, because we kind of see it that there has been a big focus on institutions for Solana from the top down. Like 2025 was like the year that institutions came to crypto, came to Solana, right? So a lot of people in the community out there have been feeling like, hey, like we're kind of left out a little bit, where maybe they actually haven't been, and it's actually like that's the propaganda that we're hearing more, that we're falling for. But maybe it is, we're just a lot closer than we actually think. And you're on both sides of it, so you probably see it more, right? So
I guess if I had to square that circle, I would say, look, there is probably more Ethereum development going on within existing entrenched Wall Street players today than there is Solana development, maybe by the numbers.
Yeah.
But Solana is building Wall Street outside of Wall Street. The tokenized securities phenomenon on Solana far outstrips what's going on on Ethereum. So if you're part of the blockchain, not Bitcoin crowd that was born circa 2015, or if you've ever used the expression distributed ledger technology unironically.
DLT.
Yeah, if you've ever used the expression DLT unironically, you're probably an Ethereum guy. God bless you. Go with God, and I wish you all the success in the world.
Yeah.
But you can't possibly think you're going to compete with an actual open permissionless network that's validating transactions at like millisecond speed on the base layer.
Yeah.
It's just fantasy. It's pure fantasy.
Yeah. That's a good way to think. Another question I had is, so we're in Abu Dhabi, you do a lot of business out here. Like, what is the attraction to Solana out here? Like what is it that resonates with them here? Because I mean, we're out here, we're younger guys, we're talking to the degens that are out here, and it's like, there is another side of this that's, I mean, they're very attracted to what Solana is doing as well. Are they after the same thing, or what's that like?
I think there's definitely a timing match going on, right? Ethereum got its start a lot sooner.
Yeah.
And that, as a result, was sort of taken up by Wall Street as a shiny new object, right? Whereas Solana, that started later, has ridden more of a wave here in the UAE of growth and technology and diversification away from the traditional means of revenue for the region. So look, VHS won over Betamax, right, for reasons unrelated to the technology. There are a lot of reasons why new technologies get taken up by adopters, early adopters, and late adopters, and all the rest. Timing is an important one.
Yeah.
Marco, I'm getting told that we're reaching time. I would like you to, as succinctly as possible, summarize for us. 2025 was the year of institutional adoption of development. We saw DATs, we saw ETFs. What is the most exciting thing for you and for Soulmate moving into 2026?
I'm looking forward to rebuilding a brand new Citadel Securities on chain. I want to build the fastest transaction landing, the most effective RPC services that I can, using a big and growing treasury. I'm thrilled with it.
That's awesome. Yeah, we want to see that too. So
we
look forward to seeing
I want to see Citadel on chain. That's exactly right. Excellent. Marco, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And we'll see you as soon as we can.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you so much,
We're
Marco.
going to head to lunch now. Cool. Yep. We're off. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Self-custody wallet.
Get a little warm in there.
I certainly believe that is really the future of the financial markets. I love
how DeFi and what Solana's been able to bring.
All right, thanks again, Marco.
And how on-chain is going to really fundamentally change.
Hello, 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 hello.
One. We're back. I'm here with Mr. Thomas Bahamas himself, the man that flew 28 hours, literally halfway across the world to be here. How was the morning? What do you think? Are people in high spirits? Are people concerned about whether or not we're in a bear market? Are people excited about the merch? What's the sort of overall feel that you got this morning?
Overall, feel pretty positive. I haven't heard anybody talk about the bear market.
Right? No, I find that's weird, surely.
Yeah, I mentioned price a couple times myself.
Yeah.
I was the only one. So maybe I'm the bear in the room. No.
Surely not. Yeah. Listen, the main stage is in full swing again. There's a second stage upstairs. People are shitting their bags. People are building. People are live streaming all over the place. I think it's about 4 live streams. Obviously, this is the best. We're talking to all the most interesting people. Marco Santori, CEO of Soulmate, was just here, and he was telling us all about the acquisition of Rockaway X, one of the early backers. He was telling us about whether or not that's for systemic risk.
Not confirmed yet. That transaction isn't finalized yet.
Transaction is not finalized. We may have broken an. No, we didn't.
Getting there.
I think they announced it at Abu Dhabi Finance Week as well. So it's all but confirmed, but not maybe gone through. So congratulations to both parties on that great news, great development.
Yeah.
So overall, was it a positive conversation?
Positive.
He spoke about the UAE validator as well, I think, right?
So he's building out validator sets out here, which he thinks is going to be really big. I mean, his plan to build Citadel on chain, it's awesome. Like I liked hearing that.
Citadel on chain. Is that the tagline they're going for?
That was his plan for 2026.
Big.
So build out like the full infrastructure layer, have everything set up for it, and I mean it's
an
a big,
ambitious claim. It's a big claim. I suppose going back to one of the conversations we had earlier, where if you're trying to promote a long-term vision, Anthony Scaramucci was saying his earliest book on Bitcoin used this analogy quite successfully. You have to be able to use analogies like, we're talking about the Amazon of the future, right? Amazon for a long, long time was not profitable. Now it's by far the biggest e-commerce company in the world. They have Amazon Web Services. They've diversified, very profitable. And obviously, if you invested in Amazon a long, long time ago, that was good. So that's the analogy that he was drawing. I hesitate sometimes to talk about crypto companies with those analogies, though, right? So in business school, they'll teach you, don't limit yourself to saying this is going to be the Uber of XYZ industry. So I'm curious if the Citadel on-chain analogy works, but did it resonate with you? Did it make sense?
I mean, I thought it was kind of cool, but I see what you're saying, where it's like, all right, if they're not the Citadel by next year, are they a failure? No,
definitely.
You know, it's like
definitely not a
very
failure.
high. You know.
Yeah.
But it's crypto as well, right? Like if you're not like shooting to the moon or the stars, like what are you doing here? Right?
Absolutely
Big
right.
goals.
I absolutely agree with you. What else did we have? We had Solana Mobile's general manager Emmett Hollier was with us. We spoke about all things Seeker. You have how many? I just want to reiterate this.
I got 3.
3 Seekers.
I got 3.
The man has 3 Seekers.
Yeah.
I thought I had too many with 2. We were handed one of these. It's a screen. It's a privacy screen for the Seeker. So let's say you're traveling. You don't want people to see what's on your screen. Now there is one of these. And of course, Emmett Hollier explained to us that the hardware ecosystem is expanding as well. Unconfirmed as of yet if it's going to be a watch, if it's going to be an iPad sort of tablet situation, if it's going to be other pieces of hardware. But he reassured me, because I've been asking this question a lot over the years, what the hardware expansion is going to look like. He did reassure us that it is expanding, right?
Yeah. What a great conversation too.
That was
He's a
great.
fantastic talker.
I love it.
I mean, 30% airdrop. Let's go back to that.
30% is, in my memory, the highest airdrop allocation or highest amount of tokens allocated to an airdrop that I can think of. Jito, did they do something?
They did pretty high too. I don't remember exactly what it was.
The first Jupiter airdrop was huge, right? January.
Yeah.
But I can't confidently say to you that any of them were 30% or higher or lower. I just don't remember. So that is to say, Solana Mobile is doing amazing things. Upstairs, I managed to find 5 minutes to run up there, by the way, with our videographer. They have this fortune wheel. You spin it, and you might want to seek it. The queue is humongous.
Did you spin?
I didn't. I wasn't going to wait.
You know, wait, yeah.
I didn't
Actually, there's lines for everything. I went on a merch run earlier.
Okay.
And the lines were so long that I didn't have time to wait in any of them. So I got no new merch.
We can't do it. We have one of those. Let's pull that out. For anyone who's just joining the stream, who wasn't around earlier this morning, we spoke with Philip from SolanaFloor.
Yeah.
I want to show the branding there. SolanaFloor on the box.
This one's exciting.
This is so exciting.
Yeah.
Unbreakable, untouchable, always yours. I love crypto merch, I have to say.
Yeah.
Absolute sucker for it. So these guys, in addition to a debit card that they launched earlier in the year, now have a debit card shaped even thinner than that hardware wallet.
Yeah.
What really stands out about this hardware wallet called the Shield in your mind? You had the conversation with him.
Yeah, I mean, I really think it's just the use. Like overall, it's a very easy package. Carry it in your wallet, and if you're gonna make a transaction on it, all you do is you have to pull it out, present that to your phone, it connects, and then you have a full hardware device.
Welcome to the future.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think it's great. They're doing great things. SolanaFloor always very Solana native, so I'm a fan.
SolanaFloor Shield, battery free, it says. I'm looking at their post now. Tap to use hardware wallet. Unthinkable a few years ago when hardware wallets were the whole shebang. We used to do some video reviews of them, and I still have one of these at home. Huge hammer came in a box. I think the box weighed about 2.5 kilos.
Yeah.
And you had these metal sheets, and I'm not, saying it's a bad product or anything. It's just very difficult to be mobile with this, right?
Yeah.
So you had to bang in the letters that corresponded to your seed phrase.
Yeah.
And
but
it
it's
blows
not
my
the full-
mind.
It wasn't the full word either.
No,
right?
it
was
wasn't.
like 3 or 4 letters.
And you
of
have
it.
to hide them in different places.
Yeah.
I forget what I had for breakfast this morning. So imagine the scenes of me having that. And this is just a debit card shaped wallet that fits into your actual wallet. So
Yeah.
super excited to see that. I want to go to some of the PayFi innovations that we got from this morning. But before we get there, this is absolutely humongous. State Street is a $5 trillion asset manager.
Yeah.
$5 trillion in assets under management is immense. It's huge. So difficult to wrap your head around. We're going to be talking to Franklin Templeton, which is another $1 trillion asset manager. They have about $1.6 trillion of assets under management. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That is accurate. But State Street and Galaxy are going to launch Sweep, a tokenized private liquidity fund in 2026. That's very soon, less than a month away. And I think this is absolutely humongous. They're the world's 4th largest asset manager with, again, over $5 trillion in assets under management. Interestingly, though, the fund is going to use PYUSD, PayPal's USD stablecoin, for on-chain subscriptions and redemptions. And the fund is going to be seeded with $200 million by Ondo Finance. Ondo, obviously, is another company that's tokenizing assets on Solana. What else do we have here?
I mean, Galaxy, they're doing so much, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like what they're doing right now, Mike Novogratz was just on stage a little while ago. He's electric. I feel like they're really like hitting their stride.
He knows what he's talking about, doesn't he?
He knows what he's talking about. We actually have Galaxy coming on. We got Thomas Cohen, the head of tokenization, coming on.
We are talking to them today.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. Like,
Okay,
because what
so-
they're tokenizing is amazing.
Well, not only that, it's with a $5 trillion asset manager.
Yeah.
So I'm sure many of the people watching this from around the world have strong feelings about TradFi coming on chain, DeFi native projects, companies like Galaxy operating and doing business with some of these TradFi giants. However, whichever way you look at it, a crypto company doing work with a $5 trillion asset manager surely elicits some response in you, whether it's positive, whether it's negative. Do let us know what you think. Comment under the video, under the live stream link, and we'll do our best to raise it with Thomas Cohen, who's going to be joining us, head of tokenization at Galaxy. So if it's about tokenized equities, on-chain activity in general, or this partnership that they have with a $5 trillion asset manager, do let us know. What kind of questions do you think people might want to ask? Is it about the alignment, the marriage of TradFi and DeFi, or do you reckon they'll ask how much of that 5 trillion is going to come on chain? What do you think?
That's exactly where I was going to go. Okay, so 5 trillion comes on chain. That's not going to
Surely
be all 5
not.
trillion.
Surely not.
But it's going to be a percentage of it. Is it 0.001%? Is it 1%? We'll see.
Yeah, what are we going to settle with? Is it a couple $100 million that we'll settle with? Do we want billions on chain coming from a $1 trillion asset manager? That's a good question.
They're talking to the big fish, right? These are the whales that are doing insane amounts of volume. And why not bring some of that on chain?
Why not bring all of your money on chain? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Obviously, that can't happen. But same goes for our conversation with Franklin Templeton. We're going to be talking with Mike Reed later on, representing a $1.6 trillion asset manager. First of all, it's crazy that these asset managers are here in Solana Breakpoint, in Abu Dhabi, in the capital of capital, with all these degens. Super excited to chat to them and let us know what you would like to ask. I want to move on to Jupiter.
Yes.
As always, these guys just ship. They have so many announcements. Cash was on stage earlier. They announced that Jupiter Lend is officially out of beta. It's a fully open source product now, which is super interesting. There was a bit of controversy earlier in the week. Was it last week around Jupiter Lend and open sourcing? Seems we've moved past that.
I think we've moved past it. There was a little bit of drama on the timeline. A little bit of juke.
There's always pre-breakpoint drama on the timeline.
If there's not, it wouldn't be breakpoint.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So we've moved past that. Really happy to see that everyone's friends again. Jupiter also launched VRFD, verified, a verification layer that confirms authentic tokens and enables projects to update metadata to protect users and the broader ecosystem from imposters and scams. We like this. We like identity innovations. This is really, really good to see. This one's interesting. The crowd went absolutely wild when Cash announced this on stage. Jupiter has acquired RainFi.
Yeah.
And the crowd went wild.
The crowd really did go wild.
Right? I think that was the loudest moment actually in this main hall since we got here.
Do you know why?
Not a clue. Maybe maybe there's a bunch of lovers of RainFi, fans of RainFi in there.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling, more so than that it's to do with this. Droplet users set to receive Jupe rewards in early 2026. So maybe people are motivated by a potential airdrop, a point system, a token value accrual mechanism. What do we think?
Yeah. I mean,
people want the airdrop?
I would assume everybody wants an airdrop. Yeah. And I think they also mentioned something about their stablecoin being launched in the next month as well, which
they did.
Which I think's interesting. They said it's not going to be directly yield bearing, but they're going to have like instantly great ways to get yield on it. And they mentioned something about like protocol revenue going to the stablecoin, which is interesting because that should be going to the Jupe coin.
Now this is a question. They have a lot of revenue.
As a Jupe staker, a full disclosure, the token's been going down.
Another contentious point. The Jupiter's ecosystem is obviously growing. They're shipping a lot, but I feel like most of the, as an observer, as a neutral party observer, I feel like most of the frustration that I've seen on the timeline specifically, limited to 140 characters, so not exactly nuanced frustrations that are being aired, seem to focus around token value.
Yeah, which is obvious, right? Like if your money goes down, you're probably gonna complain about it, right? But I mean, Jupiter is doing so much. I'm assuming that will at one point go to the token.
Yeah.
Right?
What is your favorite aspect of the Jupiter ecosystem? Is it the staking rewards?
All right.
Surely
so
it's not.
I think I've got a lot of thoughts on Jupiter. I love it. So I mean, they've been like diabolically like set on the like providing the best user experience for Solana since the beginning.
Yep.
Right. I remember a couple transactions didn't go through like 3 years ago, and Meow was in my DMs asking me why, send him the transaction, making sure that like it wasn't their fault.
That's good leadership.
And he was right. It wasn't his fault. User error. My fault.
Yeah.
But
you fucked up.
I messed something up. The transaction didn't go through or something like that. But I feel like that kind of speaks to how they've always built things out.
Yep.
And they've only grown from there. I mean, right now, they are really going after every vertical in Solana, right? Like anything that's successful, they're going after, right? They've got a prediction market. They've got their lend. And I mean, they got $1 billion TBL in like a couple weeks, right?
It's huge.
Which, I mean, so they're doing great. I mean, they catch a little FUD sometimes here and there, but
I feel like if you're the leader, if you're the biggest in any environment, you're going to catch flack. And especially if you do what I think is the right thing and open yourself up to this criticism from the community, anyone with an opinion, and they say opinions are like something else that we all have one of. People are going to voice their opinions.
Yeah.
People are going to share them, and in an environment like crypto Twitter where it's encouraged, they're going to catch a lot of flack. They do catch a lot of flack, but they innovate, they build, and I'm happy that they're moving in the right direction. Now, Coinbase now lets users trade any Solana DEX token using their, drumroll, debit cards. This is an interesting one. Using their debit cards, bank accounts, or USDC. As we know, Coinbase has over 100 million users worldwide with over $200 billion in quarterly volume. Now,
I think it's huge.
I mean, the numbers alone, absolutely humongous. For a long, long time, we've sort of used Coinbase app downloads and how high up the App Store rankings they are as an indication of, first of all, how much attention is flowing to crypto,
right?
a froth,
Yeah, it's like
where
froth
in the
meter.
cycle we are. Is it a top indicator? It often has been.
If Coinbase goes down, like we're in a bull market, right?
There we go. So that's interesting. Interesting to see. Don't have any data on how much capital Coinbase through their user acquisition is bringing on chain directly versus how much of it stays on centralized exchanges. I'm not entirely sure, but fascinating update from them. Would love to see those numbers.
I think
now,
that's good for you. I think that's good for users too.
Surely.
Like, I don't know if you've ever actually swapped on Coinbase, but
I have.
like
Yep.
it's a little on the expensive side, and I think this offers a like better outlet for users of their platform.
Definitely.
Right? And it's on Solana, right? So it's like them recognizing like, hey, like Solana is doing amazing things. Let's let them trade.
Everything should be on Solana.
Why not?
Goes without saying, but let's see if that materializes. X stocks. Now, tokenized equities, tokenized stocks, on-chain stocks, obviously a huge growth vector within Solana. 95% last time I checked of all tokenized equity volume was happening on Solana. You've got names like
true?
I do believe so.
Wow.
Well, if it's not true, we're gonna have to take down one of our Solana Floor article headlines. But I do believe it's true. Up to 95% of all tokenized equity volume has at some point been on Solana. Let's assume it's 10% error margins there. I think this is huge. X stocks launched X Bridge, enabling users to bridge stocks across chains. Now, we've been talking about this for a long, long time. Obviously, the launch of Remora Markets. Ondo is another player in this ecosystem. It's growing rapidly. I don't want to take my funds off chain. Not to beat on the same drum constantly, but I want to keep my capital on chain. I believe in the on-chain economy, and this is a great way to allow that to happen. I think if most people don't off-ramp all of their funds at the end of a cycle, whenever that is perceived to be, and deposit their funds into traditional brokerages like Robinhood or whichever app they choose to use, that's net positive for the industry, is it not?
Yeah, I think it's net positive for the industry and for users, right? I mean, if you want to bridge a stock to a different chain that you're more comfortable like holding things on, I think that's a better option, right? You're still able to actually hold the token, which is important.
And little Remora plug here. Recent update from Flash Trade and Remora Markets. We covered this on Solana Floor as well. Leverage. Traditionally, leverage equals risk, and that is always the case. But I think it's really interesting to give degens the option to be leveraged long S&P 500. What else do we have? MicroStrategy, Tesla, Circle, Nvidia. These are very popular stocks. And again, if at the end of the cycle you're thinking, okay, I just want to be long S&P 500, why not do that on chain? I think this is net positive for the industry as a whole. What else do we have here? They also launched X stocks, Export, which enables institutions and large players to deposit real-world stocks instead of stablecoins to mint X stocks and vice versa. Now, this is interesting. So what they're telling me is I can take one of my brokerage account-based stocks and deposit that through Export, and then I'm going to be able to mint X stocks.
So you're tokenizing it yourself.
So it's an on-ramp solution, surely, right?
Wow.
I don't have to sell it, take my dollars, on-ramp it through centralized exchange, transfer it over. I think it removes quite a bit of friction.
I think it does too.
Yeah. Curious to see where that goes.
Yeah, me too. That's interesting.
I think I would use that.
I think I probably would too. I mean, because
if I'm redeeming one for one,
to move your stock from like one traditional finance account to another, you're looking at what, like a week transfer time, maybe more. Or you could put that on chain and you could just move it to a different one of your wallets if you wanted, and do a lot more.
If it's instantly one-to-one redeemable, if I can take my Robinhood Tesla stock and it becomes an on-chain, Solana Tesla stock almost instantly.
Yeah,
I think that's great.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a win.
I think that's really, really good, especially if I can then go and get leverage, or if I can borrow against it. These innovations are really exciting.
Didn't Raoul Pal say no leverage? I don't know.
Raoul Pal said, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I asked him, what are three surefire ways that you're going to fuck up your future? His whole thesis is you've got 6 years to unfuck your future.
Yeah.
And he said, very easy. There's many, many ways you can ruin your life, financially speaking. A lot of leverage. I think he said 100x leverage. So I guess 99x leverage is safe.
99, you're safe.
There we go. Don't quote me on that. Ellipsis Labs, the team behind the prop AMM SolFi, is launching Phoenix, fully on-chain, non-custodial perpetuals exchange, which is now live in beta. What do you think about this? I mean, SolFi,
they're crushing it.
Right? Launching Phoenix. Listen, if it's on-chain, it's non-custodial, it's another perps exchange.
It's interesting. I mean, prop AMMs are taking over the spot markets. What can they do in the perp markets?
Let's see. Finn obviously has very strong feelings about prop AMMs. Curious to see his take on this. Phoenix brings the same infrastructure used in prop AMMs to perps, and they're offering gasless trading and a fully transparent on-chain design. Also very, very exciting. We don't always do this because there's an endless list of updates here from Breakpoint, but there's a few updates from outside Breakpoint. I'm not sure where these are coming from. Pump Fund's one of them. BSOL is one of them. We're going to be talking to BSOL issuers Bitwise later. What's going on? Wormhole. You weren't there, unfortunately. What comes to mind when I see Wormhole in the main stage here at the Etihad Arena is the Wormhole tunnel that they had at Breakpoint in Singapore last year, and it was flashy. There was lots of lights. There was like mirrors, fluorescent lighting, and you basically walk in from the outdoor area into the main stage. And they got the branding up.
Bridging from one chain to another
Right.
as you go.
It was so cleverly done that everyone was talking about it. But let's switch our attention back to outside Breakpoint announcements here. Pump funds, pump buybacks have exceeded $205 million. That's 13.5% of circulating supply, surpassing Radium to become the top Solana protocol for buybacks in just 5 months. Impressive. Pump fund. These guys are they just do things.
That's a lot of money.
They just do things. I don't know how they do it, but they keep pulling it off. They keep doing things. I asked Finn about Pump Fund on one of our live streams a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago now, I think. And I said, is Pump Fund sort of spreading themselves a little bit too thin with all these different plans that they have, all these different verticals they're expanding into? And Finn's response was that the lion needn't concern himself with such trivial questions.
Because did they make so much money during meme coin mania that they can just continue these buybacks? Because I mean, meme coin volume's got to be down quite a lot.
Down like 80 to 90%, I would imagine. However, to your point, if you make over $700 million, you've probably stashed a fair bit of away. And I want to go back maybe 5 or 6 months in time. People were asking the question of whether or not Pump Fund was extracting all of this value from the Solana ecosystem.
That was a big theme, right?
That was a
they
big
were
theme.
selling hundreds of millions of dollars of SOL at a time, right?
Which turns out was the right thing to do if you're looking out for your own bags. Obviously, not financial advice, don't sell SOL. But these guys have $700 million of revenue that they've made.
Yeah.
In my mind, if they're doing buybacks, if they're helping pump holders, they're doing their part to give back, right? And let's not forget that they launched one of the most successful, most sticky products, platforms, launchpads in the history of crypto, in the history of finance. They reached $100 million in revenue in very, very short period of time. I think Axiom maybe did it slightly faster, if I don't remember correctly. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. That did happen. Do we like Pump?
I don't know. It's one of those polarizing companies where it's like I think it's inevitable that a company was going to put together, something to do with meme coins where it made it super easy to launch.
Yep.
They just executed so well.
They did.
And
they did it so good.
Were so funny in the beginning, and they really caught on and played into it. Like that feels like a very long time ago. I'm glad we're past it. To be honest.
That was maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Feels like 10 years.
10 years in crypto time.
There you go. 10 years in crypto time. This is also interesting. Bhutan, the country, has launched TER on Solana, a sovereign gold-backed token issued through Gelefu, I believe is the pronunciation, Gelefu Mindfulness City, and custodied by a DK bank to provide global investors with a digital on-chain version of physical gold. We love gold. Where's Peter Schiff?
Yeah, we do. And, I think this is huge. Yeah. And we also have Usman from Oro coming on the show
tomorrow.
I think it's tomorrow or the next
check.
day. Yeah.
Let's have a quick look.
He has his own version of tokenized gold, but to see more of this come on chain, I think it's great.
Usman Oro, I believe he's joining us. He's joining us tomorrow. So if you have any questions about gold, tokenized gold, and how you would put your money on chain in the form of tokenized gold, then please let us know in the comments, and we will ask him. It's important. We want to connect the community and the questions with these founders that we're talking to, and I think, for me at least, you might have your own thoughts about this, but these guys are going on stage. They've got 2 to 5 minutes, not to shill what they're talking about, but to talk about what they're doing in a valuable way. I think that the reason why the foundation and the organizers have done this in the new format is last year it was these sort of contrarian debates that they were having on stage, which is also cool, forces you to be opinionated. But this really forces you to say what you're saying in as few words as possible.
Yeah.
So as a result, we're bringing on these founders, we're asking them questions in a more relaxed environment.
They get to kind of unpack it.
Right? Yeah. And if you have any questions, let us know. What are we going to talk about with Usman tomorrow?
I think we've got a lot to talk about. So he's local to the UAE.
Yep.
And his family has been in the gold industry for over 100 years. So
He understands the industry.
yeah, so I've actually spoken to him before, and so he understands the industry. And like, I want to hear like, all right, what does your family think about this? Because it seems like it's been fairly successful up to this point. So it's like, a traditional family in the gold industry to see tokenization. Like, what are their thoughts on that? I think that's interesting. Like, where does it go? I think he's pretty focused on just gold, like not expanding into anything else. So what does that look like?
I would like to ask him about silver, because gold obviously enjoyed its parabolic run earlier in the year. I think until about a month ago, it was all-time highs. We saw news reports of people queuing outside over-the-counter gold shops just to get their hands on some physical gold.
Yeah.
That's wild. That doesn't happen all the time. And now silver is enjoying its own parabolic run in price against other assets. So curious to see if they'll end up tokenizing silver as well.
Yeah,
I guess that's the logical next step, right? I mean,
it would be, but also, what a year to launch tokenized gold, right? Like gold all-time high, like you said, people lining up in front of stores to actually buy physical gold.
That's a frenzy.
Like, it's a frenzy.
A gold rush? Could we call it a gold rush?
Yeah, I think we can.
Outrageous. Okay, so in other news, also from outside of Breakpoint, Solana spot ETFs recorded $4.8 million in net inflows yesterday. Bitwise's BSOL again is leading with $3.7 million in inflows in a single day. We're talking to Bitwise's CIO, Matt Hogan, ETF expert, markets expert, Solana bull. So if you have any questions on his thesis for Solana, why BSOL and Bitwise have been so successful this year, do let us know. We will bring it up with Matt Hogan.
I'm excited for that interview.
I'm so excited.
He is an awesome guy.
He understands market dynamics intimately. Although one thing I will say is that, and they've come out and publicly acknowledged this, I think they put a little bit too much emphasis on why the end of 2025 was going to be massively bullish.
Yeah.
And for reasons, macro reasons that are completely out of our control, out of the industry's control, that didn't necessarily materialize. Now crypto prices are crashing, and they have said, he and both Tom Lee have said that maybe they weighted certain elements of that equation incorrectly.
Yeah.
So they're revising their thesis. I'm curious what he thinks about the rest of the year. The debasement trade is huge. They've been talking about this debasement trade for a long, long time. Although he does think that towards the end of the year we'll have a bit of a pump, and Q1 is set to be extremely bullish. So again, really curious what they think
we
is
call
going
this
to happen.
the Santa rally in the U.S.
I want a Christmas rally.
Everyone's hoping for the Christmas rally.
I want a Christmas rally.
I mean, who doesn't?
I want a green Christmas.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. One thing, $4.8 million in net inflows yesterday. Like, these institutions are buying. And what have they bought? Oh, it's like over $650 million at this point, and they've just continued to buy regardless of the price. I mean, the price has been going down, and they've maintained their purchase.
They're buying the dip.
Yeah. I mean, we as Solana natives should be cheering this on.
I
feel like there is hesitancy for people to do that. It's like, I love it. I mean, it's not affecting the price for some reason, but they are buying.
Riddle me that. Why number not go up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Total assets under management across Solana ETFs is now at $949 million. We're looking at $1 billion in Solana ETFs. That's huge. When we spoke with Bloomberg intelligence analyst James Seyfarth a couple of months ago, he said it would be great if we reach $1 billion. He said realistically we're not going to reach $30 billion as we saw with Bitcoin ETFs. However, millions and millions and millions of dollars was the phrase he used. Unfortunately, they can't talk about price, but it seems we've got to one of those key milestones
Almost
of
$1 billion.
almost $1 billion in assets under management for Solana ETFs. I think hugely bullish. I think it's probably safe to say if we're getting about 4.8 million a day, that by the end of the year will be just around $1 billion in assets under management. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. And we had Michael from Marinade on earlier as well. And they not fully pivoted, but they really
Largely
focused
focusing,
on the institutions and really providing them what they're looking for with like great staking validators. They put together the Marinade Select, where they kind of vet these different validators, make sure they're good actors, and it's a hit, right? Like they are crushing it with that. So it's great to see like a real like Solana OG DeFi team do so well.
And they reached 3 million SOL in
I wanna
Marinade
say it's
Select,
over 3
right?
million SOL.
Over 3
Yeah.
million SOL now?
Yeah.
Yep. If we both remember that correctly, it must be true. So 3 million SOL, Marinade Select. They obviously brought on Hadley Stern, who's a big TradFi guy in the past.
Yeah.
He was with Fidelity, I believe, always running the sort of internal DeFi departments over at these huge TradFi giants. So it was a massive move for him to come over to Marinade as well. And overall, seems they're doing really good now.
Yeah, it sure does. And I mean, if I feel like the groundwork is set for 2025. Like institutions, we focused on them, and they're here.
They are here.
Right?
The biggest ones are here. This morning, we thought that the biggest asset manager in the room was Franklin Templeton.
Yeah.
$1.6 trillion. It turns out we've been upstaged. State Street, obviously their announcement about sweep with Galaxy Digital, launching a tokenized private liquidity fund in 2026, has completely upstaged Franklin Templeton's AUM because we're looking at over $5 trillion in assets under management. Just wild to think about.
Can they even go any bigger?
I don't know.
How
do you get so rich?
What's above that?
How do you make that much money? That's crazy. But no, to your point, all jokes aside, really curious to see how much of that capital makes its way on chain, how quickly that transition happens, what they do with their capital on chain, how active are they going to be in deploying that capital across Solana DeFi. These are all questions that I have.
Yeah, what is it? It's tokenized private liquidity. Like, what are they going to be using that for?
LPs potentially. I mean, listen, if it's providing liquidity in Solana DeFi, I would argue that's net positive.
Yeah.
If they're not going out there and stop loss hunting, I think that's good. We are going to be talking to Michael Marcantonio from Galaxy Digital, who is their head of DeFi, I believe, and I believe he's going to be talking with Finn. Is this accurate? Let's double check. Yes, Michael Marcantonio, head of DeFi, Galaxy Digital, is going to be with us tomorrow afternoon around 1:30 p.m. Gulf time. So if you have any questions, he's going to be in this room. Ask them. Now, what I find fascinating about people like Michael Marcantonio is that he's extremely bullish on Solana DATs. We challenged him in the past, Finn did specifically, and he made a $100 million argument as to why Galaxy Digital's partner, Forward Industries, is actually great DAT, why they're in some sense better than Michael Saylor's strategy, because simply by virtue of staking the amount of SOL that they have and staking it, they can earn upwards of $100 million per year.
Yeah.
So, he's obviously putting his money where his mouth is, and he can also back up these claims. Fascinating. If you have any questions about DATs, he's probably the guy to ask them to.
He was on the main stage earlier too.
Was he?
Yeah, he's a great speaker. I want to. Yeah.
Dude, the way he talks about DeFi is the way I want my girlfriend to talk about me. The passion that he has when he talks about DeFi, I absolutely love it. Great evangelist, great crypto evangelist, great DeFi evangelist.
Great for Solana.
Great for Solana.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting to see what that conversation is going to yield. What else do we have this afternoon?
Yeah,
I feel like we're getting into the afternoon now. People are coming back on stage. Look who's on stage. Anthony Scaramucci himself.
Wait, the interview looked fantastic. But did it meet your expectations? 'Cause
Absolutely.
You were talking about this interview all week, maybe all month, maybe all year.
I've been so excited to talk to Anthony Scaramucci for 4 years now. 4 years now, and a few times it was going to happen, a few times it was scheduled, and then floods happened, it didn't happen. So it was a bit of a sad time for me trying to talk with the man, the myth, the legend, the Mooch himself. He now seems to be on the main stage here in the Etihad Arena, which is fascinating to see. I mean, he wrote a book about Solana.
Yeah.
But beyond that, he's so bullish on Solana. He talks about Solana, getting to $600 a pop, $2,500 a pop, and he's not only bullish, he is an evangelist as well. He talks to other TradFi investors.
Yeah.
I like chatting to him.
He backed up all of it. Like he knew about Solana too.
Oh, he's
like,
not just shilling it.
He's not just talking about it and saying it's going to the moon. Like I felt like he backed up his claims, and it was a fantastic conversation.
Yeah. Well, so right after that, when we were speaking with Raoul Pal, and we said, TradFi people coming in. He's like, I saw you were talking to Anthony Scaramucci. I can't believe he's wearing a tie. You can't trust a man wearing a tie.
He looks good in a suit, though.
Yeah, exactly. He looks good in a suit.
Yeah.
He likes his suits. Obviously, founder of Skybridge Capital, huge firm, massive Solana bulls, and formerly White House Communications Director. So safe to assume the man likes wearing a suit.
Yeah. So I didn't get to hear all of the Raoul Pal interview. I'm a huge fan of his. How did it go? I feel like you were at like the small part that I was able to watch, like you were asking the questions that I wanted to hear him answer, and then I had to leave the room.
These are the questions that everybody wants answers to. When banana zone? Yeah. When massive liquidity pump? Is there any other indicator that's more important than liquidity? And his answers were consistent with what he's been saying for a long, long time now, which is calm down, don't do anything. The banana will come. Liquidity is going to rise. The Fed is going to do the things that they have to do, and the global money supply will obviously increase, and it will pump our bags eventually. Don't use too much leverage. Don't get wrecked. Things that you would expect him to say. And I really grilled him on, whether or not liquidity is the sort of be all and end all. Yeah. And he said, absolutely. There is a 90% correlation between the price of our bags and the amount of liquidity that's out there. So he's
probably right on that, right? Like I think that
I hope he's right, dude.
I think that a lot of like the anger that you see on like crypto Twitter is a duration mismatch. Because like the average meme coin trader was holding their token for like minutes, right? Where it's like someone from Raoul Pal, I keep saying Paul, Raoul Pal.
I'm sure he doesn't mind.
He's like, yeah, I've held Bitcoin for 10 years.
Yeah.
It's like that's the hold where it's like the trade is actually to just hold the token for a long time and be bullish on it. Like short-term trading,
you can't
maybe you get 10x and then you're hooked on it. Where it's like that's not historically how people have made money.
You can't fault the logic, right? And I think that ties hand in hand with what Anthony Scaramucci was saying about gold and why gold is so attractive to the older generation who have all of this capital. They're ready to deploy it, but they look at the market right now and they think, I'm not really going to deploy it in risk-on assets for a few reasons. In the past, it was that Bitcoin and crypto didn't really have the regulatory clarity that it now has, and more recently, we see in the S&P 500 that the Magnificent Seven companies equate to about 30 to 35% of the total market cap. So seems a bit frothy at the moment as far as the most risk-averse investors view the market. And as a result, gold, which has been around for 5,000 years, great store of value, clearly works, clearly people trust it, and that's where they put their money. I think the same logic applies to silver as well. However, move from Anthony Scaramucci's observations into Raoul Pal's thesis, and there's a bit of a pattern emerging here that as the puzzle pieces fall into the right places, that we will see a massive pump in our bag prices because of liquidity rising. So fingers crossed.
Wait, and did you talk about rate cuts? And you talked about, and I heard him talking about how they're going to start buying back treasuries.
Yep. Right? Yep. Which means that it becomes easier for banks to print more money, or the central bank to print more money, and he said this is going to happen between now and April.
I think it's 40 billion monthly.
And the 25 bip rate cut as well. So overall, it's looking bullish. It's not looking bullish overnight, but it is looking bullish. And we're talking about 1 quarter, 4 months from now, things are expected to look really, really good. Now, on the other side, if you ask, the builders out here, they seem to not really be bothered about price. They're just building and they're shipping.
It's the traders that got hooked on meme coins that are really leading that charge of negativity. Because their meta is gone.
One thing that I will bring up with Matt Hogan when we talk to him tomorrow is something he said in an interview not too long ago. He said it seems to be a tale of two markets. His idea there is that crypto Twitter sentiment and crypto native sentiment is at an all-time low. We're talking about extreme fear levels. People were liquidated with the massive leverage flush of 1010. People got burnt. People think that there's contagion. But you contrast that with the reality that he sees on Wall Street with traditional finance, with institutional investors, which is that they are wildly optimistic, either because of the debasement trade going into the end of the year, or because they think prices are good and they can dollar cost average in for the next 12 months, 24 months. They have a much longer time horizon than us as degens as far as investing in crypto. So he thinks that there is, seems to think, that there's a growing divergence in sentiment. What do we think?
I don't know. I see both sides of it.
Right?
People
here are optimistic, but I feel like crypto Twitter maybe isn't as optimistic.
Yeah, but also it's like, who's coming to Abu Dhabi? It's not the people that lost everything
True.
on meme coins.
Yeah, fair assumption.
Yeah, so maybe it's like selecting for the winners. I don't know.
Indeed. Well,
but it is positive.
we're
right?
gonna ask him. I'm curious if that holds at the end of the week.
Yeah.
Or if, because of all the information that's coming out of Solana Breakpoint this week, that will have a massive uptick in sentiment, for example, on crypto Twitter as well.
Yeah.
Curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of like a good, like, everyone gets together, all the new releases that are coming out, like, we're having a hard time keeping up with everything that is getting released. And it's like, even people that aren't
If they're on stage for 5 minutes, every 5 minutes there's a new announcement. How are we supposed to keep up with it, right? Yeah. By the way, look who's on stage right now. Jeremy Allaire from Circle. Circle obviously dominates Solana stablecoins volume. Interesting reality there. If you zoom out and look at crypto as a whole, stablecoins obviously have been called crypto's killer use case in 2024 and 2025. RWAs, widely adopted, widely trusted, highly regulated. The total market share of Tether is, I want to say 65, maybe 70%. Huge. Right, Tether dominates massively. Tether is the dominant player in the stablecoin market overall. But if you look at Solana,
all USDC.
It's all USDC.
It's always been. It's been integrated since the beginning.
Yeah, it always has been.
Yeah.
So props to Jeremy Allaire for dominating the Solana stablecoin landscape. However, I must say, it seems things are changing slowly.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more stablecoins.
We are.
And different, I don't know if they're better, but like other ways to get better yield than just USDC. Right? There's so many different ways to get yield with so many different great DeFi platforms right now. Like you can get 10% in very different ways yield on your stables. So now it's like up to us, like which stable coins are solid, like which ones do we want to support? I know that there's been a lot of like talk about the Solana community supporting USDC so much that we're essentially giving Coinbase that yield. Right, because if you're just holding USDC, you're not getting any yield on it. But Coinbase is actually getting yield on the actual dollars that they're holding.
Correct. Right? I think the peak of this conversation about stablecoin value leakage, the numbers that were being floated were $450 million.
Yeah. Annually?
Annually was quote unquote extracted from the Solana ecosystem. Now, the number is obviously problematic because Circle does provide value. Obviously, everyone trusts it, everyone uses it, it functions, it is valuable. It seems similar to the argument that Pump Fund extracted $700 million in value. It's a big number.
They offered a valuable service.
People used it, revenue was generated.
Yeah, and there was something too where they were so well integrated with Coinbase that, in the bear market when the legislation was completely against crypto up until, just recently, like you couldn't actually withdraw your funds on a lot of places.
People getting debanked.
Off-ramping and on-ramping, like it was scary. So Coinbase, they maintained their off-ramp throughout the whole time, right? And I think it was a big positive. It's a net positive. They offered a very valuable service. I like USDC, but
it is the default.
Am I looking into alternatives? Yeah.
Absolutely. And some of those alternatives that are emerging are, I have to say, more Solana focused.
Yeah.
Right? So you got some white label solutions that are being proposed. We interviewed the founder of STBL a couple of days ago at Abu Dhabi Finance Week. They are talking about stable coins as an area of Solana that is ripe for innovation. We've seen even people like Lily on X, on Mert on X, talking about white label Solana stablecoin solutions. There's a bunch of proposals being thrown out there. So clearly, innovation is due. Clearly, something is going to change, and I would definitely put my money on the fact that whatever the specific type of stablecoin solution that is proposed, either this week at Breakpoint or on X in the coming weeks is going to focus on that value mechanism. Where is the value created? Is it being deployed in Solana DeFi? Is it staying in DeFi in Solana? Is it being shared with the people who created that value? Or is it being extracted out of the Solana ecosystem? I think that's really going to be a dominant element in that discussion.
I also think it's interesting. It's like, what are people going to do with stables? You know, like, is it going to be a dominant, like, are people going to be paying with stables? Or are they going to be like primarily lending for yield, right? Because there's like, maybe there's other use cases, but those are the two like dominant ones that I see. I'd like to see more, you know, people paying with stables.
Absolutely.
And in that case, like, are certain businesses only going to accept certain stable coins? It kind of seems
surely
silly, right?
not. Surely not. And
like they'll accept any money. Like if you're,
I would hope so. But then, you know, to your point, if we are moving in the direction of everybody's going to issue their own stable coin, even Web2 giants are going to have their own stable coin and crypto rails underneath, totally abstracted from the end user, then maybe we do create some friction and interoperability problems. Maybe we are sort of going back 10 steps. We don't want to do that.
Like maybe you pay with one stable coin and have to swap it into another, and there's a fee associated with that, and it's like, we should have just used a credit card.
And then we're creating intermediaries.
Yeah,
right. So curious to see how that plays out. Although I would assume by the time we get to that point, we've solved these interoperability problems.
Yeah.
I should hope so.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited to talk to any stablecoin issuer that's solving this value leak issue or optimizing around value being kept in the Solana ecosystem. I do think people are going to adopt it.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, all right. We can just kind of talk now, right? We got some time.
Hey,
right?
listen, we can talk about anything you want.
So, and another part is like privacy with stablecoins, right? I know that there's like a couple different solutions out there. It's like, I wonder what is going to be the end use of that. Like, I don't mind using a debit card that pulls from stables.
You know what I want?
For that reason.
I want my stables to be on my debit card. And if I'm not using it, share the yield with me. I shouldn't have to then put it into a specific.
No one's going to do that.
This is what we want. This is what we want. Okay, Thomas, it is time.
I'm out of here.
We are about to be joined by Mary from Loopscale. I've been looking forward to this conversation for a long, long time now. I know Finn Miller, our senior journalist, is also looking forward to this conversation. We are back. Come take a seat while we get Mary looped into the microphone system. Let's see. Now, it is the second half of the day at Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital, and we're talking to Loopscale, one of the most exciting projects in the Solana ecosystem. I implore you, if you have any questions, let them know. We will do our best to bring them up and address them in the next 25 minutes as well. How have you been so far?
I've been awesome. The energy is pretty exciting.
Right?
Yeah.
Running around nonstop, headless chicken vibes.
Just sprinted from the Hilton.
Meeting after meeting.
But I am so stoked you made it, because this is the interview I've been most excited for all day.
I love to hear it. I'm excited to chat. I feel like you were one of the first people we chatted with, like, before we launched publicly. And then, like, have kind of had regular, and it's been up only.
I am an unabashed Loopscale maxi. So.
I can confirm Finn has not shut up about this conversation. So this is absolutely true. The new format, has it been more difficult to navigate, less difficult to navigate? 5 minutes, everyone's getting 5 to 10 minutes on stage. We're struggling to keep up with the information flow. Must be similar to you.
Yes, I did the debate earlier, and so that was kind of intense. I mean, you just can't prepare quite as much as you would prepare for like a product keynote or something. But I do like the venue. I feel like there's great places to meet people. The weather is lovely. It feels like it's a summertime in some tropical area, so no complaints there.
Awesome. And you guys have actually been involved in Solana for ages. You know, people think of Loopscale as a 2025 app, but you know, you and Luke, you've been involved since very, very early days. How does it feel? What's it like seeing Breakpoint at this scale compared to years in the past?
It's awesome. And I mean, like you said, we've been kind of iterating for several years and have attended Breakpoint with various products. But obviously this is the year where I feel like Loopscale kind of had a breakout moment, obviously a lot further to go. And so it's cool coming to this Breakpoint after kind of 4 or 5 years, and also the amount of new people in the space. I remember after the first breakpoint, I felt like I knew everyone. The second breakpoint, I was like, wow, there's like so many people. And then I feel like this breakpoint, I don't really recognize anyone. It's all like new faces, and it's growing so quickly, which is awesome.
And I think what must be really cool for you guys is that this is the first time that you're here with a live product and you can get that real feedback from actual users kind of in the flesh.
Yeah, it's been so awesome. Yeah, running into people who are Loopscale users and stuff, and it doesn't get old. So that's been really fun.
Awesome. So we'll get right into the nitty-gritty details. On-chain data shows that the majority of assets that integrate with Loopscale, I'm thinking of ZBTC, I'm thinking of the breadth of LSCs, they've seen their supplies extrapolate, and they've seen huge growth just driven by you integrate with Loopscale, and all of a sudden your supply grows, your usage grows, and your adoption grows. Why is Loopscale so powerful in that respect? What is it about the model and what makes you different from other Linear protocols that makes that so palatable for asset issuers?
Yeah, that's definitely kind of something that we've been trying to drive home, is this idea that Loopscale is the place to scale new assets. And if you look at all the kind of new launches over the past 6 months, Loopscale has been kind of a large part of these different assets, whether it's Hilo or Henri. And I think paramount to that is a structural difference in Loopscale's architecture. Of course, there's an element of newness to Loopscale, and we've been working like super tirelessly with each of these protocols we launched with, and it's definitely a handheld effort. But beyond that, the idea that you can have a credit market without having deep DEX liquidity from day one, and that DEX liquidity and credit markets actually go hand in hand, is something that we've been trying to push forward, because I think a lot of asset issuers come to this space and think they need these super deep liquid markets. But if you have a pricing mechanism, whether that's like for tokenized reinsurance and Henri's product, where they have a published NAV, that as long as you have that pricing mechanism and that there's a willing lender, that there should be a credit market. And DEX liquidity is kind of downstream from that, has been something that we've been trying to push forward. And I think you've seen that in the past like 6 to 9 months, which has been awesome.
So does that offer you infinitely more composability with the range of assets you can have? Because like you say, you don't need these profoundly deep liquidity pools. You have an ask and you have a bid, and it matches, and that's the beauty of it.
Exactly. And so like, for example, Etherfuse, which is a market we integrated relatively recently as well, you have, and this was something we introduced at Accelerate, was this idea of sponsored vaults, of maybe traditional lenders or like retail lenders aren't willing to take the risk to lend against Orca LPs at a super low rate, or Etherfuse assets at a super low rate. But those protocols usually have partners, or those protocols are willing to lend at favorable rates for those assets, because not only are they earning interest on their cash, and it's a way for them to incentivize growth that's not like throwing out free money, but they also have like an outsized return, where it's not just the APY that they're earning, but it's the growth of their protocol and their TVL. And so you're seeing that with like Etherfuse and Orca and Sanctum. And so we're excited to kind of see that use case grow over time.
You mentioned Henri. Henri's been one of the breakout assets, I think, for Loopscale. The growth is tremendous. Are you seeing that RWAs are basically the direction that DeFi is going? Is that how we kind of break out of our bubble, and that's how we really hit the top stride of what's possible with DeFi? Like, is RWAs how we break that ceiling?
Yeah, I think that's definitely, when we think about like the next 5 to 10 years of crypto assets, and what I think 99% of the value that will be on Solana is not on Solana today. I don't think that'll necessarily come in the form of like pure crypto assets. I think there'll be things like Henri, where you have traditional assets that are hard to access that are coming on chain. I think you'll see net new digitally kind of created assets. And so whether that's like tokenized payment streams, like vesting contracts that represent like net new financial products and net new credit products that the space can bring, that'll also grow a ton. And I think even for us, we were originally more, our asset mix was more SOL focused. And as it's kind of shifted into more RWAs and USD backed products, we've seen less volatility in our TVL as a function of SOL price. And so our TVL has been up over the past month and 2 months, despite SOL price being down. And so that's a function of, and I think it's obviously net positive for the space if you're able to kind of unravel the infrastructure and the assets. So there are two kind of distinct things, and you can have TVL go up even despite price movements.
So the counter argument to that is that, a lot of RWA yield is very trust me bro based.
Yeah.
I as a DeFi advocate, lending USDC, I know that someone's going to borrow. I know that's where yield comes from. It's very easy to understand. How do you bridge that gap and give your DeFi users kind of trust in these new assets that you're bringing on to really validate that the yield is genuine?
Yeah. So I think like to be clear, I think the kind of end state for crypto should be this entire asset flow happens on chain. And I think how we ultimately view loop scale like 5-10 years from now is serving as credit infrastructure that is general purpose. And you could build something like an ACRED or ONRI on loop scale where they are issuing loans and they are making that yield. And you do have this tokenized deposit token. But that whole end stream, and I think that's kind of the power of DeFi is being able to downstream see all of those asset flows, and there isn't this trust me aspect. I think there's obviously, we're sitting in the middle right now until we get to that end state where the pieces are being connected kind of diversely. And so I think for folks, obviously none of this is financial advice. It ultimately comes down to the teams building these products, the kind of level of attestation. So there are things sitting in off-chain custodians, and there's still ways to get visibility and transparency into those assets. But for us as a lending protocol, that more looks like how do we price LTV and rates so that even if there is a haircut on NAV and things like that, that we are able to reprice and there is no bad debt introduced as a function of how you're pricing those different risk parameters. And I think that was a big reason we had built Loopscale, is this idea that you should be able to price rates and LTVs and have lending markets that are very granularly priced and take into account all the different risks of different types of collateral assets, and you're able to support the growth of the space over the long term and until we kind of cross that bridge into fully on-chain assets.
So you mentioned risk and trust there, two things that trigger me. I have to ask this question because I think one thing that really concerns people about coming on-chain is some of the risks associated with it. One thing that's really worked in you guys' favor in terms of building trust is how quickly you guys bounced back from the exploit very early on this year. Talk me through that process. Most teams, I think, if they're a young team, if they haven't been around in DeFi for long enough, probably wouldn't survive something like that. You guys not only survived, but you've come back 10 times stronger. Talk me through that process.
Yeah, I mean, super grateful for the trust we've been able to rebuild so far, and do not take that for granted any day, and probably never will. And for us, yeah, I'm very lucky that we kind of were able to, I mean, the first like month or two after that was a lot of kind of trust rebuilding, and we've just had the benefit of, regaining that trust. I think how we handled things in the immediate aftermath and the communication afterwards helped contribute to that. And being going through the secondary audit, having another audit on the way, I think we've become very security first in both our actions and our communications. And I think that's been reflected to users. And we hope with the continued growth and kind of different touch points and progress points we've made over the last 6 to 9 months, that we've continually kind of walked the talk that we made back in April in addressing things, and can continue to do so over the next year or two.
Fully agree with that. I think everyone in the community that was around for that are pleasantly surprised by how quickly you guys rebuilt trust. So yeah, it was very impressive. I had to touch on that.
Yes, so it was a pivotal part of our journey, but really excited to kind of have made it out to the other side.
Absolutely.
Swinging back to institutional talk, we have had Anthony Scaramucci in, we've had Raoul Paul in this morning. Both of them said one of the biggest unlocks in 2026 is going to be clarity getting pushed through. What does that mean for you guys specifically? What does that mean for the trickle-down effect of Solana DeFi if that goes through?
Yeah, so I think that like what materially changes in the space with clarity is the amount of institutions and institutional capital that is sitting on the sidelines right now waiting for that before they go and deploy into whether that is Solana or just buying Bitcoin for the first time. That we saw a lot of different progress points this year with the ETFs and DATs as well. And so I think getting clarity, whether that's in the form of the Genius Act and all the different regulation that is kind of either on the docket or in progress, that we're just going to see a lot of institutional capital, which ultimately trickles down to the growth of the space, asset prices, new protocols launching, more projects getting funded, and things will, I think, get pretty exciting pretty quickly.
My lunary dream vision is that all these ETFs, they get LST pilled and they start looping it up and they start really stretching and sweating those assets. Is that something that would pose a systemic risk, do you think, or do you think we can actually handle that level of capital flow?
Yeah, so I think that's like an interesting point, right? You have all these DATs, and there's been like various levels of conversation around them deploying into DeFi, and there's been press releases and stuff like that. And these DATs ultimately have a lot of SOL on their balance sheet, and like there is the question of like how much demand is there in DeFi for borrowing or lending SOL. But I think the ultimate truth is like the staking yields are good and verifiable yields. You see like 6 to 8%, and then looping those yields and the bar rate, like the economics of the kind of trade that they'd all be making make sense. And I think the stewards of the capital are responsible enough to gradually introduce that. I don't know that the ecosystem quite transparently could handle like $1 billion injection on day one, but I don't think you would see that kind of deployment. And I think it would be, from what I've heard, a more gradual kind of introduction into the space over time.
Yeah. When we talk about that and we talk about looping up the LSTs, big topic conversation at the moment is SIMD 441. Arguably, if that goes through and we drop issuance, we drop staking rewards, that makes LSTs and a lot of Solana DeFi less productive. How do you see that as a DeFi app operator?
Yeah, so I mean, we do have a good bit of LST staking or LST looping volume, and I think obviously we might see a consolidation of the LSTs. And I think ultimately, as a DeFi app, we've found that users are relatively, I don't know if this is a hot take, but relatively agnostic to specific LSTs, and it's less about pledging allegiance and it's more about like optimizing APY. And so I think it's important to consider like the health of the network and the decentralization of the network. But ultimately, I think having more active participants and kind of stake getting aggregated to more active participants in the network and stewards of the network isn't necessarily a bad thing. And I think users will loop the same LST, even if it's a larger LST or belongs to a larger validator.
So you're based in New York. You have been on Solana for a long time. As we said, you're a big part of Solana DeFi. You almost have a foot in both worlds of this TradFi DeFi Connect. Do you feel like there's a bit of, not animosity, but there's a bit of kind of pushback against this institutional wave that's come in? You know, are we disillusioned with the idea of the original ethos of crypto?
So I don't think so, but I also think I'm someone from like early on that's felt that the ethos of crypto should not be like antagonizing all of traditional finance. And I think there's almost like this blame game of like institutions have ruined the financial system. And I think now building in this space, you can see how a lot of those traits of like fragmented liquidity or silos like is like a natural derivative of like a financial system over time, and like silos form in the same way like L1s form. And that it's not these like evil villains trying to play financial markets up against each other. And I think there's a lot to learn from the TradFi space and existing financial products. So I'm definitely not in the camp of, and I don't think there is a lot of like animosity. I think, especially on Solana, which a lot of folks and users like took a contrarian view 3 years ago, where you're more open to kind of entertaining the other side of the narrative of like, okay, maybe it is a good thing for TradFi and DeFi to converge. And I think the reality of the situation is most money movement is between institutions. It's not between retail. And so if we're ever to realize like this final vision of crypto, there has to be some institutional adoption and conversations. And antagonizing that side of the industry will not get us to where we want to go.
Very waggly.
Definitely. But it is, I find impressive, surprising, and to a certain extent shocking at the same time when we talk about a Solana conference and you've got not just $1.6 trillion asset managers, Franklin Templeton, but $5 trillion asset managers here as well. That kind of blows my mind. A couple of days ago, we were at Abu Dhabi Finance Week. You got regulators there, you got sovereign wealth funds. You expect the word trillion to get thrown around in a place like that. Solana Breakpoint, it blows my mind, right? So I think a lot of people rightly are apprehensive. Maybe that's a good way of phrasing it. But to the ethos point, I think it's a reasonable argument, that we've lost some of that sort of cypherpunk ethos, and I don't think it's necessarily negative. We were talking with Matty Tay earlier, and he says that the newest cohort coming through the Coliseum Hackathon this year has experienced a bit of a sort of pendulum swing back towards cypherpunk values. I think that's good, surely.
Yeah, I think so. I'm definitely someone that I think like decentralization is an important trait of blockchains, but I think the value proposition of blockchains is not primarily in decentralization. I think to build like good financial products, there is an element for some, like not every type of financial product, but there is some level of like permissioning and like not money laundering to like North Korea, for example, is like
let's not do that.
Is a good trait.
We do not endorse that kind of behavior.
It's a good trait of a financial product, and I think it's easy to draw like a blanket statement of like this rebellious, anarchist like financial system. But then I think the more realistic and like viewpoint is that there will be like trade-offs, and you can just hope to like change enough minds that then you keep enough good actors in this space that are pushing for like kind of the right the right trade-offs where they matter as we continue to grow as a space and we don't lose sight of the bigger vision. And so I think the pendulum swinging, like that's promising to hear, right? But like as long as we keep the pendulum swinging and that it does come back the other way, that it feels positive for the ecosystem.
Absolutely. So overall, net positive that we're sharing a stage and a room and an arena, if you will, with trillion-dollar asset managers.
I think it's better than them not being here.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, fully agree with you. That's my only other risk question, really. I think otherwise, just based on all the talks this morning, the announcements seems overall bullish. But I have to ask you about cycles. Maybe your personal opinion on this one. Are we still in a bull run, or is the last sort of price action of the last 2-3 months cemented the fact that we're in a bear run?
Loop scale TBL is up, and that is the number I look at every
Let's
morning.
go.
Yeah, we like that.
So
We like that. That's a good way.
I'm agnostic to prices.
Perfect. Perfect. 2026. Are you super excited for any particular reason, or is it the overall ecosystem's sort of direction, trajectory that excites you more? If you think about 2024 and 2025, arguably meme coins retail adoption, now in 2025 institutional adoption, sort of easy to say, stable coins did great, meme coins did great. Is 2026 going to be another one of those stories, or is it just going to be across the board the ecosystem is doing great? Does any one thing really excite you?
I mean, I think it'll be a breakout year for sure, especially on the side of institutional adoption. I think we got like the taste of that at the beginning of the year with like different executive orders and stuff like that. But I think as different legislation becomes more concrete over the next year, and some of these different, I think prior to 2025, we had a lot of announcement by of different like institutions announcing products. But this year, there's been actually like tokens on chain issued by these institutions in DeFi products. We launched product with Securitize and ACRED, and the assets are there. It's not just a press release. And I think that the fact that things started to trickle down in that way this year, I think it's only going to explode over. And if you think about how quickly things moved this year from like Q1 to Q4, like I can't imagine there's not a doubling of that effect.
Surely. Yeah, we were talking with Raul Paulo earlier about the banana zone. And he's like, just be patient, guys. It's going to happen.
I'm
just
feeling
relax.
good. I'm feeling good.
Okay, that's what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear. Bullish energy going into 2026, I think is really important. Talking to a lot of people before coming here, they sort of had this expectation that, this was the final pump. I think it was Cast founder put a tweet out saying, it's okay if we have one last leg up and then it just crashes down to 50K. Like, be ready for these outcomes. Price is not the be all and end all. And I think some people took that a bit too far to heart and they were like, oh my God, it's going to be game over by 2026. But it's important that we have some bullish optimism as well, right?
Yeah, I'm not serious. I'm joking, not joking when I say that I literally don't know what the price of Bitcoin or Sol is today. I like the energy in this conference and everything going on. I think that is how it should be. Like, we're at a technical conference where people are talking about things we're building on the chain.
Absolutely, yep.
People aren't watching the charts. No one has the charts up. And that is what Solana is a piece of technical infrastructure for financial markets. And so I think no matter what happens, it's been 5 years of different prices and things seem to only get better on the long arc. And
keep building, keep shipping. That's the spirit.
That's the spirit of Solana.
That's what we want to hear. I think we're going to wrap up and get George in shortly.
Before we let you go,
yeah,
people have been asking me to ask you, in the immortal words of Donald Trump, I've got millions and millions of loop scale points.
Points?
What's the alpha?
Of course, points.
I'm pretty excited for 2026.
Perfect.
When? Q1, Q2? There's only 4 of them. How many?
My team will kill me if I we're on our way.
But is there an announcement this week that people should pay attention to? You're going to drop some hints, indication as to when in 2026 this might happen?
We have some announcements coming this week.
Okay, and where should people go, aside from Solana Floor, where should people go to find out the alpha in the next 2 days?
Loopscale Twitter, we've got the Loopscale handle now, not Loopscale Labs anymore.
Awesome.
Big moves. So yep, our Twitter is where you'll find, our X is where you'll find the latest.
Exciting. You've got 48 hours to follow Loopscale and some alpha is going to come. Point system, alpha. It's what everybody wants to hear about. So, Mary, thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And I personally am going to be glued to your account for the next 48 hours. I know he will be. Cool. We're waiting. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys both.
Next up, we have George Harrop, who's going to be replacing me. I believe he's going to be sitting in this chair, or he's going to be sitting in that chair. There's only 3 chairs, so he's going to be sitting here. And we will be right back in about 15-20 minutes with the next set of guests. We're going to be talking to Mike Reed shortly. We're going to be talking to Galaxy shortly. Give me 2 seconds, let me slide out. And we will be right back. Oh, that's...
Given all the progress we've already made, is that a step back?
Yeah, I mean, DeFi shouldn't be trust me, bro. Now, some people might say as well, you know, proving the validity of stuff, the transaction happens, still it happens on chain and there's a TXID and therefore it exists. Yeah, okay, I get that. It's probably just a natural evolution of things. I think there's going to be a lot of market makers that come along and do more off-chain stuff, the, you know, RFQ things. Isn't it Jupiter or someone? Someone's integrated with RFQ stuff and they've been doing that for a while. Yeah, so it's like people do it, right? And it's going to be a thing. Now, is it in keeping with the original ethos of DeFi and crypto? Maybe not so much. I think there's definitely an argument for that. So, yeah, look, is it good? I guess it's fine. Is it, if all of DeFi just existed of trust me, bro, you know, I've got an off-chain thing over here, that would be bad. If like 10% of it is off-chain doing that, that's okay. Now people might say, oh, but these prop AMMs are doing, you know, tons of volume, and in fact, it's maybe the majority of volume. Yeah, maybe that's not as good, but yeah, you know, it's all right. Cool.
You have to reroll because of the setup there. So we'll take it from the top again. Okay. After you.
Sure.
So like right from the top to top. All right. Don't have George going over a table at me. That's it. Cool. You
Awesome.
give me a thumbs up when we.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Perfect. What do you want to talk about while you're here?
We can talk about Remora, we can talk about DeFi, we can talk about whatever you want. What's going on in the conference, perceptions on things. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Anything spicy?
Yeah. We want to
spice.
some spice from you.
You know?
Yeah, let's hear some spice. I want to hear all of it too.
Okay. Yeah. You can do that. Awesome.
Reround. All right, GM, and we're back live again. We are with George Harrop, one of the oldest founders on Solana, who has been here since the birth of the ecosystem. George, you've been to a few breakpoints. How does this one compare?
I think it's bigger. We've got more booths everywhere. We've got 2 floors of these things now. So yeah, look, I think has it grown over the years? Absolutely. We were 3 years in Lisbon. I was just saying before, like they have debates on right now at the stage. I want it to be more contentious. I want people, you know, jumping off the podium saying this is my point and this is why it's valid. So yeah, I just want to, you know, stir the pot a little bit. But other than that, yeah, it's great. You know, it's definitely bigger. Maybe you've got more of these institutional bros here now that wasn't a thing in the past. And just walking around, like trying to find people that you know in the ecosystem is actually harder, just because there's just a ton more people. So you're like going through the hordes of everyone.
Too many suits.
Yeah, well, yeah, yes, I would agree with that. Sure, yeah.
Is that not kind of the promised land that we've been told for so long? The narrative of previous cycles has been the institutions are coming, the institutions coming. Now they're here, and like, where does that leave us? What's the next step along true crypto growth?
Well, it's a lot of trust me, bro, with these institutions, right? It's some of them, whether it's prop AMMs that are quoting off chain, or whether it's people tokenizing stuff going on a stock exchange somewhere. I mean, look, it's good. It's a development. It's an addition to the existing community. I think if the community only existed of that, it would be bad. And it wouldn't really go anywhere if that was the case, because if you just have a bunch of centralized things talking to each other across Solana, well, it might as well just be a centralized network that they're talking about. So I think DeFi is still very important. It's the underpinning of everything that we're doing here. But so yeah, it's more of an addition to than anything else, I'd say.
Yeah. Big part of DeFi that is one of the biggest narratives of 2025 is tokenized stocks. I want to talk to you a bit about Remora. What is the promise of Remora for someone who is excluded from investing in traditional stocks?
So tokenized stocks, super interesting. That is a figment of this year, basically. They've just come into existence pretty much. But it makes it much easier to access a lot of these assets, right? Like before, okay, what are you going to do to try and buy some stocks? You're going to talk to a broker, you're going to have to convince them that you are who you say you are and all this other kind of stuff, and bank transfers into and out of the ecosystem. Or you can just open your wallet and press the swap button. So it's fundamentally easier to access, number one, with all of these things on chain. And yes, there's more things that are maybe coming, whether it's dividend paying stocks or other different niche things that maybe bonds and stuff. There's been treasuries on chain for a while now. So yeah, I think what we're trying to do with Remora, we're focusing more on the stock side, and a very exciting space to be in. I think TBL is just going to continue to grow. It's going to be one of those verticals of crypto that's just going to just hammer away and just get higher and higher, regardless of bull markets or bear markets. That's another thing, is like in a bull market, right, which we've had previously in Solana, everyone's buying like with meme coins, right? People go, oh, Solana's meme coin. Number one, it's not. Number two, when it was, a big thing, that was like most of the ecosystem, and whether it was a bull market or a bear market relied on if people were buying the memes. But now with stocks, you can be in a bear market and people are still going to buy the S&P 500 because it's not going to nuke 90% overnight and then you're going to get wrecked and everyone dies. Like it's actually fine. So I think regardless of the market type in crypto, yeah, you're going to see stocks continue to grow, which is actually really good. We've never had that in crypto. It's always been betting on, what crypto is the number one or the flavor of the month or something like that. So I think, now, does that mean maturity's coming? Maybe. Probably a good thing.
It's at least the start of it, right? And
Right.
I think that people on Solana have been looking for tokens to hold for a long time.
True.
And
Yeah.
they haven't found it.
Right.
Like no matter what token it is, whether it's a wrapped Bitcoin that, becomes unwrapped at some point because
Right.
FTX comes, or
Yeah,
whatever
true.
the case, like, we flocked to NFTs for a while because they were a better store of value than any other tokens were.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's like how far they went looking for it. So to bring stocks on chain, like long-term holders, that they can hold those tokens. Like,
Also-
I'm really excited about it. It's like the promise of crypto. Like it's outside of crypto, obviously, but to bring those in, I think it's huge.
Also, it's a thing you don't really need to sell, right? Like
Yeah.
previously in crypto, it's like, hey, look at my coin. It's the most interesting thing ever because of like insert whatever is the flavor of the month.
Yeah.
Whereas if if the coin is something that's correlated to the S&P 500, I mean, everyone knows what that is.
Yeah.
So the effort in trying to get something off the ground perhaps is less.
Yeah.
People understand the product a lot easier. You're not using buzzwords, which in crypto, people love making up buzzwords for everything. You make up a word every day of the week.
Yeah.
But so you don't need that. So yeah, I think it is a simple but easy to understand product that kind of just makes sense for crypto because it just makes it much easier to get involved. Like I said, open a wallet, press the swap button, done, and you can have some stock tokens in your wallet. Way easier than doing anything else.
It's a better form of what traditional finance has been doing.
Right.
Right. And they're getting close. Like Robinhood is pretty good now.
Right.
Like they've seen their success because they got rid of a lot of that friction. Crypto just blows that out of the water.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's like that. Okay, people say that's the competition. Yes. Okay. So the competition is a centralized app that basically only people in America use, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you have these stocks available to everyone in crypto. I think that's just fundamentally an easier, better thing.
Yeah.
It's like anyone anywhere in the world can have a Solflare wallet or something like that, and they can be swapping these things. So yeah, as an access pathway, it is nowhere near this supposed competitor. And I think you're just going to see that growing over time. Yes,
Yeah.
Robinhood has, millions of users and that sort of thing, but so does crypto.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I think as soon as people catch on that crypto is really the venue to get access to some of these things, yeah, I mean, as I say, TVL growth is just going to continue for like years to come.
Yeah.
What are the biggest growth unlocks for that TVL? Is it just an organic thing that as more assets come on chain, people can diversify themselves within their wallet? Are there certain DeFi integrations that can push that further? What's the growth vertical on tokenized stocks from there?
I think it is, like, DeFi is a really big component of it because that is the value add, right? So at Remora, what we focus on is we're going to be the people that understand the DeFi element. That is really our unique value add, is that we've been building on Solana since literally the very beginning. We were like the third project on Solana. Through Step, we've integrated with every single project, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So we understand the DeFi world. We're very embedded with that. And I think that's what's going to give things value. Now, people say, why? Well, it's because why would you hold, say, a Tesla stock that, say, doesn't have a yield, or you could have a Tesla coin, and maybe it's in an AMM pool and it's earning a 20% APY. Like, fundamentally, that's a better product, right? Yeah. So I think that's what's going to be interesting to people. And as soon as, that becomes more obvious, maybe exposing it through different products or whatever, and also lenders, right? Like, we've been talking with lenders. We had Luke Scale on just before. Being able to borrow against these tokens, these RWAs, is also a big unlock because you can still, hold these tokens in your wallet and then you can borrow USDC against it. You can do some other stuff and blah, 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 to participate in yield farming or whatever you want to do. And it's that is fundamentally an easier, better system than if I were to try and do that at a normal broker. Yeah. Now, does my normal broker allow me to borrow USDC and that sort of thing? You could maybe do that. But at some brokers, you need like minimum thresholds of the amount of money in your account. You need to be sometimes accredited to investors in different ways. Whereas in crypto, the DeFi world, I think, is much more open. And if you are an issuer, it makes sense to be involved in this ecosystem because you get the thing which you're issuing, out into the ecosystem more people. If you're a token holder, it makes more sense because you can do more with the coins which you hold. So it makes sense for a lot of different people. So, and especially if you're a lender. If you're a lender, you want to accrue TVL, and you also want TVL, which is not going to disappear tomorrow, right? Like you want S&P, like I said, S&P 500, it's not going to nuke 90%. No. So if you're borrowing against that, I mean, that TVL is probably going to stick with you a bit longer than Bing Bong Coin 69. Yeah. And that's what lending has been for a very long time.
Yeah. You talk a bit about the promise of DeFi. One of the big conversations over the last few weeks, obviously, has been the topic of rehypothecation, open sourcing. I believe that Solana DeFi doesn't really have much of an open source culture. I think that's something that we probably need to work on to kind of catch up. Yeah. What does open finance mean to you?
What does open finance? I mean, it's a word that people throw around, and then some people will say it means open source. I don't know if open source means open source. Yeah. Open finance is kind of a catch-all word that can mean open source, but it could mean like transparency. So it could be like being able to prove, like if you're doing off-chain stuff, can you provably show what you're doing off-chain, right? Or can you, provide transparency into reserves or something like that? So I think if platform providers can do that, then maybe they would satisfy the definition of open finance. Some people have been calling for everything to be open source. It'd be great, but I can see why, especially when you're dealing with the old world, the TardFi world. Like the TardFi world doesn't do that, right? So there's a fundamental stumbling block when you're an asset issuer trying to deal with that world. You can try and bring some of that, and absolutely, I think people should. But don't be surprised if there are perhaps limitations, not allowing you to do that.
Yeah, interesting. I have a question I want to run by.
Yes.
So I see a lot of different growth in stocks on chain. one of them, and this is my US mind talking too.
Okay.
It's like we've been talking about dollars.
I need to format into like miles and like
yeah.
freedom
So
units.
make the shift.
Okay.
Make the shift.
All right.
And but like the dollar debasement trade.
Right.
Right. So you know, they're going to be printing more money. You know, they just came out with that. The dollar is going to lose value.
It's going to go to zero
I wouldn't say zero.
eventually.
Eventually. We'll see. But I mean, it is like objectively going down.
Right.
Right. And I don't know, on the year, it's like down over 10% or
Right.
something like that. So the dollar is going down. We also have a US president who is like,
Has a coin.
well, he's got a coin, but he also looks at the SPY, like that is like how he is going to grade his presidency.
Right.
Is how that goes. So he's doing everything he can to
Yeah.
keep that going.
Yeah.
That's his measure.
It's pretty
like,
bullish.
why are people not holding SPY instead of USDC? Like that to me is like, I think that's better for the holders. I think that's better all around. Like, I think that why would you even hold USDC over SPY?
It's a good question. I think they are fundamentally different things. However, if you are looking for stability and you want to have a position in something, I think SPY is, on a risk reward basis, it's looking pretty good. Now, I think where the risk comes in when you're talking crypto is with the asset issuers themselves, with like how the tokens are managed on chain. Is it in some yield farm, in some pool somewhere, whatever? Is it just in your wallet and it's sitting there? Is it staked somewhere? And then maybe you have contract risk. So I think there are other risks in crypto that certainly people should be aware of. But I think, yes, the general sort of basis of SPY, being something that, is maybe a better bet for people to hold, especially in times like at the moment where number go down. And
you have this as like a hedge.
Right.
It's your crypto portfolio.
Right. It's like exit into USDC or exit into SPY. SPYR.
And another part of that too is like, okay, well, why would I hold SPY if I can get 12% yield on my USDC in this platform? It's like, well, there's some smart contract risk. Like, do you know where you're actually putting that money?
Right.
It's like if you hold SPY, you're not like, you can still hold that. You can still self custody that and not deal with that. So it's like, to me, it's like, it seems like an easier. I guess it's hard to get your mind around not holding dollars. I denominate everything in dollars in my head, right? But to do that, it seems like it makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting proposition. I think maybe it's still a very new thing, on-chain stocks, right? So I think we're going to take a few years to get there, but I see it. I think on-chain treasuries, the TVL is like measured in the billions, I think, something like that. So I think you're going to see the same thing with RWAs in terms of the, the stocks and so on. That's going to be a thing. That's going to be a thing for the next few years. There's going to be new ways that you can do stuff with them. Like talking with many projects here, a lot of really interesting DeFi projects wanting to engage with Remora in different ways. How can we utilize Remora tokens in different ways? I think for us, that's very exciting because if we're working with more, third parties that add some value to be doing stuff with on-chain tokens, that really is the benefit of all of the stuff we're talking about. Otherwise, might as well just go log into your bank.
Like 100%. And we're having Flash Trade on the stream. I think he's coming on tomorrow, and Austin's going to come on. And I mean, they've adopted Remora. Like pretty fully at this point, right? Like it's impressive.
It's the first place to execute a buy or a sell for stocks at the NASDAQ price, which has been a very interesting thing. And I think number one, why is that different to anywhere else is because usually you've been dependent on the liquidity pools, whether it's in some AMM or something to get the pricing for the token. Whereas if you're able to actually execute trades at the NASDAQ price through, the PITH feeds, which is 24/5 on Flash, that's a fundamentally new product. So very excited to see that launch in the last week or so with Remora. So we're hyped about that. And then the token itself of that of the pool of Flash becomes an index. So anyway, there's a lot of really cool stuff going on. But that comes back to my comment about being able to do more things on chain.
I think what really stands out for me as part of that Flash trade pool at NASDAQ prices, that enables anybody with an internet exchange to be a market maker of tokenized stocks. I think that's an incredible unlock from where we were years ago when the whole idea was you have money on chain, you can transfer it to another wallet. It was very, very bare bones. And now we're actually running kind of a full-scale market-making arbitrage pool on top of that. How does the Flash trade perps angle factor into that? What's the relationship between the Nasdaq swap pool and the perps market beyond that?
Yeah, so there's one pool on Flash of which the underlying tokens, the Remora tokens, are stored in, and then people are using that to take positions long or short. And Flash has a 10x, you can go 10x long, 10x short using those tokens, and you can redeem it in the underlying. And the cool thing about that is usually perps are, it's like a betting market of USDC, and there's no underlying. So you look at most platforms, a lot of the centralized exchanges, all those sorts of things, it's just people betting with USD. So if they have like a Bitcoin perp, there's actually no underlying Bitcoin for any of that. It's just a bucket of USDC that people are going long or short in. And that's what perpetuals have been for many years. The cool thing about Flash is you do need the underlying, so the tokens are really there. But if you're an LP to that pool, that also means that you can put your tokens into that pool and get a yield on it. And that's super exciting because the weighting of the pool is something to talk about. Basically, like it's in the pool itself, you have a pool liquidity token, and that's kind of an index of all the tokens in that pool. So if the pool consists of SPY and NVDAR and TSLAR, you get essentially exposure to all of those through that LP token. So you're it's kind of an index of that pricing. Now, you might say, hey, look, man, I don't know if this individual stock's going to go well. Well, maybe that's the argument for having, an LP, which is an index of all of them, because then it's less risk. And especially if you're earning a yield on it, it makes way more sense to do that. So Flash is, it has a spot pool, it has a perps on top of that. Each is, using the underlying, and the trades are executing at the Nasdaq price, which is a new innovation. So super exciting.
Excellent. So the end result is we have a yield-bearing index of crypto forward tokenized stocks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So the next question that comes from that is, can we expect to see the breadth of that index expand? Are we going to get Google R? Are we going to get other Remora stocks that kind of flesh that out? And
I mean, you guys tell us, what do you want to list? Like, so I think for us, it's very important to align the expectations of what Remora, can do with what people are looking for. Basically, like, is there demand for stuff? Like, there's so many listed things that you could add to Remora, but are people going to want to do it? So more things can get added, especially to the Flash pool, and more stocks there and added to that index. But it really depends on what people want to see. So could it be a Google? Could it be an Apple? Could it be a market index of Argentina stock market? Like, it could. We just need to validate that through what people are looking for. That's the most important thing for us.
And part of the Remora stack, obviously bringing off-chain assets on-chain, that doesn't necessarily need to stick exactly to stocks, does it? Is there breadth to do minerals and to do other kind of
commodities? We've had people asking about gold and silver, because obviously all-time highs there pretty much all of this year. So there's lots of different segments, right? And you could maybe make separate pools. You could engage with these things in different ways. Maybe someone builds a product where you can borrow against a full position of something. I know some people are working on that, where putting stuff into a vault, and then maybe you borrow against the vault. There's lots of different things that you can do, and especially with a lot of these different listings, it could be things which are much more. Do you remember when like FTX had like lumber? And other just weird things like that. Like maybe
whatever people wanted to bet on,
right?
They created the market for it.
Yeah, maybe people want to bet on lumber. Do you want to bet on lumber? I mean, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, like the wheat price or something like that, right?
That would be
and those things are actually really hard to access.
Yeah.
So that comes back to why crypto is awesome. Making tokenizing that asset now opens up that whole. Wasn't Trump saying like the cost of eggs like they went up like 600% and then they went down 90% or something?
Yeah.
It's like, you want exposure to eggs. That's what you want.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Go and buy some eggs and they're going to go off in like 2 weeks or something? Like
redeem them for tokens.
Yeah, redeem them. Like go to the supermarket and get your money back. Yeah.
This is Larry Fink's vision. This is tokenize everything.
Let's go. Yeah.
What's that tokenization process like? What does it take? Say you wanted to take a new stock and put it on chain. Like what is that process like?
Yeah. So number one, like I said, we have to validate that there's going to be demand for that.
Yeah.
Number two, we have to look at it from a compliance perspective. Talk with our brokers and all of that about it. Look, if it passes all of those checks, then actually the creation of an on-chain stock is easy technically, from a technical standpoint. The hard part is all of the other tick boxes and checks and balances
Compliance
and
and-
yeah, all of that kind of stuff
Yeah,
beforehand. So yeah, look, I think for us, we have to go through that whole process of anything, but we do have that on the roadmap of like people want to trade more things. And at the moment we have like some of the top 5 like tech oriented stocks. But there's going to be more than that. So we're open to that. We're looking for more things. Definitely tell us in the comments, replies, messages, whatever, what people want to see. But yeah, I think things like commodities, right? And maybe interesting commodities. That could be one. Another one could be, like I said, like the Argentine stock index. Because I say that because I think that pumped like 80% when Malay won his thing like a couple months ago or whatever. So it's things like that, right, which are really hard to get exposure to. So maybe that's like a MSCI index of emerging market, whatever. Or it could be other things like, MSTR have these, these strike and whatever the other 3 bond offerings they have. Could be that. So yeah, we're interested to hear, from people from that. And if it passes the processes, then yeah, happy to put that on chain.
Yeah, I think there would be a large crypto Twitter call for Rivian stock.
Right.
It seems like everyone in crypto Twitter has this stock.
Right.
I guess they like the chart.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah.
That asked an interesting question, I think. Is crypto Twitter still the barometer of what people want in this industry, or are we over-indexing based on what we see before us every single day?
I think it's waves. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's kind of, well, like, so I've had a few conversations with people recently that have come out of left field, and maybe some of them are like VCs or like a fund manager or something like that, and they're like, oh, why don't you do this? And then I'm like, yeah, but why would we do that? Like, no one is asking. I haven't seen that on Twitter. And they're like, yeah, but I know a bunch of rich people who are looking for that, and it's really hard for them to do it. So if you did it, it'd be way easier. Now, maybe that's a use case, right? And in that case, like, yeah, maybe we're not getting our signals from crypto Twitter anymore. But I do think that crypto Twitter is the consensus of the hive mind of crypto, and we should still pay attention to what's going on there, as much as we may or may not want to, but it is what it is. There is a lot of clowning that goes on.
Yeah, the keyboard warrior is out in force most days.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. I want to swing conversation to something that you've been very vocal about in the past. 228 failed.
Yeah.
We've got a new option. It's not market driven. It's hand wavy, compromise. What happens to Sol as an asset if issuance gets dropped? Is it the moon math that issuance goes down so number goes up? Is it that simple?
I think it is. Like the question of what is the point of inflation? It's to subsidize people decentralizing the network and running a validator. Now, then the question is, well, how many validators does a network need? Now, some might say, oh, it needs 3,000, but that's a hand wavy thing as well. Does it need 300, 3,000? Why not 30,000? Why not 3 million? Like, show me on a chart what's the better, right? And some people go, oh, well, more is better. Yeah, maybe, but then, the whole speed of the network might suffer as well if you're having to sync blocks over a larger geographical area. So then, having less validators in some cases might be better, as long as it still reaches the threshold of basically you can't collude, which is the whole point of having decentralization. You just don't want people to collude. So anyway, TLDR is inflation exists as a subsidy for people to secure the network and decentralize the network. And I think Solana has reached a point where we have plenty of validators, we have plenty of decentralization. Collusion is really hard to do because, you need whatever it is, percentage of the stake, to be able to do that. And you don't want centralized entities holding the most stake. But it also means that we shouldn't be overpaying for something which perhaps we shouldn't be overpaying for, especially now that a lot of validators, we run a validator, right? A lot of validators get a lot of their income from MEV and other stuff these days. So the argument of, oh, well, we need to reward validators for their hard work, that's already happening, right? Like Jito pioneered that with everything that they're doing. So validators are paid. They probably shouldn't be paid as much. I would definitely say they shouldn't be paid as much. And that's what the original sort of inflation reduction was aimed at. And now, as you say, we have this hand wavy thing to reduce a little bit, is what it is. It's like, okay, it's probably better than nothing, but is still not optimal. Like the original incarnation of a market-based approach to reducing inflation, I think is the best. I'd love us to go back there. But then you have maybe some vested interests now from some of these listed entities. That's like, I'm selling boomers on this yield, and we don't want that to drop because then the boomers are not going to buy the listed product anymore from the guy in the suit. And I would say that the network must come first, and we need to think about, you know, what is actually the right thing to do. And overpaying validators for this work is not the right thing to do, just to satisfy some boomers for maybe a couple of dudes in suits to make some more money. I think that's the wrong way to go about it.
Something you touched on there was the decline of validators, and we're moving towards, you know, a smaller group of more concentrated, more centralized validators. Some people have argued that it's not that big of a deal. It's a question of quality over quantity.
Right.
Would you support that thesis?
I don't know. Like, it comes back to my what I was saying before about, do we need 3,000 or however many is now? It was at 3,000, I think, and now it's what, 1,200 maybe?
I think we're down to about 800 now.
Okay, 800. Yeah. So is 800 enough? You know, do you need a super majority of the 800? Is that still enough collusion protection? Probably is, especially geographic decentralization is another important thing. You definitely don't want all of your nodes in the same geographical area, like the same data center. That's another way to look at it, is you need like the bare metal needs to be decentralized. Data center that goes down or blows up, like you don't want most of your stake going offline. So I think there is, you know, a number which makes sense. I think 800, whatever we're at now, is fine, plenty of decentralization. Does the quote decentralization get better by going back to 3,000? I can't really see that, but all right, I can maybe see that argument. Yeah, so number is down. I don't know about the quality argument. Maybe that's cope, but it is what it is. Like,
yeah. People with the larger pocket say that it is quality because it's their validator.
Right.
Like,
they're like, well, people are paying me money, therefore it's valuable.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool, bro. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, and a lot of these, you know, these institutional folks were sold this idea that, look, solar inflation is stable. It's at this percent. Here's the schedule.
Well, that's what Lily was saying.
Yeah.
Originally, when this thing came out, and I fundamentally disagree with that. And I think they were saying that because Solana at the time was trying to sell a lot of these listed entities on it. And I think an important thing for them was the stability of the yield for staking and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think you don't want to sell down the road decentralization and be rewarding unnecessarily validators for doing that work when they shouldn't. And, you know, the cost of running a validator, a couple $1,000s a month. Okay, so you now need a stake. I think someone was saying you need 100K stake, 100K SOL in the validator to break even. I haven't done the math, but again, that depends on, are you 100% MEV validator? Are you not? Some, like ourselves, are, SolFlare is, a couple of others. People still stake, the APYs are still good. You can still offer people other things, like with a liquid stake token, you can borrow against it, you can do other stuff. So I don't think it's the end of the world. That people are, less APY. It's not the end of the world. It's fine.
Do you think people are just going to pass it because price down, this might make number go up?
Yeah.
But I mean, it kind of had to happen anyways, right? It kind of seemed like there was they are overpaying.
Yeah.
Right. So that change need to happen, but price goes down. We need to change it now. Like,
yeah.
Is the mentality.
I think, and that's absolutely what I think happened in the last few months.
Yeah.
Is like, I think they realized that the people that were supporting keeping the inflation high kind of shot themselves in the foot, which, oh, by the way, that's what literally people like myself and others were saying the whole time. But now people had this amazing, realization that, oh, wait a minute, we shouldn't be overpaying.
Yeah.
Let's come up with something that maybe people would agree with. And it's a watered down version of the original one, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, number down has, I think, forced that narrative.
Do you think that, like, all right, 2025, we got all the institutions come in, right? Do you think that the amount of SOL that they hold, like, could be a negative in the fact that, like, they're going to vote for their bags? They're, like, if they had a chance to vote on 441, would they vote no, just so that they can keep getting that yield, regardless if it's good for the network or not? Right? We're like new players with different ideas, right?
It is a risk, and it is I guess it comes down to, do they care that much about the number? right? Now, maybe number going down makes it harder for them to sell their product to people who want to buy it, right?
that's fair
In
point,
which case, they would want the number to go up and the APY to go down.
Yeah.
Or do they just care about the APY? Is that the main selling point for boomers? I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
But I do think that, look, if number goes up, it's easier for everyone to sell their product.
Yeah.
So I think fundamentally, even if you rely on a higher staking APY to convince people to buy your ETF or whatever, your staked ETF or your DAT, it's better if number goes up because more people will be interested in holding that asset and more people want to engage in that market.
Yeah. Say that passes, yields drop. Does DeFi then become less productive because there is more of this? There is less of this cash flow. There's less of this emission generation. Does LST adoption drop off to fit with that?
No, I think it increases because the place that you get yield then becomes the DeFi platforms. So then there's that argument of, but if APY is lower, people maybe don't have LSTs. Yeah, but then what do? They probably go and look at a lender who also has APYs on just Sol or LSTs, or maybe they use a looping product or something like that, right? So I think at the moment with a really high APY, you disincentivize DeFi DApp usage.
Right, because people just park it and leave it alone.
Yeah, they're like, look, the risk-reward ratio, because risk-reward for just staking natively on the network, it's really good because you're not exposed really to contract risk. You're not exposed to price oracles and other crazy stuff. Whereas with a DeFi lender, you are, but maybe with a bit more risk, you have a bit more of a reward as well. And I think with a lower APY, people will be forced to perhaps look at that. And some people will, some people won't, obviously. But I think there's lots of really cool products out there which could really do with more Sol, more people doing stuff in those products and those contracts.
Yeah. Which kind of products are you referring to in that?
I mean, I like the looping products.
Yeah.
I think the borrowing against Sol is a pretty solid bet. That's just a basic one, right? So it's like the Sol looping is really cool because that's kind of, you don't care about the price of Sol in that, which is the really cool thing about looping is, you have an LST and then you borrow Sol and then that gets converted back into the LST and then you borrow more Sol. So you don't care if Sol is $8 or $300. It works exactly the same. Now with a lower APY, that multiply might be less productive. But it all depends on the borrow rates. So you might see more people just dumping their Sol into, say, the Sol pool on a lot of these lenders, which brings down the borrow rates and then the APYs go back up. So it's a market-led thing.
Yeah.
You might not actually see that much change in the APYs, in my opinion. Because if an APY somewhere is high enough, people like Sol will probably find its way there.
Yeah. The market has become exceptionally efficient, and it's becoming easier than ever to find where the yield is.
Yeah, some of those pools, like in lenders, like with Camino and stuff, it was like 17% on Sol, I don't know, a month or two back, and it was like that for like 24 hours. And then you had people like arbitraging between the pools because the other pools are like at 5% or something like that, and people are like, oh, of course, well, I'm just going to go into the marinade pool at 16, and then that brings the the APYs back down, and then it helps loopers and all this kind of stuff. So that's what you see. That's the market working.
2025 has been the year of institutions. What does 2026 look like in your eyes? What's the big narrative that explodes in 2026?
So I was thinking about this the other day. People saying, oh, it's like these apps that are doing like, what is it? The prediction markets and all this kind of stuff. Maybe it is. Maybe getting those prediction markets integrated into more other apps, like maybe on this stream. Like we just have a prediction marker but there's that you have to be very careful with because then that opens the door for corruption.
Oh yeah.
So I've seen some of people say that with prediction markets on like news channels and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But then you have the incentive for people to just say whatever and influence. Yeah. So it is a double-edged sword, but maybe you do see prediction markets come into more other products, all around the place. Maybe more long-term things or whatever, but I think you're already seeing that. People are like, oh, look at this, sport bet on Polymarket or, Kalshi or whatever. Like you're already seeing that. So maybe next year is the year of a lot more of that. But I think in general, it's like apps that do stuff because we've kind of been through every other cycle in crypto. And I think apps that do stuff like Solana's pushing revenue a lot.
Yeah.
So I think apps that generate revenue, very important. yeah, you're going to see more of that. Maybe there's some new breakthrough app. It's probably not going to, well, I mean, it always is. I was going to say, it might not be like, oh, a coin, you buy a coin and number go up and everyone gets hyped and they all buy the coin. And I'm like, okay, maybe we don't see that next time. Bro, it's been, I've been around 15 years in this thing. It's always that.
Yeah.
So it's probably always going to return, right? So yeah.
Degens are going to degen.
Yeah, they're going to do that.
My view of the prediction market is that it's kind of like a toothpaste tube. You know, once you squeeze it out, you can't put it back in.
Right.
The technology exists, the idea is there, and now it's going to be unstoppable.
And maybe people like, they tokenize their prediction market position.
Yeah.
Like if you're long Trump saying something, maybe you can use that as collateral to do something somewhere else, or figure out a way to loop it or do some crazy thing.
I love the idea of, you know, I can borrow against the probability of Trump saying China in his next release.
People will do that.
Yeah.
They will find a way.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you know, part of it feels like play stupid games, stupid prizes. Win stupid prizes. The other idea is that that's just how innovation works. Anything starts just as a game, and then it finds its maturity and becomes something a bit more tangible from there.
I think the game element, the interactive element, the sort of fun element, I think that's what a lot of the previous cycles were, whether it was NFTs or memes or anything else. People just liked being part of a crew of people that were doing fun stuff.
Yeah.
So if you can reignite the let's do fun stuff on chain, yeah, there'll be another.
Okay, what makes prediction markets become not fun? Because we saw this with NFTs, we saw this with meme coins. It started as this is fun, we're making money, and then you know, people come and they find ways to solve the market, and it becomes hyper efficient.
Yeah.
And the extraction schemes start beginning. What is the tipping point that makes prediction markets not fun and become a financial battleground?
I think if it gets financialized too much, like we're sitting here saying, hey, people are going to do crazy DeFi stuff, and wouldn't that be fun? I mean, yeah, until it becomes too much.
Yeah.
And then, as you say, it's completely financialized, and there's a giga arbitrage bot that's like spiking everyone on their bets. Something like that, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's like a little bit is fine, but too much is too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you want to have a little bit of the interesting things to do with those positions, but I mean, but you can't really control that, right? Like if there's an opportunity there, someone's gonna do something that, you know, is taking advantage of that. So I don't know, but I think just getting back to the idea of apps which generate revenue is probably going to be more of that. And is that going to be like mega bullish for everyone's bags? Maybe, maybe not. But I think the days of we're just going to go and buy coins all day, I think we're slowly getting past that. Each cycle, we slowly get past that more and more because there's just too many.
Yeah.
There's just too many now. Like back in the day when there was like 100 coins, yeah, cool. All right, bet on coins. And then there was 1,000 coins, and yeah, people still did. But now there's like
1,000 coins a day.
Wasn't there like 65,000 like a minute or something minted on Pump Fun at one stage?
It was insane.
Like bruh, like too much. Yeah.
But I guess that's part of it. You know, we have complete saturation, and then the cream rises to the top, and then we're left with the base layer of what works, what makes revenue, and what is a tangible business and what can be carried forward.
Yeah, there was a chart that they opened the conference with today, and it was like the fastest apps to make 100 million in revenue of like anything, like, you know, the normie world and crypto world. And crypto apps were like the top 3.
Yeah.
So like the companies which make money the fastest was crypto. And I think maybe the rest of the world doesn't understand that. Or maybe we live in our own bubble. But the apps that go big on crypto, they really go big.
They do.
And they make a lot of money, right? Yeah. And I think that fundamentally that is a very bullish indicator. And that's very interesting for people to see. So more of that. Awesome.
What if it's just driven totally by hyper speculation? Because, you know, we talk about these are the apps, these are the killer apps that are making $1 million a day. It's predominantly trading apps, and it's predominantly built on people taking speculative bets on vaporware. So is that something we really want to be encouraging, or do we want to have something that's a bit more tangible, a bit more grounded in reality?
I would love for things to be grounded in reality, but we are in crypto. Well, I think, you know, coming back to the RWA thing, and, you know, what we're trying to do is maybe bring a bit more reality into this world. But you're still going to see the craziness, which I think is also the fun part, right? Like people go, crypto's too complex. And then I say, well, like 1 million people were onboarded into NFTs and they didn't understand what a crypto wallet was, and yet they worked it out and they just used it. So I think the complexity is okay. But yeah, it too much can, well, it comes in cycles, right? Too much gets overcrowded, everyone does it, and then, you know, things dump and that's the end of the cycle kind of thing. So yeah, maybe see more of the same.
Excellent. George, thank you so much. It's been great chatting. It's been great picking your brain about everything that's happening on Solana. Next up, we have, I believe, Thomas Cohen from Galaxy. Galaxy has just announced a tokenization project with Superstate, so we're going to be very, very keen to pick their brain and see what all the action is on about that. George, thanks again for joining us on Solana Floor. Everyone can see you when you see
Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, George.
Peace. I'm coming out as well. Cheers.
Principles, obviously, there will be some.
Thank you.
Unique points like
Are you heading on?
but general principle apply the same here. Number two, I guess it's worth mentioning the history. So for those of you who have been in the industry for a while,
Perfect.
You may remember this great migration. So a lot of changes, for example, starting off China, migrating to Hong Kong.
Look at this guy.
Malta,
That one, middle.
Europe.
Do that.
We're going to have
Yeah,
two Thomases in here.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
boy.
I'm Thomas as well.
Hey, Thomas. Good to meet you, man.
Great to meet you too. How you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good. Having some fun at Breakpoint?
Yeah, so fun. So fun. A lot of people.
Yeah, there is a lot of
A lot of
right?
people, a lot of institutions as well. Typically, you expect people at a Solana conference. You expect degens at a Solana conference. I think it's the first time I've seen so many institutions.
Yeah.
Is that net positive? Is that good? Are we happy about this?
I think it's net positive. I mean, if you think about the pools of capital and what's possible, it's in TradFi. And so the sooner we can build the bridge and bring TradFi money in and understanding in, the better for the entire ecosystem.
I think so too. I think on the flip side of the argument is a lot of the people that entered the space for ideological reasons, to a certain extent myself included, people that were originally in it for the tech, values of decentralization, disintermediation, etc., think that the sort of marriage of TradFi and DeFi necessarily comes at a significant cost, that trade-off is maybe net negative for us. But I think looking around, we're about to talk to $1.6 trillion asset manager Franklin Templeton. There's a $5 trillion asset manager in the building.
Yeah.
It's obviously not coming at a significant cost, and maybe you agree with that.
Yeah, and I think kind of zooming out, right? We all see in the crypto space the potential of this technology. And so to me, it's like we want to make sure that everyone who's going to benefit from this technology can. And so I think it will end up being the back end of the majority of the traditional finance system, but that doesn't mean that the people who came into this space for the decentralization aspects of it can't still have that as well, and still can't have that benefit of being peer-to-peer without those intermediaries. I think that can still exist. I just think really zooming out, we just want to make sure that technology also benefits those who want to stay in the traditional system, which is the majority of humanity, frankly.
I absolutely agree with you. And just sort of looking behind us there, the ADGM is on the main stage. We've got the Abu Dhabi regulators here. And I think that's arguably the sort of gel that's allowed this smooth transition, this marriage of TradFi and DeFi is clever, custom-built, specialized regulation in places like the UAE. You're based in the US, I believe.
Based in the US, Galaxy's global. We've offices in Hong Kong and in London as well. But to me, when I think of the regulatory clarity that we've seen in the past few years has really been materially different from the previous cycles. It's one of the three main trends we've seen this cycle that's different. So we have the regulatory clarity, so people know the rules of the road. We have the technological maturity, and I think Solana is a perfect example of that with their uptime and with the demonstrated advancements that the ecosystem has made. And then finally, the interest that TradFi has brought into the space means you put those three things together, and it's just a recipe for a level of adoption that we haven't seen in previous cycles.
That's well said. I love hearing that.
Right, very eloquently argued, and I think a lot of people agree with it. It's just, I can't help but get over the concerns that people raise when we talk about, how big Solana has got. This is Etihad Arena. We're in the capital, right? We're not in Lisbon anymore. This isn't Amsterdam. This is not like a small town.
Well, we're in half the arena. Next year we'll be in the full arena.
The full arena. There we go. Or maybe in New York, in Madison Square Garden, or something like that.
Or both.
Or both. Absolutely in immense scale to think about it. And I think it's amazing. You guys, I saw your logo was on stage just a few minutes ago as well. During Austin Federa 00 founders presentation. What was going on there? He was talking about some of your infrastructure, I believe.
Yeah. So Galaxy, as you know, it's a crypto-focused investment bank. So we have the same structure as a traditional boutique investment bank, but that also means because we're in crypto, we have a deep tech stack as well that covers a lot of different parts of the crypto ecosystem that Galaxy has really grown up and helped mature. And as part of that, it's supporting companies like Austin's to make sure that when he has an idea like that is transformative and is a better way to use those networks that already exist today to better move and store information and value, the Galaxy's there to not only help support that dream, but build it both financially and from an ecosystem perspective.
Do you talk to a lot of TradFi folks in New York? I mean, when I think about finance in New York, it's like Wall Street, all these guys.
Yeah.
So you're in a very
those guys in jackets.
Yeah, I know. You got jeans on, you're fine. But when you talk to these traditional, more sophisticated investors, I guess with a much lower risk tolerance, maybe a longer investment horizon, what are the key points that you focus on when it comes to, I guess, dealing with some of the question marks that they have about ecosystems like Solana, aside from question marks that people have about crypto as an industry, now that we have regulatory clarity, you touched on that earlier, Solana-specific objections, question marks, how do you deal with these things?
Yeah, so I mean, still for the majority of people, Solana isn't a household name. To us, we hear Solana all the time, we see it on Twitter all the time because it's the little world we live in. But step one is really education, and stepping back with these large institutions and saying, look, I lead tokenization at Galaxy. So a lot of that education with large TradFi players, step one is to say, look, tokenization and crypto native assets can be separated. Crypto native assets you can think of as Solana, as Ethereum, as Bitcoin, but tokenization is really taking real world assets that TradFi knows well and putting them on chain to not upend the financial system, but to upgrade it. And having that conversation with them is really the first of a long process to go from, okay, let's teach them about this technology, teach them about what it has the potential to do, and then help them build out a strategy to do so, and then finally provide them with the products and the resources that they're looking for based on the timeline that they have to be able to build out that transition. Because by the end, they recognize, hey, the majority of the back end of their system is likely going to be on chain. That's not something that happens in a year or two. That's something that happens in decades.
Yeah.
And so the question is how they go from where they are today to that, the long-term goal there. And that progression is going to be likely an S-curve where we have the regulatory clarity, we have the tech maturity, we have the interest, and it's going to just happen pretty quickly once you hit that adoption rate. And I think we're getting pretty close.
When you talk to these TradFi folks about that S-curve, is it a value proposition framing, or is it like, this is going to happen whether you like it or not? So, hold on to your pants because this is happening.
Yeah, so I would say the fun part about the space is because it changes so much. I've only been at Galaxy for 2.5 years. Was at Ripple and Paxos previously.
25 years in crypto time.
Literally. But even a year and a half ago, it would be us at Galaxy going to the TradFi players and saying, hey, this technology is faster, better, cheaper. You should really check it out. It can really help you guys, boost the offerings you have for your clients. Now the conversation is flipped. They're coming to us. They're coming to the other leaders in the space and saying, hey, we see this writing on the wall. How can we jump in and really make sure that we make this transition ahead of our competitors?
So they have FOMO now.
So they have FOMO, and they recognize that this technology can help them, boost a lot of the revenues that they need and cut costs that they want on the back end. And that combination is super attractive to them.
And let's say one of these TradFi institutions, however you think of them, come to you, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to a few years ago where you felt the need to go to them and sort of try and explain, and education being the first step there. What's the core tenet of tokenization that you find most beneficial in that conversation?
Yeah, so I think to people who don't live and breathe crypto,
right,
the easiest way I explain it is tokenization just takes the information associated with value and the value and puts it together. Today, when you're a trader on Wall Street, you look at everything through your Bloomberg screen, but all the assets that you're trading are in some custodian that are being moved around when you execute your trade after it settles, right? What tokenization does is it takes that value and the information you see on screen and puts it together. So wherever the value goes, the information goes. That simple. Essentially, another example we use is when you swipe your credit card today, the information is instant, but the settlement is until a few days later. All it does is now when you swipe your financial version of a credit card, just puts them together, so it happens instantly.
Interesting. I guess a few years ago, if you explained that to someone, they would have said that's magic. That's not true. We don't trust it. There's no regulation. There's no clarity. And now people are much easier to go from your explanation to accepting that as gospel.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's a rosy picture and everyone's like, okay, let's do it.
Right.
It still is. It takes a long time, but I think the regulatory conversation is just completely different. The fact that Genius was bipartisan, and that the conversation is just
it opens with more of a how instead of a why.
Okay.
But to your question earlier about what real benefits we talked through, one example that most people get is you see stablecoins. It's just a more efficient way to move dollars overseas. It's a more efficient way to get people in emerging economies access to the dollar.
Absolutely.
And it's a more efficient way to trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other digitally native assets, right? So those three use cases very clearly have product market fit. And you can take that same asset class and say, okay, it worked for dollars when you want to move value. When you want to store value, we're now increasingly seeing people being willing to buy tokenized money market funds like the one that we announced with State Street today.
This is big news, and I want to touch on this. Don't worry, that's the $5 trillion news that we have to dig into it. So if you don't mind me cutting you off here,
go for it.
The next conversation we're going to have is with Mike Reed from Franklin Templeton. Now, 1.6,
wonderful.
Amazing group of individuals, $1.6 trillion asset manager. This morning, when we came into this booth of ours, it's quite warm now, we were under the impression that that was going to be, in terms of sheer numerical value, the largest asset manager that we'll be talking about. Fast forward to today, you guys came out with some amazing news. I think it's a partnership with State Street. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think their AUM is just over $5 trillion. Is that correct?
It is, yeah.
Talk me through that partnership, the announcement, please.
Absolutely. And so, that's an example of partnership that we've had for quite a while at this point in crypto time. And in many ways, it's a classic example of a traditional financial player coming to us and saying, look, we see the writing on the wall. We think this is a thing. Help us think through from a strategic point of view. Help us think through what our product roadmap looks like. And then help us think through where we start and how we can implement that. And that's where Galaxy is uniquely positioned, because we're able to go through that entire journey with them and act as an advisor and a consultant in the beginning, but then also help design the product. And then once we decide the product, we can then go into the ecosystem, find the right custodian, find the right market maker, find the right transfer agent, find the right tokenization agent, find all the puzzle pieces that you have to assemble to create that on-chain product and bring them up the education curve in one cohesive package. And so that's one thing that we've seen that has worked really, really well with State Street, and we're excited to be able to, have Sweep debut quite soon. And the big takeaway with that product is, hey, we should never have idle cash. Whenever you have idle cash, it should be swept into a product that is paying you the risk-free rate. Then the second that you want to use that thing, it can be flipped into a means of payment that can then, move to whatever wallet you're looking to pay.
Bit of a cheeky question. Why did they pick you to partner with? What do you bring to the table that, some of these other companies out there that are more crypto native, that have been around just as long, didn't offer them?
Yeah, of course. Galaxy's been around for a while. We're one of the bigger players in crypto specifically. But because most of the people from Galaxy kind of grew up in TradFi, it means that we have the DNA of TradFi, but the expertise of crypto.
Okay.
So we're
that language.
Exactly. We're comfortable talking to those on Wall Street, and we're also comfortable at a conference like this, really talking, going deep on how blockchain really.
And you can wear shorts next time, and then we're all Bob's your uncle. Sorry.
Exactly.
You guys also tokenize your own stock as well, on like directly on Solana. So you guys are like walking the walk as well. So that's in my mind, when he asked that question, he's like, why did they choose you? It's like, well, look at our stock. Look what we did. We went through this process already. Check it out.
Yeah,
Right?
and to that end, we worked with one of our portfolio companies, Superstate, to do the actual tokenization.
Yeah.
And while, I've been at Galaxy for a while now, and we really wanted to, tokenize our stock for a long time. Yeah. And we waited until we were able to work directly with regulators and go down to DC and say, look, we recognize that to tokenize this and tokenize it correctly, we think that we're uniquely positioned to do so because of our, to what we were discussing earlier, we are right at that intersection. We understand the technology cold, and we also know how the traditional financial system works. And so if we're going to tokenize an equity that's already traded on the NASDAQ, we need to make sure that we understand both worlds, and then we put them together. They don't just work, they complement each other.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the first step that we had when we tokenized our stock with Superstate is, hey, we want to demonstrate to regulators and others in the market that this is how we think we should do it, A. But B, once we've proven that, we can then use it in a different way and really unlock what the potential is once you have that equity on chain.
Yeah, so awesome. Now, when we talk about $5 trillion,
it's a lot.
That's a lot of money. How much of that is going to be coming on chain?
I mean, of course, I might be a little biased.
Yeah.
I think it's all going to end up on chain. The question is how, right?
Yeah.
And when, and what that adoption curve looks like. And I think in the last cycle, a lot of the time we talked about, that tokenization unlocks liquidity. People wanted to tokenize real estate and other illiquid assets, and that when you spin up an SPV and issue tokens against it, all of a sudden you create liquidity.
Yeah.
In reality, the product market fit for tokenization today has been the two most liquid products on the planet, the US dollar and the treasury market.
Yeah.
Right. So when we look at what that S curve will look like for, the next wave of adoption, it's likely going to show what that next wave is from a liquidity perspective. And we'll get there in different pockets of the market. We'll definitely evolve at different places. But I would really zoom in on where is the problem the most and where are people going to be willing to maybe think about a new technology or go a little bit farther out on the risk curve to achieve that pain point and get rid of it to have the efficiency and benefits that they're looking for.
Yeah.
So you mentioned Superstate there. I'm sure working with people like Robert Leshner who have been in the industry since day one, arguably, both on the sort of builder shipping side and on the DeFi side of it. All these OGs is, I'm sure, very, very beneficial. I have a question for you about PYUSD.
Yeah.
So you're partnering with DeFi OGs. You're also partnering with TradFi OGs like
Yeah.
PayPal. How does that all glue together? Are you guys really, as Galaxy, the glue that makes it all work? And why PYUSD specifically?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you zoom out, much of the financial system is based, sure, on technology, but also it's based on trust.
Right.
You keep your money at a bank because you trust the bank. This industry, maybe not trust banks, but at a high level...
There's enough trust me bros around here.
Yeah, exactly. But at a high level, it's based on trust.
Right.
And so we choose to partner with people who kind of recognize both of those worlds. And I think we've seen that with PayPal and PYUSD, and they've really demonstrated that, hey, you can use the leverage of a large brand like PayPal and the technology and the distribution that you get from the technology and marry them in a way that really brings the two worlds together. And I think we're going to see that increasingly where the technology will get you so far, but this next wave is going to be when the big established brands come in and adopt the technology.
DATs. So another one is, intersection of DeFi.
I knew we were going to get to DATs.
Of course we're going to get to DATs. I mean, it's unavoidable. And I think it's unavoidable in this context for one clear reason. $1.65 billion is a serious pipe. Forward Industries, Multicoin, Kyle Samani, these names have an echo in the Solana ecosystem. We have to talk about it. Congratulations, first of all, for being part of that as Galaxy.
Yeah,
I know Michael Antonio, who you work with, was a big part of that deal as well. Now, the last time we spoke to Michael, he explained that one of the key reasons why Solana DATs and Forward Industries specifically is, in a sense, a more optimized version of the financial alchemy that we see employed by Michael Saylor's strategy, is because simply by virtue of staking the vast amount of SOL that is held by this vehicle, the vehicle stands to earn about $100 million a year in staking rewards. Now, that's absolutely massive.
Yeah.
But there's another side of the discussion, which is that to a certain extent, and I think Forward Industries might be largely excluded from this because of the configuration, that the digital asset treasuries as a whole cumulatively pose some systemic risk to the Solana ecosystem. Talk me through how you reconcile that discussion.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the fun part about crypto, right? Is because no one knows what will happen, and that's why we're all in the space. You can make predictions as much as you want. At the end of the day, we're just going to have to kind of see.
Yeah.
And DATs are a perfect example of a financial innovation that have, transformed the way that people think about traditional finance and the way you think about crypto. And you put those two together in a novel system that kind of takes the best of both. And we're just beginning to see what's possible. And I think for Solana specific DATs, of course, as you mentioned, as Michael Marcantonio will tell you at length, is Solana specifically has a lot of utility beyond the asset itself by definition. And Bitcoin DATs, Bitcoin that's it. It's Bitcoin, and that's wonderful and far and away the biggest part of the ecosystem. But the thing about Solana or other assets that have more productivity and availability means that you can use it in different ways, and that DATs can leverage that asset in different ways that an ETF that might be filled with Solana might not be able to have as many levers at their disposal.
And let's tie that back into the systemic risk discussion. To what extent do you think, if, let's say, in a scenario, again, we don't know, to your point, what's going to happen, but 6 months down the line, 12 months down the line, 18 months down the line, impossible to predict what's going to happen. But let's say the price of Solana continues to depreciate. Some of these DATs that are in size much smaller than Forward Industries end up needing to liquidate their positions, sell some of their SOL. That applies downwards price pressure. MNAVs get compressed even further, creates a bit of a death spiral. That's the prediction. Is this a logical fallacy? Do you think there are ways out of that crisis, or is it necessarily a death spiral?
Yeah, so there's a lot there. I think there are a lot of directions it could go. One thing that I think I'll be interested to see is from an M&A perspective. When you see some of the larger DATs, they can go on offense and they can actually purchase a large amount of Solana at a discount if you're trading under MDAP. And so from that perspective, we're going to see, a lot of the big leading firms likely begin to do just that. I don't know, and the market, that's what, makes the market fun. But I think that's a trend that I would expect to see in the short to medium term if this trend continues.
Would we think of that retrospectively? Let's say it's the end of 2026 and this happens. Would we think of that as a shakeout or a consolidation, or what's the language that we might use about thinking about these mergers and acquisitions that are likely to happen? One swallows the other. Big fish, small fish. Is that the language that we're going to use?
It could be. You could take a negative connotation. You could take a positive connotation, right? Of hey, if we're all in this together and we're all separate, we're much better positioned to be able to represent what a DAT can be if we're all together, right? That would be the positive view of saying, hey, let's bring everyone together, recognize their inefficiencies and scale here, and then figure out how a bigger company might be better positioned to weather the decrease in a specific underlying price. The negative side is, hey, price is going down. All these companies are likely in a hard spot, and so the market's going to do what the market does and be able to take advantage of that.
I think that's the most realistic outcome, right? Is if the price goes down, we're going to have very negative language. If the price goes up, we're going to say, hey, look, that was a good consolidation, and we're all moving in the right direction.
Something tells me you've been in crypto before.
It's not my first rodeo. Okay, let's think about 2026 again. I think for most of 2025, we've spoken about TradFi coming on chain, institutional adoption being net positive. 2024 was arguably the year of retail adoption and the chain really being stress tested. Fast forward to 2026, what is 2026 going to be the year of when we think about Solana?
Oh, when you think about Solana, I mean, in many ways, Solana is representative of different parts of the crypto ecosystem more broadly. I think, the narrative this year that Solana is really focused on is internet capital markets and becoming one of the key go-to chains for TradFi when they make that shift. And I think just based on the conversations we're having in TradFi more broadly about the technology, not only is Solana and the other key blockchains in the conversation a lot, but the adoption curve is no longer dependent on the underlying price. It is looked at as the utility of what it can unlock for traditional financial assets, and that is something that's different than in previous years. And the other side is, it's very clear from an investment horizon and from a strategic perspective, they're not focused on launching one fund or one product. They're focused on what that fund represents for all of their other funds and how they can use this from a marketing perspective and an investment perspective to say, hey, this was the flagship thing we did initially. This went very, very well. Now let's replicate and duplicate that across our entire stack so we can wake up a decade from now and be that much leaner, that much more efficient, and able to reach such a broader, diverse audience and investor class.
Very interesting. I want to leave on. I could have this conversation all day. By the way, it fascinates me to think about the what ifs and the what abouts of the next 12 months. Let's leave on a bullish note. What is the single most exciting thing for you when you think about 2026, Solana specifically? What really excites you? What makes you think, okay, I want to pursue partnerships in this domain, or I want to follow along with Double Zero's developments because they're building purpose-built decentralized infrastructure. What really gets you out of bed and excited?
Yeah, I mean, one thing about this industry is at the end of the day, we're all tech nerds, right? Like that's just who we are. But we're all brought together by conferences like this, and it comes down to the developer community and the group of people who have dedicated a large part of their life to building out, this blockchain specifically. And it's conferences like this when you recognize that and you see that, and it kind of highlights, oh wow, all these people have come together. They're all motivated to, make this vision that we've all had a reality. And the question is how and who is going to do what to achieve whatever end they're looking for. And there are so many people on the stage behind us who have demonstrated that today. And I'm very excited to kind of follow their journey and see in the coming years how much progress we all make as we make this transition from TradFi to crypto. Despite, there will be highs and lows, as there always is. But I think the direction of travel is in one direction.
Okay. Final question then. You mentioned there's loads of people on stage. It makes my life very difficult. Everyone's on stage for 5 minutes, too much information. But are we really in a bull run still, or are we in a bear cycle? What's going on here?
I told you I can't make predictions.
I know, but we have to ask it. Are we still in a bull run? I think it's a reasonable question based on price action.
Yeah. I mean, in my little tokenization vertical, it's a bull run for tokenization because that, to me, that ship left, like that's gone. That's going to happen regardless. It's independent of price. But if you think about Solana or Bitcoin or Ethereum, whatever the prices of these digitally native assets, I think you can make an argument on both sides, and that's kind of where the opportunity is. If everyone were in one direction, then you'd know. But because there's still a little bit of question there, it means there's opportunity, and people can really see a trend, double down, and really benefit from that in the long term.
Unfortunately, Thomas, that is all the time we have today. We could, again, have this conversation all day.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas, Head of Tokenization at Galaxy, thank you so much for your time.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. I know you're watching at home. We are going to be talking with Mike Reed from Franklin Templeton, the $1.6 trillion giant. I think that's the only way we can describe him at this point.
That was amazing.
It's going to be an exciting competition because we have a lot of questions to get through. We're coming to the end of day one.
Sounds good.
Here in the capital, Abu Dhabi. This is the Etihad Arena. Breakpoint 2025. It's really been defined by this alignment of TradFi
Thank you
and
guys so
DeFi.
much.
And we're going to dive deeper into the perspectives of Mike Reed,
How you
who's
doing,
now
Mike?
joining us. Hello, Mike. How's everything?
Good to meet you.
Great to meet you. Thanks for making time to chat to us. I appreciate you being here because there's a lot of focus on institutions today. Typically, you would expect more of a, I guess, DeFi OG, a crypto native focus, but we're in the capital of capital. Abu Dhabi Finance Week was happening. You've got trillion-dollar asset managers rubbing shoulder with DeFi OGs and degens. How does it feel? What are your first impressions of being here in Abu Dhabi?
Well, first, let me start by saying this is one of my favorite crypto conferences, and I tell anyone who will give me time to talk about it, I tell them that because this experience really has all the really interesting, cool things that we all love about crypto that got a lot of us involved in those kind of early days. And then there's this through story of real business happening as well. So it's, to me, this is like the perfect marriage of those kinds of things. So if you're ever really deep in conversation on one thing, you can flip to the other and stuff. I just really like this conference a lot, so I was super excited.
Safe to say it's not your first Breakpoint.
No. No, it's great. And this is one where the kids eagerly await the swag that I bring home and stuff like that.
There you go.
It's a good one.
It's all about the merch. We have a lot of merch as well, actually. We were talking about merch during the lunch break.
Yeah.
I think Solana conferences do it best.
It's pretty good.
Having been around the sort of conference circuit, when it comes to merch and the absurdity of merch, but still wanting to talk about it afterwards, and it just doesn't become something you throw away.
It's pretty good.
That original ethos of Solana, I think, is maintained in the merch. Now, one of the questions that emerges from that is, to what extent is this marriage, as you described it, of TradFi and DeFi and institutions and DeFi OGs and degens to the detriment of the original ethos that all sort of brought us together? We were talking with the head of tokenization from Galaxy just now, who agreed with Mary Gunaratney, who's the head of Loopscale, that it doesn't have to be a trade-off that's net negative for the pro-ethos, pro-decentralization crowd. It can be simply a maturing of the industry. I'm curious what you think about that.
Okay, so without becoming an advert for my company, maybe I'll just walk you through the journey of how we ended up where we are, because I think it's really informative about how we approach things. So this ethos thing is super important to us. Years and years ago, someone came on to, I worked on the Franklin fixed income trading desk, and somebody came in and said, hey, has anyone ever heard of Bitcoin? And we said, no, what's that? And he said, my son was playing Call of Duty and won Bitcoin in a tournament, and he was like, he's describing to me how it's all blockchain. This is years and years ago, right?
No way.
And so, so that was the first I heard of it, and I thought it sounded pretty interesting. But it wasn't until the launch of smart contract, Ethereum and smart contracts, where stuff started to make a lot more sense to us. We were in fixed income. A lot of us who started this digital asset effort were in fixed income at the time. So the idea of programmable money, directing cash flows, that all made sense. This was part of our core business, and so we were doing more research, learning more, and things like that. And at the same time, Jenny Johnson, who's our president and CEO, Jenny used to run operations for the company. And so we got kind of lucky because you don't find many CEOs who care about ledger efficiency, and she did. Yeah. And so we started talking to her about these distributed ledgers, and she was like, here's some budget, see what you can build. So it was all very organic. You know what I mean? It was all just intellectual curiosity. We were interested in this space. We wanted to learn more. We got some budget and started building. So over the years, we built this digital wallet infrastructure, built an on-chain transfer agent. And and right from the very start, what was super important to us is that our products lived natively on chain.
Right.
That they weren't, there was no mirrored book of records or anything like that. And that was kind of our end goal. So when we launched initially for the first, I don't know, 6 to 12 months or something like that, we were running. But by the way, I'm answering your question, right? I'm not
100%.
trying to. Okay.
100%.
Well, I don't want to be. I don't.
This cuts to the heart
Okay.
of why we're here.
Okay.
Right? If the $1 trillion asset managers come here through a process of discovery and then wanting to put assets on chain, that's exactly cuts to the heart of the question that the DeFi OGs have of, are we losing our sort of core ethos, our soul, by through this marriage? So you're absolutely answering.
Okay, good. So credit to a guy named Mike Muir who leads our technology. He was one of the champions of this idea of building things authentically on chain. So for the first 6 to 12 months or so, we were running parallel books of records on and off chain, and basically we were able to demonstrate that the on-chain records were actually, like, there was a period where we looked at the on-chain records versus the off-chain records, and the on-chain records were actually like too precise. It was a better performing system. It's
what does that mean?
Too many decimal points. It goes up too many decimal points, so the reconciliation is difficult. So anyway, eventually we pulled off of the off-chain book, and now our authentic book of records lives on chain. And the reason that's important is for so many different things. I mean, I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, but things like settlement can occur like 24/7. We actually introduced a really cool feature, which I think is very crypto native, something called intraday yield, where the thought was this: if the asset lives natively on chain, and in theory can settle on the blockchain clock, which is always, shouldn't the rewards affiliated with that asset also be able to be cut up on the blockchain clock? And so now we can accrue yield by the second. And if I transfer you that asset, on Saturday at 2 a.m, not only, again, this is all theoretical, but like not only can it settle at 2 a.m. on a Saturday, but then you can begin accruing yield for the day at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. So, and then if you send it to someone else at 5 a.m, they begin accruing yield at 5, you stop. So you get 3 hours of yield at the end of the day. And so we pay yield every day in some of our products, like 7 days a week.
Yep.
And so when the airdrop of income occurs, everyone gets it proportional to how long they held it. So everyone's really realizing the economics of their holding, which again, to me is like super, it honors the ethos of crypto, I think.
I love the way that you talk about that. So
Yeah.
you're airdropping yield.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's like,
Sorry.
It's great.
A TradFi giant using our language is
Yeah.
I mean, I can go, if you want TradFi language, I can do that too. But
absolutely not.
but so I mean, this is just one, and then like the expansion of the asset to more like global regimes and like functionality then opens up, so things like this do become possible. User managed wallets, things like that, like all these things start to become possible. So that technology build is actually just one of many things we do in this space. A lot of people don't know because we don't really advertise that much. We actually operate our own validator nodes. And
I did not know that.
The thought we will operate about 30 nodes across about 11 chains. And the reason for that is twofold. One, we kind of think that if you're running these products on chain, to protect your customers, you need your own copy of the records. We think that's table stakes for operating like regulated securities in this space. But then the other thing, which we again don't advertise, is that it feels like the right thing to do. It feels like if you're going to be part of the network, you should support the network, help secure the network, and so we do that work as well. I mean, look, I'm not going to pretend it's completely altruistic. Obviously, you earn yield for doing that,
but I think many institutions would say, look, we stake, and that would be the justification for having sort of participating in the system that they're also benefiting from. But you guys are saying, no, we're going to go a step further, pretty much as far as you can go, and we're going to run our own validators. Fascinating. I'm a little bit taken aback, very impressed by the fact that a $1.6 trillion asset manager is so involved in the DeFi side of it. Thomas, I know you wanted to ask about Benji.
Yeah. So I guess this was one of your guys' first tokenized stocks that you released. Is that correct?
It's a fund, yeah.
Oh, it's a fund. So
yeah.
one of the first tokenized funds that you guys released. I guess there was like what's been like the reception and feedback from clients on that?
Yeah, so this is the construct that I was talking about before with the money fund. So the underlying is a 2A7 40 Act U.S. Government money fund. It's a very traditional. It's like probably the most boring vehicle around. So it's a very, very traditional structure. I keep doing this because I cut my hair. I had like long hair like a month ago.
It's also really hot in here.
It's quite warm.
Fans, we've got cameras.
It's quite warm.
It's the end of the day.
A lot of technology. So we built this product, like the underlying fund, purpose built for this kind of exercise and building that product.
Yeah.
It's got like I said, like on the prospectus, we have things like our tech suitability framework for selecting blockchains.
Yeah.
The fund board knows all about how our official transfer agent, like the book and records, are authentically on chain. So it's a super interesting product. And I know there's a lot of money funds that are tokenized, but again, we really think that the authentically tokenized on chain, like authentically minted on chain, it lives completely on chain, is a core differentiator for us.
Yeah, I think that's big. And what, from your angle, like what does tokenization really unlock for these treasury funds?
Well, some of the things are obvious, like liquidity, things like that. But to me, the thing that gets me really excited is the functionality, because all of a sudden these, and especially money funds that have constant NAV money funds, the where the asset can kind of move around. It's not a stable coin, like decidedly not a stable coin, but it can kind of move around some of those same ways. We like to think of, you can think of like a stable coin as your crypto checking account and Benji as your crypto savings account.
Okay.
Kind of like that's the divide.
That's a great tagline.
I've said it before, but we don't put it in materials. I wish I could say I just made it up, but it's something, because when we were trying to think of how it fits, right? Like you were asking about unlocks and things like that. Yeah. Like you don't want to just build a product to build a product.
Yeah.
You want
it's got a purpose, right?
Yeah. And when like truth be told, when we first built it, rates were at zero. Nobody cared about money funds.
Yeah.
But then as rates started to creep up, there was a bunch of Web3 natives who had treasuries at banks and they wanted to get a little bit more yield. And so we started, like, we never really sold the product. We just started getting reverse inquiry from people who wanted to invest, and then started to build more feature sets around it and things like that.
Yeah. I'm going to jump in. I have one slight sort of question mark around Benji. I think it's live on multiple chains. It's not a Solana specific thing. I'm sure there's a very logical explanation to this. I don't know if this is something that is known company-wide. I couldn't find the answer to it. There was $28 million on chain, and then the next day, I believe there was $5,000 on chain. The records show, I think it was a burn.
I'm sorry, I don't know
right,
the transaction.
I also don't know the transaction. So my understanding of it is, of course, I also couldn't find it, but like it's one of those things that obviously has a very logical explanation. It's just for Solana natives, they want to know that the funds are on chain, and we don't know if they were taken off chain and put elsewhere, which is totally fine, or if they were deployed in DeFi elsewhere. Benji specific, $28 million burn, I think.
Yeah, I'd have
totally
to look
fine.
it up.
We will find it because
honestly, I'm not trying to avoid it. I just
100% think it's a super simple logical explanation to it. I just didn't have time to really dig in and check out.
Well, it does. I mean, like you said, it does live across multiple chains.
Exactly.
We're on 9 public blockchains, so like it's.
Is it possible that it was burned on Solana and sort of minted elsewhere?
Possible.
Right,
Yeah.
you guys have quite a lot of funds on Stellar, I believe.
We have funds across multiple chains. Yeah.
I think I'm pretty sure it's just a simple explanation like that. I couldn't find the answer.
So like to the point, like that's why you want the asset to live on chain, so you can see your balance all the time. Right. There's no as of statement on the blockchain, right? It's as of now. So yeah.
Sorry, being capricious. Like, why are you taking funds off Solana? It wasn't the point. It was just like when you see that.
If it was, it's not really our choice. It's not, it's up to the users.
Yeah. Let's talk ETFs.
Okay.
Big year for ETFs.
Yeah.
Overall, do you think it would have been possible under the previous SEC regime that we issued all these ETFs and they got approved and we saw as much success as we did?
I'll just say it's an apolitical statement to say that the current political regime is a lot more favorable towards crypto than the previous.
Absolutely.
And we've been really excited about a lot of the changes and a lot of momentum forward. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. So here's another kind of weird, not weird, but like crypto native thing.
The more weird, the better.
We try, like when we were kind of thinking about what, so our crypto suite, all the products we like to think of them as making crypto investing easy for non-crypto natives. And so there's people like my dad, for example, who like always wanted to own Bitcoin and was afraid he didn't want to like lose his private keys. And you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
He's octogenarian, so he's like
stressful
lost
for me
it.
as well.
can be. And so, you know, as soon as the ETFs launched, he felt comfortable engaging, which is exciting. It's a whole new like user base that wants to learn and, you know, things like that. And granted, it's in a wrapper and all that kind of stuff, but they want to learn. And so we try to think about making our whole product suite just easy.
Right.
So, so our Solana ETF is called So Easy. Yeah.
Which fascinating. Was in my mind there was like a whole board meeting where you guys got together.
No.
How do we do? Was it just one person came up with the genius idea?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
There's again like crypto native people. So when all the tickers were coming out for when we were thinking of, because this suite is kind of our vision for this asset class, and when we were thinking about like our multi-coin ETF that like invests across multiple coins, it's run by us, is easy peasy, right? So like and that was our CIO who came up with that idea, and we were just on a call.
People can be creative and cool and like DeFi. This is so I'm fascinated by this. This is amazing. So one of the things that really surprised me was when the first Solana staking ETF went live during the government shutdown. I think that took a lot of people by surprise. You know, Bitwise BSOL quickly became the most successful ETF launched in the year. I think it took them by surprise, to be honest.
Maybe.
And then you guys obviously followed with So Easy. What's your sort of general high-level overview of Solana ETFs as they currently stand and as we go into Q1 2026?
Well, it's interesting. The ETF landscape in the US versus like the globe is decidedly different. There's a lot more exotic ETFs and things. Like staking ETFs have been approved in other parts of the world.
Canada was one of the first,
I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. Like that. Yeah, exactly. So I think part of it is looking towards some of those as like this is future state. But then there's a whole bunch of new products coming out in crypto that are like really, really interesting to traditional investors. And so I think you're going to see a lot more ingenuity and creation of cool ideas. I think there's so in TradFi there's this history of trying to port the business model onto new either asset classes or even like markets and things like that. We say this worked in the U.S., so it'll work in Canada. It
must necessarily be great elsewhere. Yeah.
Usually it doesn't. And so again, as we're thinking about these things, like we have our group is so we're Franklin Templeton Digital Assets. We're our own department, but you know we have regular meetings with the C-suite at our company, the presidents. We have regular meetings with the ETF teams, talk about product. Like every other week, we sit down with the head of capital markets and the head of product in the ETF group, and we just talk crypto ETFs.
Yeah.
Because they're like, what do you think's coming? What's going on? Our head of product was actually with me at a crypto summit in September, maybe. I can't remember. Within the last few months, we were together because he wants to learn so that we can, you know, release products that are authentic to the space and give people the exposures they want. But I think one thing that we're like not kidding ourselves on is that like generally speaking, we're not building products that crypto natives are going to be interested in because a lot of them are fine, apparently, except for you, are fine holding the physical stuff. I'm just kidding. No, I'm the same way.
100%. 100%. I'll bring this up very, very, very quickly, and we'll get back to talking about ETFs and TradFi adoption. This is something that came out from SolanaFloor. I think to your point about octogenarians feeling safe, this looks like a debit card. It's a hardware wallet.
Oh, cool.
Fascinating, right?
Oh, cool.
And your little codes are in there. So anyway, a lot of product innovation is also happening, and I think it all sort of ties in together with this idea of safely bringing people on chain and educating them. Now, you guys are bringing on chain a whole new demographic than we're trying to bring on with consumer products and physical products and such. How do those conversations typically go with your TradFi counterparts that haven't really spent the time to be on the conference circuit rather, be on chain, transact on chain? How do those conversations go? And have those conversations materially changed in the last 2-3 years? Do you see that there's a lot more optimism now that we have regulatory clarity? What are your sort of high-level observations?
Okay, so yes to the last. Yes, they've changed. Yes, there's a lot more optimism for sure.
Yeah.
But there are, and we talk to both. So we have products that work for both crypto natives and non-crypto natives. So we talk to kind of the whole spectrum of folk. And the conversation. So when I don't know about you, but for me, when I first started investing in crypto like a decade ago or whatever, you know, in the beginning, you start to think about something, and it's like, is Bitcoin the same as Ethereum? Is the same as Sol? Is the same as Doge? Is the same as a stablecoin? And you're like, you don't really know the difference between any of these things. And then you start to learn about the actual business models that are being run. Like here, there's some like wild projects going on in this space that are being built. Yeah. And there's like a couple of aha moments that we can give traditional investors that relate it. Like you talk about protocols as like the foundational layer on which other things are built. So like, like Google, Facebook, Netflix, they were all built on the same protocol in the same way like Solana is a protocol. And so there are really interesting businesses being built on top of them. And then you start to talk about things like revenue. Every time you record a transaction on Solana blockchain, you pay to record that transaction in Sol. So then the blockchain's taking in fee revenues. You start to think about paying out validators, almost like kind of like reinvesting in a business. You start to think about like burning tokens as like share buybacks. So there's like this translation function we do with a lot of the traditional investors, and you can really start to build like a discount cash flow model for these assets. So you have the protocol level, and then you have all these projects that are being built, and you're trying to predict how much Sol is needed for those projects to run, and then anyway. So that's kind of how we talk about it with traditional investors when we're talking about the assets themselves.
A lot of reasoning through analogy.
And there, if we didn't believe it, we wouldn't be able to do it. Like these are real things. These are real businesses.
You guys have definitely put your money where your mouths are.
We definitely have.
Very like meet them and talk about things in ways that they understand, right? So you're basically like reframing a lot of what you're seeing into like, hey, this is how you're going to digest it. This is what you need.
Okay, so yes, but think about the crypto natives now. So when those investors are thinking about engaging with our products, things like, like we had one crypto native business who was like, what do you mean I need a bank account? And we're like, well, we fund in fiat, right? And so you need a bank account. And it was a bit of a, okay, how does that work? Kind of a, what I mean? So, no. because it's a discussion, right? And they get like, again, like this space is still so new.
Yeah.
And when I started in fixed income in 2001, and I worked in a relatively supportive office in that space, I was given a textbook called the Handbook of Fixed Income Securities. And I was put in an office and they said, read these 15 chapters and then we can have a discussion. So the first few days of my fixed income career were reading a book and then coming out and asking questions. People like, come on, you don't know that, like kind of thing, right?
Wow.
So no, again, like welcoming environment. I'm not trying to slam anyone I was working with. I love working on that desk, but in this space, I remember very distinctly what it was like asking those questions. Why are these things different? What the chains are different? How are they different? Tokenomics, like what does that mean? And so whenever someone comes up to me and asks me those same questions, like my dad, I'm totally fine to get into it with them. And so when we have the TradFi or the crypto investors who are wondering about TradFi, totally fine. Same with the TradFi investors who are wondering about crypto.
Yeah, I feel like when I first got into crypto, it was like DYOR was the big thing. It's like do your own research.
Yeah, but no one did any research.
So what research did you do?
Yeah, I mean, you got a landing page sent to you, and it was a white paper or it was a 5-year sort of trajectory of what this project was going to do, and you had a little minting address like here you go, here's a bunch of money. So
do you remember the website? Let me Google that for you.
Yeah,
do you remember that? Oh my gosh. When you get one of those links, it's like you just shudder before you even open it.
Absolutely. It's we've definitely come a long way, and I can't help but not bring the conversation back to the fact that we're here in Abu Dhabi, in the capital of capital, with, again, trillion-dollar asset managers, some of the most degen people I've had the pleasure of meeting in my life, all in the same room. We seem to be moving in the same direction rather than experiencing a major diversion. Now, one question I want to ask you before we get to the final question, which is super bullish, we have to end on a bullish note here, is Matt Hogan recently said on an interview that it seems to be a tale of two markets at the moment. Institutions are overwhelmingly bullish on crypto. Going into the end of 2025, we see the debasement trade becoming increasingly attractive. And at the same time, crypto Twitter sentiment is at an all-time low. It's extreme fear. People are a little bit confused, upset, disappointed by the price action that we're seeing. Do you share that analysis as someone who's not just on both sides, but has been on both sides, will probably continue to be on both sides? I mean, do you agree with that analysis that sentiment is moving in different directions, even though we seem to be aligned on where we want to go as an industry?
I don't know. Well, maybe I would say like I think the institutions are really bullish on blockchain. I think the institutions are psyched about it. They see it. They understand. Like they're really starting to understand it. A lot of institutions actually call us for advice on how to think about things, and we talk to the heads of digital assets at most major financial institutions because we're all just trying to help grow this thing we're doing. So I would say like blockchain. The institutions are really bullish on blockchain and how do we adopt this technology in our own business. That's more how I would lean on it.
Fair play. Single most exciting aspect, vertical element of Solana in 2026 for you. And I think I know it's so difficult to answer this question. And I think for context, if we think about 2024, most people say, okay, it was retail adoption, the blockchain being stress tested, proving its worth. 2025 is the year where we saw massive institutional adoption. Finally, $500 million coming on chain, coming through even BSOL alone. Fascinating development. What is 2026 going to be the year of? Maybe that's a better way of phrasing the question than what excites you the most.
No, it's fine. So can I start with something? My personal cell phone is a Seeker. I use
we have Seekers all over the place.
Yeah. Helium is my cell phone provider.
I'll give you this in that case.
Cool.
It's a privacy screen.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's really.
I'm sure you spend a lot of time on planes.
I do. Yeah, thank you.
Thomas here has 3 Seekers.
I got a lot. I didn't buy them all for myself. I bought one for my wife. Right. She wasn't too excited about it.
I feel a little. I don't have my Seeker on me, but my bona fides are real. I can send you the picture later. And I actually try stuff out when I can. So like I have the fitness ring, the Kudus ring.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have one of those too. Again, I'll send you the pictures. I swear I have them.
We believe you at this point.
But I like these. I like these. So for me, like a lot of DeFi stuff is like really cool. And I try it. And also, by the way, if you're talking to non-crypto natives, talk about that stuff because these are things they understand. They understand a cell phone plan, and when someone says it's all made up fake money, it's like I pay $30 real a month for this cell service. So like, so that is actually one of my personal favorite things that's going on Solana, just from like a interesting standpoint. But what I think is happening that's even more interesting is were you guys at Accelerate? In New York?
We weren't, but our colleague who's just outside Finn was.
Okay. So I was there, and I got there, and Nick Dukoff, who works at Solana,
head of institutions. I think he's the one that gave me your contact.
Nick's the best. So Nick, I called him afterwards, and I was like, Nick, where was all the like DePIN stuff? Because there was like not a lot of DePIN when I was there, and he said actually we had some like events beforehand and stuff like that, and so. I think what they were trying to do, the days that I was there was like dedicated to like more like institutional use cases and stuff like that. And the way that they've approached that growth with people like Nick, I mean, the staff here is unreal. That's what gets me really excited about Solana going forward.
And it's easy to talk about to people who perhaps don't want to throw all their money on chain without understanding what's going on.
For sure.
Yeah, we love Helium. They're actually coming on to our show on one of these
days. Cool.
Soon. So,
we interviewed Abe previously. We spoke to him also, not yesterday, the day before. They had a side event, and they announced their expansion into Brazil, which is a huge, massive new market. About 6 months ago, they announced a partnership with Telefonica, one of the biggest telecom providers in Mexico. So obviously, they're sort of taking over South America, if you will.
So like the first time I met him, I was at Consensus, and I totally by accident, I swear, butted him in a beer line, and then
he's such a nice guy. I'm sure he's totally fine with it.
I turned around. I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, or whatever. And I offered to buy him a beer. He's like, no, you don't have to. And I was like, please. And I would buy him a beer, and I was like, so what do you do? And then I saw his hat, and I was like, ooh, nice.
Small world.
And he's like the nicest guy on the planet.
He really is.
Yeah,
he really is. Yeah, we'll have him on tomorrow. Do you have a question you'd like me to ask him from $1.6 trillion asset manager? Would like to know. Question. What can we ask him?
So like I turn it back on you all. What are you most excited about?
Well, there's a few questions that we have about where DePIN is going. We want to know, what part of the world is he going to go to next? What I love about DePIN projects like theirs is they didn't decide to serve exclusively the richest people in the world. They thought, maybe they have higher margins in the US, but they decided to go to the unbanked, to the people that they can increase the connectivity of. So that's what I'm going to ask him about. When expansion to Africa, into Southeast Asia, into some of these underserved markets.
Cool. Awesome.
Awesome.
Great.
Mike Reed, thank you so much for making time to chat to us.
Oh, no, thanks for having me.
No, I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank
for sure.
Thank you for time out of your
For
busy
sure.
day.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Love what you're
for
doing
sure.
with Solana.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Nice
Have a
to
great
meet you.
time.
Can I really have this?
Of course.
Okay.
It's
Awesome.
yours.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to put it on tonight.
Don't go anywhere. That was Mike Reed from Franklin Templeton, the $1.6 trillion gigantic asset manager. And it turns out they're all just degens in suits. So I'm fascinated by that conversation. We're going to have Eno coming on next. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Eno, the best MC in the Solana ecosystem. Bringing that Korean cocaine Jesus energy.
How you doing, Jack?
Great to see you.
Dude, it is hot in here.
It is so hot in here that I think we should leave the door open for a couple of minutes. What do we think about that?
Yeah,
Cool it down.
We
Cool
can't
it
leave the door
down.
open. We can't leave the door open because...
What's up, Eno? How are
Hey,
you?
Thomas, how are you?
Oh man, great to see you.
Yeah. Cool. We're gonna.
So you've been walking around, you've been talking to people, you've been interviewing people, you're on stage.
Yeah.
What's the mood?
Did you MC all day?
You want to close the door for just a second? Sorry about that. Yeah. I know. Sorry. It's been over soon. I just want to 3, 2, what? Just close it. Close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Close the door. Yeah. All right.
You gonna say
3, 2, 1. Welcome to Abu Dhabi 2025. It's a good time to be alive. We are here at Solana Breakpoint, and we are going to give you a closer of day 1. We have had an amazing amount of product announcements as well as developments in the ecosystem. Of course, we are joined by the hosts of Solana Floor. We have Jack, who is the head of video. And what is your title now at Solana Floor, Thomas?
Video host.
Video host, Thomas Bahamas. On scene, we have my friend Arnold, actually, who's giving a very, Arnold's on stage right now. We love Sphere, great product, but how have you guys been?
Dude,
you guys are asking all the questions. We're
locked in, but we're locked in this booth.
Finally, thank you for being the most polite guest we've had on all day. Finally, someone's asking me how I feel.
How are you doing?
I'm hot.
Yeah, you're very
I'm hot.
I'm sorry.
But
yes.
Today has been mind-blowing in the sense that we came in here with many unanswered questions.
Yeah.
We've been asking people about systemic risk. We've been asking people, are we still in a bull run? We've been asking people, is it bad that we have institutions here?
Okay.
Everyone has given us such clear, concise, and bullish and optimistic responses.
Sure.
I'm not worried about anything anymore. I feel like we're just only ways up. Everything's good.
It's very clear that and we don't give financial advice on the show, but it's very clear that the price of Solana is disconnected from the fundamentals.
100%.
Yeah, the fundamentals and the price. But also it means that we have a lot more work to do on the advocacy side to make sure that not only your normal mom and pop understands what we're doing here and why it matters to them, but also the institutions, right? So, obviously that's a failure on our part. Solana still has a lot, and let's be critical, right? We have a lot more work to do on the institutional side. Right. We have a lot more work to do with, your average, Joe back home,
And we've done a lot with institutions.
Oh,
this
we
is
have.
the year of the institution.
Actually, how do you feel about 2025? What's the narrative in your head? What did we accomplish this year?
Okay, so my narrative for 2025 is a major win with institutions that tank the price. It's kind of true, right? I don't know why the price keeps going down. There's almost $1 billion worth of ETF flows. ETFs, and the price keeps going down.
Yeah, all-time high for RWA holders in the ecosystem. We're hitting at about 800 million, 1 billion in RWAs issued. Remora markets also. We like Remora.
We were talking about Remora.
I'm a Remora bag holder. There are 5. It's 5, right?
I believe it's 5.
Yeah, there are 5 different tokenized stocks that you can buy in Remora right now. From memory, what I remember is Tesla. You also have MSTR, Circle. What are the other 2?
He's not reading off anything either.
It's NVIDIA, of course. Oh, yeah.
And
it's SPY. Yeah, you got SPY. Yeah. Makes sense. Right. So the point being is that there are obvious wins stacked on top of each other. A lot of the announcements today have been RWA and otherwise.
They have.
What's your picture of 2025? What does it look like to you? What's the story? What's the narrative here?
Aside from ETFs weirdly marking the top, I think that's sort of front ran that it was sort of priced in a little bit too early for us as retail participants.
Frothy, very frothy.
Very frothy.
Yeah.
We had James Seyfarth from Bloomberg Intelligence Analyst. He said the same thing.
Yeah.
As a TradFi guy, it all looks a little bit too frothy for me right now. I'm going to sort of wait until ETFs are approved. ETFs, it seems, were priced in. as retail participants, my take is that we thought the only way is up forever. There was no top in sight, and I think the top sort of took a few people by surprise. That doesn't necessarily mean, however, that Q1 is bearish, because talking to people like Matt Hogan, they think that the debasement trade, and Raoul Pal to a certain extent would agree with this, the debasement trade has sort of shifted. The 4-year trade, 4-year cycle has become a 5-year cycle. The business cycle has been elongated. All these macro factors mean that Q1 can still be extremely bullish, not just for the fundamentals, but for price as well. So that's my take. It's not all bad.
Yeah.
Hold your horses. Good things are coming.
Here's the thing: is that and this is not financial advice. This is just this is an observation on how money is usually made in these markets, right? You never take the consensus bet.
Yeah.
If you bet just like everybody else, right? It means that if that were the case,
Are you short right now?
No. I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that everybody thinks that you're going to make money, and so therefore nobody makes money, right?
Yeah.
Because these people become exit liquidity, right? Whenever you see a bullish move towards the upside, it's never expected, right? It just happens out of the blue. So what's the point that I'm trying to make? I think that the bullish move is going to come when we're at our lowest in sentiment, right? Like right now we're in a.
Does it get lower than it is right now?
Yeah, I think it goes lower than how it is right now, and I'm okay with that, right?
Okay.
I like that because what it trains a generation of at least people in this cycle to believe is that like we're never gonna get another alt super cycle. That's like when we start to hit that territory where people feel like we will never get another 2020.
Yeah.
When people really start to believe that in their core, that's when it happens.
Make it happen. Make it happen now. Make it happen now.
This guy's got a long.
Oh my God, so long. You have no idea. But I feel institutions are also longer than they've ever been.
Yes.
Both ideologically and in terms of sentiment and financially, and they keep going longer and longer and longer and longer. To Thomas's point, how the frick is price not following? And one of the sort of emergent conclusions that we've had today is that gold is just a safer bet.
Mm-hmm.
If people perceive risk, and by people I mean people with serious sums of money, much older individuals than ourselves, if they perceive high amounts of risk, then they're not going to go for risk-on assets. They're going to put it into something that has proven its worth over 5,000 years, i.e. gold, i.e. silver, like we're seeing in the last couple of weeks, having its own parabolic run. So maybe that's a part of the sort of the explanation as to why price hasn't kept up with sentiment, or price rather hasn't kept up with institutional buying pressure. But again, I'm very optimistic for Q1.
Yeah, very, very optimistic. How are you feeling about next year? What is the narrative?
I feel great. Like as far as like, obviously not happy the price isn't way higher. But like that's not the whole story at all. Right? Like the story is like everything's working really well. These institutions are happy. The products that they're tokenizing are fantastic. There are buyers for it. It's like the scene is set right now, where it kind of feels like, doesn't feel like when we were at $8, but like the same kind of sentiments, like, all right, well, like everything's working really well, like except the price. It kind of feels like there is that mismatch where it's like historically that's a very good time to buy, and obviously we don't do financial advice here. But like that's
how many times have we said this on the show so far? It's been five, not enough times,
NFA, do your own research.
Obviously not enough.
You know what blew my mind? We had Mike Reed on just before you. Representing Franklin.
Frank Templeton.
Dude, he's just as degen as us.
Fantastic.
I was expecting like corporate lingo, and I was like, I should have worn a blazer. And literally, guy turns up and he speaks our language. He's been on chain. He advises people on how to safely come on chain. He talked to me about his father, who's an octogenarian. Had some issues with seed phrases and so on and so forth. I showed him the SolanaFloor shield. He took one of our Seeker cases that we were given earlier today. The guy has a Seeker.
He's been building on chain for like 9 years or something. What did he say?
The guy's just as degen as we are. And these are the types of representatives that the trillion-dollar asset managers are sending here, because these are the types of people that they've employed. That is the surprising factor. It's not just that institutions are these weird, mythical men in suits. They're actually comprised of individuals just like us, and they want to be on chain. They want to be at the frontier of finance. They love the idea of internet capital markets. They love the idea of tokenization for longest of reasons. I'm very pleasantly surprised.
This is where I'd also like to do a quick commercial break for Solana Foundation. Like often there's this debate of like centralization and like how important are foundations? Like, are they even desirable in this space?
Ooh, I have a good question for you on this.
Go ahead.
last year at Breakpoint in Singapore, Dan Albert made a very compelling case that the Solana Foundation has reached a point where it should dissolve itself. They arguably, should work themselves out of a job, I think was the word that they used.
Yeah.
I disagreed with it fundamentally because they do such amazing work, and Solana isn't quite at that point now where it can be a fully autonomous system. I mean, look around you. We're in the Etihad Arena in the capital of capital.
Yeah.
They've done such an amazing
Capital,
job.
I love that.
You kept saying that today. I'm laughing.
It's so catchy when you're surrounded by all these, TradFi institutions. But without the foundation, this would not have been possible.
Well, okay, so let's
to your point about bigging up the foundation, I think they are so critical that they shouldn't be working themselves out of a job. That's my take.
I hear what you're saying, but let's kind of bifurcate that into two different arguments, right? So I think Dan comes a lot more from the kind of protocol side, like how do we get more builders to be building on Solana? And to be fair, there was a period of time, especially when Solana was at $8, $10, $20, where there was a lot of grants that we had to give to incentivize people to come to what was perceived as a dead FTX SAM chain, right? Like, ain't nobody want to be on the Caroline chain, bro. They want to be on a chain that's reputable and doesn't have this huge like overhang of supply of FTX estate, So at that time, I think, especially the work that Dan Albert was doing and his side of the shop was a lot more like, how do we bring talent on to Solana, right?
Yeah.
And by and large, his thesis on that is correct. We no longer have to give big grants to bring substantial builders onto Solana. They will come onto their own.
Yeah.
We got volume. We got users. We got revenue. What else do you want from me? Forget about it. Forget about it. But then also, to your point, let's talk about institutions, right? So like in some ways, Solana Foundation has worked themselves out of a job, and some people have actually left to do bigger and better things, right?
Yeah.
But at least as it pertains to the institutional work that Solana Foundation is doing, man, oh man, we talking about Liu Yin, we talking about Ramsey Ali, we talking about Gianni, we're talking about Lily Liu. I mean, we're talking about Tamara, Nick Dukoff. Yeah. I mean, these people.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and actually, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but in about 10 years' time, you will have worked your way out of a job. Why is that? That's because every institution is already going to be issuing on Solana, already going to have Solana exposure, is already going to be providing liquidity to Solana protocols. So in that sense, I guess Dan is correct when you look at a long enough arc of history, but at the same time, no, we got a lot more work to do, my friend.
Right, and they are doing great work. So, okay, I think the conclusion there is that I was myopic 12 months ago when they said that we're going to work ourselves out of a job. I thought maybe by the time next Breakpoint rolls around, these guys aren't going to exist. Breakpoint isn't going to exist. We're going to be a bunch of headless chickens running around in circles, bumping into each other. That's obviously not the case. We clearly need them for the time being. They're doing an amazing job. And I think for all intents and purposes, this really is cementing the success of Nick Dukoff, he was on stage earlier talking about the sheer extent to which institutions are here, multi-trillion-dollar asset managers rubbing shoulders with DeFi degens.
Yes.
It's great. And you know what? Like what he was saying too, it's like they're coming together. You know, like the TradFi guys are great. Like the conversations that we were having with them, like they're in it.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I enjoyed those.
I mean, look, we're all in it to maximize returns, for the relative to the amount of risk that we take. And quite frankly, the TradFi yields are just not doing it, right? And if you really think about decentralization, not as decentralization, this heady topic, but more of counterparty risk, right? Decentralization is really reduction of counterparty risk. I would say, you really look at your on-chain returns and then your off-chain returns. On-chain beats it every single day, not just in terms of empirical numbers, but also the amount of risk that you take, and especially this cycle, we've seen that we've flushed out a lot of the bad actors. That's actually something that is not a story people are telling.
Big leverage flush.
Yeah. I was still scared of there was some sort of, I'm not to name any names, but I was scared that there might be some bigger players that were running some strategies that would be a little uncomfortable. But
we touched on this earlier as well. I can't remember who we asked, but the question that was thrown into the chat from the community was, could you please ask some of these, DeFi and Solana OGs, whether or not there was contagion that we haven't quite seen yet, and there's going to be some more fallout following 1010. What's your take on that? Curious. Have we had the worst of it? Are we past the damage of 1010?
Man, I got to be careful what I say here because I give the definitive statement and then I'm clipped for life. But I think that we have seen, the worst of the worst get flushed out of the ecosystem, especially because We're moving more activity on chain. This is very important because that means it has a community of developers as well as DeFi experts who are looking at the different protocols, how liquidation works, what are the different models to earn yield, what's the risk profile on all those assets, and lots of healthy debate onto Twitter, right? And you can't have those discussions if you're doing this all off chain, right?
Yeah.
If it's all black box. In fact, right now you see a black box and everybody's like, I don't want to touch that. It's a disgusting topic, you know?
And it's difficult to have these conversations when you're limited to 140 characters.
Yes,
as well. Difficult to have any nuance. I want to talk about some of the updates from today.
Oh, it's a lot.
And I need you for this because we've been in this not so black box, but it is a box, it's a hot box. And all the stuff that's been happening out there has been happening in 5-minute windows.
Okay, what Jack doesn't know that is I've been recording my own podcast for 7 hours and then I can't hear
it. Is that what you've been doing?
Oh, you've been live as well?
Yeah, I've been live for 7 hours. Yeah.
So been on there temporarily, you know, I feel like you spent...
But I also got a rundown of everything that's going on. So we're going to give you a recap of all the things that happened in day one, especially the things that Thomas and Jack want to talk about. So what were you most excited about today? What are the topics that really, got your... got you all jittery.
I mean, $5 trillion asset manager coming on chain.
Partnering with Galaxy.
I mean, Galaxy, we had
Sweet, right?
Thomas, we had Thomas. Yeah, we had Thomas in here.
Oh, really?
And I said, all right, what percent of that are you going to bring on chain? He's like, eventually all of it.
Yeah.
All of $5 trillion.
$5 trillion. Yeah.
$5 trillion.
Yeah.
And then, like, it's straight face.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he was gonna
fascinating response.
If he said 1%, I would have been surprised. He's like eventually all of them.
We could tie that into what Max said too earlier, right? Max said that $65 trillion worth of assets could be issued on Solana today, right? So if Sweep really wanted to, make that they could do it today if they wanted to. It's just a choice.
Max Resnick?
Yeah, Max Resnick.
Okay.
Yeah. He said that Solana
feasible.
Yeah, technically feasible. We could support up to $65 trillion worth of assets. So $5 trillion peanuts, not enough. Yawn, not interested.
$5 trillion.
No, but I mean, Sweep is supposed to be, I think, $200 million worth of Pi USD.
Yep.
I'm really curious about how they're going to be allocating that capital. Do you guys have any?
We don't. I know they're working with Superstate.
Yes.
Shout out to those guys. Shout out to Robert Leshner. I know they're working with Ondo as well, and obviously PYUSD as well. And when we asked them, what is the reason for that sort of trio of partnerships, and he said trust. It all comes down to trust. And these need to be names that are trusted on both the DeFi side and the TradFi side, and that sort of created the perfect trifecta. So let's see where that goes. I'm super excited.
Yeah. You got something? What else was very exciting for you today?
We got a full list.
Here's a good one. You got something? What's up?
Here's a good one. Sanctum.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Chief Vibes Officer Sanctum over here.
I was like, let me find this. There we go. I heard there's a mobile app somewhere in the pipeline.
Yes.
When?
Okay, so this is releasing Q1 next year. We have a wait list that's going to open up. I implore you guys to sign up. The whole concept of the app is, and when you think about Sanctum, the name of the company, why is it called Sanctum? It's because FP and the founders always envisioned that Sanctum would be a place where your assets are safe, right? And so we started, of course, with Sol Yield. We're the best in the game for that. Our TVL this year has grown from 8 million sold to, it sits to about 15 million sold. So about about a 2x increase in 2025. The latest deal we just closed with is Forward Industries. So they released Forward Sol with 1.7 million Sol stake.
That's
so obviously huge institutions are trusting Sanctum with their Sol. And now we want to bring it back to our roots. 2025 was a year where we went from B2C to B2B, and 2026 is where we're going to go from B2B back to B2C, which is why we want to do the Yields app, because there's always been this kind of natural tension at Sanctum where it's like, okay, we're doing a lot of B2B deals now, but we want to, provide a safe haven for assets for my aunt, my mom, right? Yeah. So that's why we're doing the Yields app. What's really special about it is that you can get your yields daily as opposed to waiting at the end.
That's what I wanted to ask. Yeah. How long do I have to wait? I want instant gratification.
Daily.
And how much yield am I getting?
Yeah, so you're getting about 10%, right? If you're looking at what yields look like right now, it's about like 6.5. A lot of the yields have compressed. Inflation has decreased. SIMD 411, which is the doubling of the disinflation rate from 15 to 30%, is going to further compress the yields. So
is it gonna happen?
Yeah, it's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Oh, come on.
Because
you've been talking to everybody.
We have been talking. Yeah.
Okay. Pretty bullish. Everyone's pretty bullish on it. Yeah.
I don't know if everyone's everyone's bullish on it, but everyone's kind of resigned.
Yeah,
to feel it's going to happen, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
We didn't get 228 through. It's like,
Can I
fine.
be spicy here?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Mert, you sneaky son of a mother. This guy decided to post right when Solana tanked. I knew for a fact that this guy had just was hitting in the draft.
He had
in
a
the
profile,
draft. He's like 120. It's enough. He presses the button. He's like, here's our proposal for. I mean, like, and by the way, it's a fine proposal. Actually, I'm trolling here, but like, let's not pretend that he wasn't being a little cheeky about the strategy on when, because there was so much stink about 228. There was so much stink about that.
There was. It was a very polarizing discussion. You know, for better or worse, Lily took one side of the argument, Max Resnick took another side of the argument. I interviewed Max during that whole debate, and I think the spiciest take from Lily was that it was sort of YOLO economics, right? And I brought this up. I was like, there's a little bit of sensational journalism here. I was like, Max, she called your proposal YOLO economics. What do you have to say? And Max was like, well, you know, I really respect Lily, but a lot of really smart people put a lot of time, effort, energy, and love into that proposal. So a lot of people were disappointed that 228 didn't pass, and I think a lot of people will be quite happy that 411, 411 hopefully is going to pass.
Yeah.
I think that's the direction that we're moving in.
Yes. I mean, it's all bullish for SOL prices.
It's all bullish.
Yeah.
Exactly. What else do we have? We have some news from banks. Singapore Gulf Bank has announced a fee waiver for SGB users to mint and redeem USDC and USDT on Solana.
What?
Stable? Yeah. Singapore.
Wow.
I mean, they've been pretty forward thinking. I maybe 2.5 years ago, the first on-chain transaction between two countries, I think it was Singapore and Japan. I think those central banks of sorts happened, and I think Singaporeans were very forward thinking in that. Monetary Authority of Singapore, famously good people when it comes to crypto adoption, smart crypto adoption. USDT and USDC are obviously the two most dominant stablecoins on Solana. But I want to ask you about this because we've been talking about stablecoin innovation on Solana. There was a discussion for a long time about $450 million of value created by stablecoin usage is leaking.
Anna's piece.
There we go.
Yeah, Anna's piece.
Yeah.
Right. So jog my memory on this, because she's saying that we're returning all the yield because the collateral for the stable coins is stuff like treasury bills.
Yeah.
And so
they get the yield.
Yeah, they get the yield, right? And like as a former operator of a yield-bearing stable coin, my whole thesis is that you remember this, right?
Yeah,
it's like
that's what
we returned the yield back to the user, but we were a couple years too early.
Yeah. And here we are, we've come full circle. We're talking about white label stable coins, we're talking about keeping the yield where it was created, and I think it's a natural evolution to move in. So you obviously have both anecdotal and sort of ideological reasons why you think it's the right thing to do, but talking about how quickly this might happen. Are we likely to get a Solana native or a white label stable?
I'm quite bearish on yield-bearing stable coins, and I hate to say that, right? Unless the yield is really high, like USD Star, which is like 15%, then like partners like DFDV will put a portion of their treasury into Perenna because 15% yield is better than zero. Yeah, but if we're talking about like 5 to 10% yield, this is just stuff that you can get on TradFi with like an index. I'm a bit bearish on it, and I'll give you one test case. It's USDM Mountain Protocol. You remember those guys?
I don't even remember.
Yeah. So they were on EVM actually, and they were funded by Nick Carter, right? And Nick Carter is the godfather of stablecoins. You know,
absolutely. I didn't know that he had one.
Yeah. I mean, because as a part of Castle Ventures, he had funded a team called Mountain Protocol, and they had issued a stablecoin called USDM. And I've just seen Nick Carter talk about this yield-bearing thesis for years, and he's like, "It's gonna come next year. It's gonna come," and it just never. And to the point where I think I don't really know what happened to Mountain Protocol, but I think that if you were talking about 5-10% RWA yield, especially if it's this leaky value, which Anna is referring to, which is T-bill yield. It's nobody cares. You know?
And that number's going to go down. That number's going down.
I mean, Trump has its ways going down to what we're going to knock down, 3 points down to 1%. And each percent is going to represent $250 billion in saved value, $1 trillion. That's what he said. He said $1 trillion in saved money. I don't know what math Who's the economist that's teaching this dumbass like?
I feel like he just like latches on to
just certain numbers.
big numbers.
Was this one of his Air Force One press conferences where he's pulling numbers out?
And just like saying it out.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look, I'll give it to him. He's a consummate salesman. He knows what the heck he's doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's irritating because it erases all nuance, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna get rid.
Everything he says is so polarizing, even if it's right.
Yeah.
Half people are gonna be like.
We're getting rid of income tax, Thomas.
Yeah.
$2 trillion worth of income to the U.S.
love it when
government
he says that.
with tariffs, $80 billion. The math is not mathing. You know what is going on here?
And as much as we laugh about President Trump, who's the self-styled crypto president, we had Anthony Scaramucci on, who was formerly the White House communications director.
Fantastic. It was so good.
We fucking love the mooch.
Really?
We love the mooch.
I said bad things about the mooch today.
No,
I did. Okay.
He's also a polarizing character.
Okay, he's got Solana rising and Avalanche ascending. Come on, pick a lane. What's going on?
That's what I said to him. I was like, dude, you wrote a book about Solana.
Yeah.
You put $300 million fund on Avalanche. What's going on? I was like, I don't mean to be capricious. And he was like, listen, I'm not, a maximalist of any one chain. I think they're all going to win at the end of the day. And he did say that $300 million is one of his smaller funds.
Yeah.
And he has a much larger fund that's coming to Solana. So he thought.
Okay, I will believe it when I see it. When I see the mooch is the mooch fund,
multi-billion-dollar
fund, the mooch TMF, the mooch fund. When I see that on Solana, I'll give him a pass. But for now, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He writes a book on Solana. He comes to Breakpoint. He speaks on our stages. He's getting interviewed by Solana Floor.
Drinking the free coffee.
And then he's putting a $300 million fund on Avalanche. Our very good friend, Kevin McCoy. Right?
Yeah, he got hired there.
So like all love over to Avalanche. And in fact, we would actually love AVAX on Solana because we have the most liquidity here, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the solution is. We have to entice him to do more on Solana, obviously. Yes. I asked him also, when you talk to people about crypto in general, by the way, he's written a Bitcoin book too.
Yes. Yeah. So,
So it's like, he's not really going in the wrong direction. I'm not too stressed out. But at the end of the day, if you are promoting a Solana book and you just tokenized $300 million worth of your fund on Avalanche, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. For the record, shout out to Avalanche, tech first founding team, aiming into amazing character. We like the team. We like the tech, but we want that money on Solana. We want the liquidity on Solana. I think it's a reasonable thing to say, right?
Can I ask one question, Thomas?
Anything.
Okay. What was your favorite interview today?
Favorite interview today?
Yeah. You can't say the mooch. I know you love the mooch.
I mean, George was pretty good. George comes out with hot takes.
George is full of hot takes. We love George's hot takes. We do.
Yeah.
We do.
I also like just ripping, like in the in between time when we didn't have we had some fluff videos that we were playing, and then after a while we're like, no, stop that. Let's just talk.
Yeah.
So we could kind of break down and talk. I like that.
You talking about our George, the George we love, or are we talking about a different George?
George Harrop. George.
Yeah. Our George. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, is
this George? There's only one George.
I don't know you're gonna be today's George. Yeah, we're talking about our George. Yeah, we love our George. Yeah, George is amazing.
George is great. George is full of hot takes. George is spicy.
George has a lot of fucking opinions for 063. He's got a lot of opinions.
They end up being right. They kind of end up just materializing, and
contrarian to the extreme.
I think in crypto you don't have to say anything eloquently as long as you're right.
Yes.
Yeah, just be right.
Fair enough.
And the man's right. What I love from George's hot takes, the conversation they had with Finn and George is George coined the term TardFi. I think originally it might have been a typo. Instead of TradFi, it became TardFi. I love this. And the thesis there is that they were late.
Oh, man.
And in French, obviously, it means late rather than, we don't condone the use of the word. But yes, it is a linguistic typo of sorts. That was a great conversation. What was your favorite interview? You've been talking to people non-stop.
Yeah, you've been emceeing. You've been
talking to just as many people as us, if not more.
I disagree, but I mean, I can't.
But I'll tell you what, you haven't been trapped in a glass box all day. But
yes, that's true. I've had a much more clean, fresh, open air. I've been very much enjoying that.
I would love some oxygen right now.
Yeah, but actually, could we open? I think they're done with the conference. So could you mind opening the door? We're just gonna open the door a little bit.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
there we go. A little breeze.
Fresh, open breeze. Yeah. The conference is over.
Oxygen for the brain.
Ladies and gentlemen, for day one. So that's why we are opening the booth earlier. We couldn't be screaming and shouting while people are speaking on stage. We look at us like a bunch of maniacs.
There we go.
Favorite interviews, I think the DAT. DATs, and that's because they got.
Which ones did you talk to?
We talked to DFDV. We also talked to STSS. Would love to get Forward on next time. But yeah, there's a lot of the DATs.
Did you have Dan Kang from DFDV?
No, we had Parker.
Okay,
We had Parker.
okay, cool.
Parker's a great friend.
They ran was it the NASDAQ closing bell?
Yes, they did.
They did?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, big news.
Having said that, Toli and Raj did something similar and prices came crashing down.
Yeah. But that was for ETFs. So don't bring the debt. Don't blame the DATs for that. Yeah, but the DAT landscape has gotten really competitive. I think the name of the game for them, especially in 2026, it's just to survive.
Yeah.
Because some of them are going to get bought for cents on the dollar. You know. Yeah. So is there anything else on the agenda you guys want to cover? What's
I have one final question.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. We're gonna wrap it up in just a moment. Before people are gonna kick us out of this box. So before that happens, I want to sort of summarize the energy that we've felt here.
Sure.
In the capital of capital in Abu Dhabi today, which is overwhelmingly bullish.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly optimistic. Price doesn't matter because the fundamentals are strong.
Yeah.
But still, and I've been asking this question to everyone, and people are giving sort of relatively different responses. DETs, you've spoken to a few of them. Systemic risk, yes or no? Happy to dig deeper into the reasoning behind the question being valid, but
absolutely. But it depends on what they're doing on chain. Right. So like here's my big word with the DATs is that it's a dog fight. All right. Like these guys are not here to play nice. They are sharks. Right. I'm not saying the people. I'm saying that their worldview, they have to be sharky in the sense that they have to aggressively accrue not only Solana, but you'll notice that a lot of them are doing token deals, right? A lot of them are getting protocol tokens, right?
Is this the discounted Sol purchases?
No.
Weighing into it as well?
No. Like so stuff like, okay, so our deal with, this is all public information. So like we landed a deal, Sanctum, with Forward, 1.7 million Sol and a little bit of Cloud. And this
they bought the Cloud.
Well, they have an allocation of Cloud. And so my point is that you're going to start, and it's not just us, by the way. It's like every major protocol on Solana is doing the same because we all need the allocation of Sol to, yeah, exactly, right. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that you're going to see these people do a lot of aggressive DeFi going forward.
Yes, because they're going to need the yield in order to market it.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not winner take all, but it's also kind of like, it's kind of winner take all, right? Like BSOL, like what have you guys observed from BSOL this week?
What did they
clear winners?
They took in $4.7 million yesterday.
4.8.
Yeah.
No, sorry. 4.8 was the total. 3.7 was BSOL. But who's counting?
But my
close doesn't count. No.
Yeah, but my point is that it's not a winner take all for the ETFs, but there's one very clear winner.
Absolutely.
Right. And so isn't it reasonable to say that that's what it's going to be for the DATs?
And it looks like Forward Industries is potentially moving in that direction.
Right. But if you in STSS and DFDV's position, right, this means that you have to be very, very aggressive. Right.
Yeah.
No, I trust them with their risk profile. Yeah, but I'm worried about the ecosystem in general, right? What happens with this very aggressive DeFi?
We get more and more leverage.
We'll see.
Makes things exciting. Gives us a reason to keep thinking about DATs and talking about DATs and maybe apply some on-chain accountability in there as well. And I'm really excited to see where it goes. The final thing I will say, and I'm curious what you think about this, is when we're talking to the head of tokenization at Galaxy, Thomas, he mentioned that depending on if prices go up as a result of a DAT consolidation, or if prices go down as a result of a DAT shakeout, the language is going to be positive or negative. So that's one thing that remains to be seen as well. Are DATs going to be net positive, net negative? I think the aggression with which the mergers and acquisitions landscape plays out over the next 12 months is probably going to be a part of that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like first of all, DATs are 100%. We need them. That's like not even a question, right? Because like we can't just rely on only Solana Foundation to advocate on our behalf. In fact, that line that you talked about from Dan Albert about how Foundation is going to work themselves out of a job, DATs are also a part of that story. Okay, like DATs are doing a lot of the work that Foundation cannot do for capacity reasons. They only have so many people that can advocate for. Liu Yin is covering everywhere from the Middle East to Japan and everywhere in between, right?
Take a holiday.
That man is busy. He's doing everything, you know? And obviously he has a great team behind him and there's a lot of people behind the scenes that do the work. But my point is the DATs all the way from Tokyo to New York are doing a lot of the advocacy on Solana's behalf. So like we all need to turn a very cautious eye towards DATs, but make no mistake, we absolutely need them in the ecosystem. They're filling a really necessary gap.
Well said.
Yeah. But how are you feeling about DETs, Thomas?
I don't know. I mean, they hold a lot of soul. They're doing a great job marketing soul. They're marketing it to people that we historically have not been able to connect to. So I think that it's bullish on that end. But I mean, it's that there is risk there, right? It's like if they tend to go like way outside on the risk and like really go after a lot of yield and like pump up the leverage, like there could be some bad things that can happen, right? So I don't know. I'm kind of mixed. I think that I thought that they would be a lot more bullish than they were. you know, like with, I don't know, like I want to say that like it was a success, but I can't quite say that, right? Like I get your sentiment that we do need them though, you know?
Yeah.
And maybe the ETFs take over on that side. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's all net positive.
yeah. Like
we are certainly going to be talking about DATs for at least 12 more months.
Yeah.
Right? And we are certainly going to be talking about ETFs for 12 more months.
Yeah.
These things are not going anywhere. These things are attracting hundreds of millions of dollars of SOL, and it's going to be talked down.
Yeah.
It's going to be talked down because 2025 was the year of institutional adoption. Today was the day of discussing whether or not institutional adoption is moving us in the right direction. I think overall the sentiment from the conversations is that it is net positive. We are moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
It does not necessarily cost us too much as far as our sort of ethos of decentralization and the core tenets of crypto goes. So I'm curious to see what day 2 and day 3 is going to bring. Guess what we're doing tomorrow morning? Institutional and regulatory hour. We're going to be talking with Bitwise. We're going to be talking with Jito's lead counsel, Rebecca Rettig. We're going to be talking with Solana Policy Institute and a bunch of huge names that you need to be around to listen to these people talk, because they're going to answer all the questions that we have about whether or not we're moving in the right direction as an industry. One thing I've been asking everyone as well, are we in a bull cycle? Everyone's basically said it doesn't really matter. Do you agree with that? Doesn't really matter if we're in a bull cycle or not?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, irrelevant. The fundamentals remain fundamental.
Yeah, the chain's being used more than ever for cool things.
Well, you know, considering you're here and you're not going to be here tomorrow, I want to let you sort of talk us out. Last 10 seconds, day 1 in Abu Dhabi, Breakpoint 2025. Talk us out of it.
Okay, if you've been paying attention to the stream for the last few hours, let's give a big round of applause to the entire Solana Floor team. I'm talking about George, I'm talking about Jack, I'm talking about Mia, I'm talking about Thomas, I'm talking about Finn, I'm talking about a whole host of people that make this possible. Thank you so much for tuning in to day 1 of Breakpoint. We are here live in Abu Dhabi, and I'm telling you, it's going to be a wonderful next 2 days, and we're going to close out just like
thank you.
Let's go.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you too.
We out here. It's actually,
awesome.
It's not so bad with the window.
Yeah, not so bad with the window.
Let's get out of here.
All right. Let's do this. Thank you, Eno.
Markets.